That's right, undefeatable. It's Rivals Fight Night, featuring a guy who goes spinning in circles, does minimal damage unless you're a flying character who's a squishy. But that guy who eats you from below, he is going to be enforced today. He goes by the name of Venom, and he plays for EU. Welcome in, everybody. We have Dogman and ZP. And ZP, where is Luna Snow at? Let's just talk about it. Is this a season 2 problem? Where did our lady go?
Where did it go? You know, I just shifted my background a little bit to the right. I think technically in the background, she's a little bit behind. Hang on. A little bit of wizardry right here.
Yeah, bring her in. Yep, move her over. There you go. Put her in her proper spot. We're working on that. Dogman, welcome to Rivals. We saw you on the proper Rivals broadcast, and we said we need him for our fight night. Why? Because we know him from the Overwatch League days, but more importantly, you've become a phenomenal caster. I was listening. Do you enjoy play-by-play or the analytical role as a former pro player?
I don't know. I mean, I would say both, to be honest, unless, I don't know, like some people just are killer at play-by-play. So I'm just like, okay, I'll just go over and do color instead. And you can't, you talk me up, Puckett, but, you know, I'm just here to fill a little bit. So I'm here to take the place potentially of somebody who, you know, was here in the other weeks. I'm just here to shine ZP up a little bit because, you know, obviously with that Venom twerk I saw in your background last week, ZP, I know how it works here. Don't worry.
We get down here on Rivals Fight Night, and if you don't know how it works, the hype train has started. What's up, everybody? We just started the show. I love you. We have your favorite teams from Europe and North America. We're going to start with Europe so they can go to bed early. Then we're going to show you North America. But ZP, for anyone who's tuning in for the first time, we have familiar names in the lineup. I'm not just talking Shikigami and Shroud-X and Envy. Oblivione has been here. Luminosity has been in multiple grand finals, and Virtus.pro is our 5-time champion. They've won 5 of 6 matches, and that 6th match, they weren't even in it. They weren't here for it.
Oh yeah, it's like they took a quick sabbatical. You know, VP was running stuff in Europe, but they came right back, got through the challenger match, and reclaimed the throne in style. And yeah, EU, I mean, is really interesting. Where Oblivione, I mean, they're a team where, you know, they weren't in the Marvel Rivals Invitational. Then they had a really good showing in MRC, and you know, it's been a few weeks since Vamhon, and we figured, all right, let's get them back in, see them versus Luminosity, who at this point, while they haven't been able to get over the hump and beat VP, they have been pretty decisively the #2 team in Europe.
Let's meet our squad, starting with our Europeans. Oblivione in the challenger matchup. Dogman, we've seen these guys in the past. Demon, Noctis, Suti, Forever, Passiwo, Jakes, and Andraco. If I remember right, it was Passiwo had a stellar performance on the Vanguard, and Demon was our player to watch on Duelist. Are you familiar with the squad, and if so, who are you looking at?
Yeah, I've watched a bit of EMEA, of this region overall. I mean, I agree with a lot of people that say this is one of the best regions in the game. I think that European players tend to be, you know, underlooked and sort of under talked about at a global level. And, you know, a lot of these players are really good. Like you said, Demon is an absolute god. It's unfortunate for Oblivione that the last MRC wasn't necessarily like their meta almost. And I feel like because the new changes came through with season 2, it's anybody's game right now. And obviously as the challengers coming into it, it's going to be a tough match versus Luminosity, like you guys said, the kings of second place in the fight night. So I'd be curious to see if Oblivione can get the job done.
On the other side of the matchup, we do have the kings of second place. They go by the name of Luminosity Gaming, and the 1 week Virtus.pro wasn't here. LG stole the crown. Let's talk about Naga's crew. ZP, what should we know about Trust Me and the rest of these guys coming in?
I mean, what you should know about Luminosity is that, if it wasn't for VP, they would be the #1 team in Europe. It's because they embody a lot of the same things that VP does well, right? You have veterans of the hero shooter genre on this team. They are very, very good in terms of their ult economy. They have standout duelist performance from players like Naga, who can absolutely take over the game. I mean, Season 1, catch Naga on the Moor, with the Luna Snow team up and just holding a team off entirely on the first point of a convoy map, right? Like, just really talented across the board, and to me it's just the experience that you get with this team that they built up even before Marvel Rivals even came out.
EU players, you are on top of your game. Well done. They are already getting in the lobby. NA players, you can learn a lot by just watching these guys, and not just what meta you're going to see in Season 2, but how to get in the lobby. Dogman, who is the worst on any of the teams you ever played with at getting in the game? Was there ever a slacker that you were just, I hate this guy?
I mean, it's probably DeFran back in the day. Actually, he's back on season 2. Odubsky. But yeah, DeFran specifically, I think he had some out of game things he struggled with. I think so. Maybe
he's
that
a
was
farmer. I saw him making some pecan treats recently. The dude's living his best life. ZP. Let's talk a little bit about our EU challengers, because this is Season 2, and I'm told that we should talk about the meta changes. So are we just going to see Groot in every single lobby unless he's banned? Are we going to see a whole lot new Emma, the new Vanguard that was launched recently? I've got about 20 hours into her. I love her already. What are we expecting from the pros?
I think we're going to see actually quite a bit of variety in terms of what people are checking out. I don't think Groot is going anywhere, but I think the #1 thing that keeps getting talked about a lot is, Rocket Raccoon, right? Rocket was already pretty good at points in the last patch in Season 1, and now Rocket arguably way better at the changes to his ultimate. The fact that it, actually helps way more with sustain nowadays. Also the fact that Human Torch is just, inflation has really taken its toll, where you buff him, you buff him, you buff him, and all of a sudden it's like, oh wow, yeah, Human Torch actually good. Who cares about flying? Just walk at people and two-shot them,
There are no torches in Diamond. I can let people know about that right now. It's great news. Dogman, we are jumping into our first ban, and this is a new screen. We got 5 boxes for each team now.
My God, I mean, that's insane. I've not seen this yet. I'm actually really excited for it, and I'm glad, like you said, with Solomon behind the scenes creating these sort of awesome, unique graphics. Early Captain America ban. I've actually heard about this in the Asian region. A lot of Cap, full dive. He's a very annoying hero to play against. And meanwhile, like you guys said earlier, Puckett, that group got banned immediately.
Adam Warlock is going to be saved by Oblivione, so maybe the respawn comp's still in it, ZP, or is this just an ideal healer right now?
It could be a little bit column A, a little bit column B. We'll see what Luminosity thinks when they come into their next ban. Protecting Magneto makes a lot of sense in the sense that I think Magneto is just going to be mainstay for most teams right now, and especially when the Groot is gone. You don't want to, with 3 bans per team, you end up in this world where if you don't protect key heroes, a team can just put you into silly land by just taking out all the things you would expect to play in a role and just put you in a completely foreign territory, right? So you kind of want to protect key things. But deciding to ban the Psylocke here, I do think with 3 bans, teams have actually gone even more so in the realm of, we're going to take away even the niche things that you might like.
You might have an annoying ultimate like Psylocke with the Dance of the Butterflies, or she's just really good at killing that backline. On the other side, you are going to see Adam Warlock and a Hulk. Does this force a Namor ban?
I think Luminosity likes to play it, though. That's the thing. They love to put Naga onto the Namor, so that would surprise me if they banned it. I think they want to play that, considering as well they don't like to play the Psylocke. I think Naga just unfortunately hasn't had a great grasp of the hero just necessarily yet, and okay, never mind. I was completely wrong.
Yep. No Namor. Trust me, playing against the green squid is the most annoying thing on the planet. I thought the icy squid, the Monstros, would be the most annoying. No, it's the green one. All right, Star-Lord out of the sky despite protecting Adam. What's going on over here, Oblivione? They're cooking up something special that I am not familiar with. And if you're not familiar, this is how the matches break down. We're bringing you a best of 5. What does that mean? The first to win 3 maps is moving on to our championship match against Virtus.pro, where $1,000 will be on the line every time we predetermine map number 1. It's a domination to get things rolling. And this time around, it's Hell's Heaven. On the mic for the night, we have a very special guest, Dogman with ZP.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is that we changed up maps a little bit for those tuning in and going, it's like, wait, this is the challenging match. Why are you kicking off with Hell's Heaven? It's like, well, Royal Palace is gone. It is not in the map pool for us anymore. Instead, we've moved our money match domination off into the challenging match, and we'll kick off the money match with Control Krakoa, the new domination map.
Ooh. That's going to be a fun one to watch, man. I don't know, because I haven't even seen it on the competitive level necessarily yet, and that map has a lot of unique things like the portals that you can go through. Yep, the portals are huge on that map, so that's going to be exciting later.
Yeah, at some point people realize, like, people like Magneto portals. What if we just made portals as a general feature of the map? Or sorry, not Magneto, Strange portals. Why not have Strange portals just a feature in the map? But getting into it right now, what do you see on these team comps here, Dogman?
I mean, we already have that Adam Warlock triple support comp coming for Oblivione, and Luminosity not wanting to play that. They're opting away towards that Storm, just incredible frontline damage with that Punisher. They just want to melt these tanks on Oblivione's side.
Meanwhile, for LG, the Emma Frost. First play here in Season 2 in competitive play. We'll see how Trust Me makes the White Queen work, and for now, decent damage on the opposing Magneto. Both teams feeling each other out here so far. And you look at LG. Just moving on forward is Trust Me, takes down Jakes, and Emma Frost looking good off the early pickoff. However, the team up res is there. Fight not won here just yet. Oblivione, though, still on the back foot as LG getting closer and closer right now to first cap. They protect Forever. No, Forever gonna go down, and Oblivione just getting forced off the point.
Well, yeah, by the way, Iron Man's in the game. Completely forgot about that. Oh, and the new pause feature coming through. That's interesting to see that come immediately through, considering, I'm assuming a player had an issue or something along those lines. But, I've heard a lot of the good things about Iron Man. I've seen a lot of good Iron Man play, and especially with Hela being banned, it makes sense why they want to play towards that. Interesting. No Human Torch, though it wasn't banned. And another pause for both sides. Why not, ZP?
A bunch of whiny strategists is what I'm seeing. In the meantime, this gives us a moment to give a big shout out. We are on the front page of kick.com tonight. Thank you for allowing us to bring you the best entertainment from Europe and North America. If you're playing Rivals and you suck, well, watch this stream and I guarantee you climb at least 2 ranks. We got ZP and Dogman, former professionals who now get paid to talk to you.
There you go. And, I will say we kind of opened Pandora's box having pause as an ability here, because even in the other games we've done here at Fight Night, the one thing, EU is really good at getting lobbies, but really, really bad at actually not abusing the pause button repeatedly. It's like someone has a little bit of lag, hit the button. So here we are. The counterpart, though, here, Dogman, as you can attest to for your times in NA, when we wait for NA players, they're always in the bathroom for some reason. Like, do you know why?
Small bladder syndrome. That's what I would like to say. I don't know. I was definitely in that boat of needing to use the bathroom like every hour. So it's just small bladder syndrome, I'm assuming, over in North America's region. EU guys, like you said, those EP, really good at getting lobbies, like you mentioned, but the mental, I don't know if they have the strongest mental on average, I would say. All
right. Well, first fight taken away here by LG, running the Emma Frost Storm comp. And, already it's kind of interesting, Donovan, because we're seeing a big shift meta-wise from what we saw in Season 1.
Yeah, it's weird because, how Luminosity is playing it is they're really doing a good job pressuring out Oblivione's frontline. Oblivione playing it slow, trying to build up towards this pulse from Iron Man, but they need to not play too close to this Emma Frost because she can just grab you and throw you against the wall, so they're just having to kite constantly versus a team you don't want to do that against. And here you go, Emma Frost immediately deleting Hulk.
Yeah, Hulk immediately getting shifted out. Demon still looking for the opportunity to drop the maximum pulse, and okay, so Stroid brought back by the BRB. Still options here for Oblivione as the Emma Frost ult does fade away, so LG going back a little bit. Solar Surge is going to be popped here by Jakes. Final Judgment in here for LG as they try and take it away. Maximum Pulse used, nothing happens. Meanwhile, Forever, brought the Meteor M, gets killed by Fate, brought right back in by the BRB. Both teams getting back into it. Karmic Revival in, and now LG still hanging on here. Omega Hurricane in from Naga, into the back, takes down Jakes, and this death may stand, but it's trade outs back and forth right now, Dogman.
Yeah, this is just not working for Oblivione. They, utilizing the res in the middle of the fight to bring everybody back, but the damage output is just not there currently. Considering how Luminosity is playing this, you can see why they've just given up on this triple support, triple res composition. I think that a lot of people assume triple strategist is super strong in this game, and it is, but when you play against Luminosity, who just has an incredible amount of damage boost with the Rocket Raccoon and with the Storm. There's so much damage coming through with that Punisher.
All right, Oblivione, one chance here to delay things out. We are in overtime. Ash goes in. Demon immediately. Findings destroyed. Hulk off the ult. A little bit of pressure here on the Storm. BRB, though, brings destroyed right back in. Demon down. And this time gets back into the fight later, but the momentum fully shifted back in the LG's favor. Fate of both worlds here. Gonna fade here for a second. Fate. Jake's back up into the fight. Demon, meanwhile, takes out destroyed. This one may last. This LG trying to hold off Oblivione, make this first round clean. Hulk, though, finally gonna get de-transformed, just trust me. Finishes off. Huge performance so far from the Emma.
Yeah, that was just brutal. I mean, there was just so much damage, so much support as well for Naga. You saw that the Hulk tried to jump on him, just try to disrupt a little bit of that damage, and you know, they just found the Punisher both times. It didn't really end up mattering, considering Naga's able to get so much value with the bubble from Majaro, with the snowflake as well from Fade. I mean, it's hard to take down this Storm right now. Oblivione not really figuring things out in their current composition. We'll see if they change it up in the second round, because that was just pure dominance from Luminosity.
All right, so LG picking up where they left off from Season 1. And, you know, it's kind of interesting. You know, you can't always trust spawn room doors in any hero shooter. But it does look like Oblivione might be making a change-up mid-round here. Dog, I'm going to take a look at might be Ash bringing out an Emma of their own.
Can I make a call out? I do not believe we have ever seen a Mantis win on Rivals Fight Night. Game on.
I wonder why. I mean, it makes. Sorry, ZP. What are you saying?
No. I mean, overall, that may be true. I mean, maybe there's like one or two times, but it's definitely not a comp that's had huge success here in RFN. I'll back fuck it up.
It's unfortunate, because I think the times you've seen, at least last week, it was like two supports with the Mantis, and something about how EMEA plays the game, they just do really well against triple strategist, and specifically Mantis. She doesn't bring enough healing. She just does a ton of damage. Incoming ultimate from the Rocket. Maybe this is Oblivione's chance to change the tide.
Well, right now, it could be real danger here, as Maximum Pulse nearly good to go. However, Majaro has Meteor M ready to go in turn. Trust me, meanwhile, Emma ult up. All sorts of control coming on in. Destroyed. Following up off what Trust Me sets up. Karmic Revival, though, in from Andre. Fight not over yet, although right as that happens, Karmic Revival comes in. People still go out. Naga right over it with the Omega Hurricane. Ends up falling in turn, but LG still in a great spot.
I mean, Trust Me is an absolute god right now on this Emma Frost. I mean, personally, I've never thought Emma Frost ult was that good, but with the amount of pressure that Zestroid provided through his ultimate and through that front line, just kind of walking down Oblivione, they haven't figured out what to do. This Iron Man comp is really not working, and looks like Oblivione agrees with that statement as they swap to pretty much a mirror on the other side.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting. I think you'll see this a lot over the course of the day. While obviously teams have been scrimming, this has not been out for all that long. Like, people have not fully cracked the code yet on Season 2. So, you know, I fully expect meta-related things to be in flux, but maybe Emma all day, every day, the way things are looking right now. At least Trust Me has anything to say about it. But fight in progress right now. Demon plugging away right now at Rajaro. Rajaro, though, again, healed up in turn, and a counter poke from Destroyed is there. Demon fallen immediately. 2 down right away. BRB's gonna bring back up 1, but Rajaro just moves forward off the early picks, and LG making it look easy.
Yeah, right now, both teams just kind of walking into each other allows Naga to just get so much value as soon as he pops E, right? He's just able to get so much damage from the sky with the damage boost on his team. And Oblivione slowly just lose, right? Now we're into last fight territory for Oblivione, and they have to win here and now, especially on map number 1. Leading forwards, you know, I'm curious how the bans move, but right now, LG, I don't see how they lose this unless they really just hard throw.
I mean, for LG, they have to hard throw 2 or 3 times in a row, effectively, is where you're at right now. So, I mean, they have a buffer here, even if Oblivione takes his fight. But for now, Trust Me in the front. Little bit of backup here. You're going to get the Sia dropped here by Andre. Oblivione, everything on deck as they try and move in. LG popping a lot of their ult bank in turn. Everyone's all on deck here. And it's Naga, the Omega Hurricane, crushing the 3. Not going to resurrect from that as LG takes map 1 in a dominant fashion.
Dominant indeed, ZP. Right now, LG look really good in this Storm composition with that Luna Snow ultimate pop towards the end alongside the Rocket Raccoon. You called it, man. They just popped literally everything but there's just so much damage, so much increased damage to go through any strategist ultimate from Oblivione that no matter what counter they do, it's just into death, and well-deserved MVP from Trust Me, and he's a freak on the Vanguard.
27-0. Did I read that right? Trust me, popping off Emma Frost. Welcome not just to my lobby, but also all night on our broadcast. A strong fit for season 2. Emma Frost does a lot of damage. I've seen no Doctor Stranges in any of my lobbies because he just gets his back broken, jump kick to the front of my line. Dogman, how else is she kind of affecting the meta? Because I don't feel like we truly saw the correct meta so far from Oblivione.
Well, a lot of things are shifted with this like 3-ban system. It's very unique to see. I think that it's easy to make mistakes. I think that can't be understated moving forward. But it's just so much she does. She just has anti-CC whenever she pops her diamond form. She can come in and grab you, CC you for an unbelievable time, and still pretty much 0 to or 100 to 0 a tank even if she gets a grab on you against a wall. So there's just a lot that this character can provide, it seems, and if you're supported like she was in that case, it's hard to really do anything against the Emma Frost who's just frontlining, even without the team up with Psylocke.
Yeah, so I was looking at why you might be running the triple support. Maybe they were trying to poke her down in the early rounds. Hopefully, Oblivione's coaching staff is watching the stream. They've been in the chat in the past. Let your players know we do not want to see Mantis moving forward. Let's go. Game number 2 is your choice. Where are you going to take us? And ZP, after watching weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks of Luminosity gaming, what map do you want to play him on? Is there an ideal game mode? Let's start there. Convergence, domination. What do you want to see?
I mean, I think historically, domination actually isn't the worst place to bring LG to. The problem is LG looked way better this time around. You know, the key difference here is that you think the LG in the past, right? It was a lot of, okay, we want to go to domination when they do play it, and they play Venom comps, which aren't always the strongest, right? Other teams like VP generally have their number. It's not a Venom comp anymore. It's an Emma Frost comp, but to me, that also maybe means, okay, maybe you rewind the clock a little bit here. You do go to something like another domination map, but you ban the Emma Frost. I think with the level of Emma gap that we saw here between Trust Me and Ash when Ash was briefly on it, I have no idea why going into the next map you would not just like ban Emma Frost immediately. I think
she's a new group
recognize it. Yeah.
Okay, I like it. All right, Emma, I hope you're in more games because I'm trying to learn. By the way, if you're out there, she charges up like an old school Zarya. The more she's on you with her beam, the stronger it's going to get. I guess I should say Symmetra. But also, when she shifts into her diamond form, that's when she's going to go hand-to-hand combat on your ass. She keeps the charge coming back out. So it's a little bit of a tech that is going to help you get from your silver to hopefully platinum lobbies. Storm in the mix. Will we see it more, Naga? She was almost gone from the last 3 weeks of Fight Night.
She's like kind of on the cusp, or was it kind of on the cusp on becoming meta? And obviously it depends on what bans kind of come through. But I mean, we saw so much like target focus was on Sestroing. He had 6 deaths. It was like all of the deaths of Luminosity besides, you know, Naga going away once and maybe one strategist fell. Like right now there's so much damage coming onto this Punisher, but it doesn't end up mattering because the real damage is coming through from Naga on the other side, just with the AoE damage and just overall from the sky. I mean, that character can bring a lot to the table with supporting the team like that Emma Frost, like you guys saw, or just being able to do an unbelievable amount of damage. So Naga seems to be very good on the Storm, like you said.
No more. Will we see more Storm? Keep your eyes on the bans and protects. We've got 3 bans, 2 protects, and a whole new map too coming up. Hall of Djalia is loaded. ZP, we're about to choose which heroes will survive to the next round. Emma Frost, Lord Chime. ZP, give me another nickname for the White Witch.
Ooh, another nickname. You know, I'm thinking on right now within the lore, like nothing is immediately coming up to me, but right now, in terms of nicknames for what we just saw there, I'd just say meta hero in where we're at right now, because if we keep seeing that going forward, it's definitely going to be the next route tier, right? Of just simply, guess what? If you don't have a good Emma player, you ban it. Simple as that.
Dogman, have you been on Comics Explained yet? It's the greatest YouTube channel on the planet. Nameless. Shout out to my guy from the Call of Duty desk. He's like, you got to watch this guy. So his name's Rob. He's got about 2 million subscribers. Every video has 9 million plus views. and he breaks down basically every Marvel movie from the cinematic universe into 90 minutes. It's perfect for someone with ADHD. But then he's got deep dives into every hero you could ask for, every era, every artist, every writer. Anyway, he's the GOAT. And I want to get lore into this broadcast in the future. So Rob, if you're listening, jump on board. Rivals Fight Night. We need more Emma Frost lore because I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of her on the broadcast. Dogman, game is loading up. I'm going to shut up. Let's get into the bans and protects. And of course, our man behind the scenes, Saul, man, shows you what happened in map number 1. Well done, Saul.
Yeah, I love what we're seeing here where you just have the bans previously, because I think today, more than any other day, now that Season 2 is really fresh, you're going to see a lot of variation from map to map. As I say that, though, LG, they don't have any reason to do variate from what they did in map 1. They crushed, so they're not going to change their game plan. Oblivione, though, they opened the Magneto ban, which is interesting.
Huh. Yeah, it kind of gave them some problems, because you saw, like, anytime they would try to target Naga or anybody, really, just the Magneto prevented any of that damage. Interesting Emma Frost ban, like you guys said. That's unique.
She's protected, yeah.
Protected,
in, guaranteed.
Yeah. And that's Oblivione that protected her, so they just said game on.
They're saying bring out all the meaty tanks. We're ready. Roots and boots, no Psylocks. Maybe just trying to get rid of the flankers. Luminosity must have got like steamrolled in a scrim or something. They do not want people in their face.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best Psylocks in the game in Sparker is over here, so I assume that they just are like, okay, we just can't play Psylocke against anybody. Considering, well, Naga's decent at Psylocke, but I wouldn't say he's on Sparker's level currently. He's just not. The character is so all-in-y. You have to get one-shots almost on Psylocke, or help your front line. She does so much damage, but you need to have the right kind of mentality for the hero.
Right. It's destroyed, of course, right now in the lineup. Sparker coming up later for Virtus.pro. They're not letting him out quite yet. Here we have Adam being protected once again. They say we want more triple support, maybe? Luminosity, what do you got for me?
Well, last time they did a Rocket Protect. We'll see if it's the same this time. The only thing I'll say here is that I am not enjoying the Rocket Adam compositions right now. We're just like, what's going on in this team fight? We'll get back to you after around like 8,000 resurrections have come in. Like, it's too much res. Like, please, someone just get rid of one of the two. I'm begging.
Okay, no Hulk. No Hulk kind of denies the Namor. It's a 2-for-1. It's like getting rid of Luna in the previous season. On the other side, they say we were punished enough. Put them away.
The right heroes could make all
No more
the
Punisher is
difference.
definitely interesting. I'm surprised we're even seeing it, but everything is so different from ranked into pro matches. So, like ZP said, I mean, the meta is still being figured out right now.
We're only a week in. What is your favorite comp, chat? Let me know. I have been running the thing with Emma Frost. You back slam them, you suplex them into a haymaker. It's the GOAT feeling. All right, Hall of Djalia, it's loaded up. ZP's on the mic.
All right, getting on into it here. And honestly, again, I'm just interested in the change-ups here, especially the fact that Magneto isn't going to be involved, because, I mean, you stop and think about the general power of Magneto. Not only has it hit a point, tank-wise, Dogman, where it's like not people are really good in the neutral for it, but it's used to nullify enemy dual stealths, like to a degree that very little else is. So just no Magneto does really change the flow of gameplay.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, that hero is arguably the best in the game currently, I think tank-wise at least, in terms of vanguards, because he just fits into everything, like dive, counter dive, brawl, just like you name it, and I mean, that character just does it. So I like that they banned it. It's definitely a unique choice. And with 3 bans, you know what I'm surprised about, ZP, is like we're not in the finals, I believe, with LG and VP last week. We just saw a bunch of strategist targets. Like, I don't know why we're not seeing that today even so far. I mean, maybe later, but you can ban out so many strategists and make, everybody's life living hell, considering some of the weaker strategists are not as strong.
Yeah, I mean, that was the approach that we saw in NA, particularly from Shikigami, and, how they got at 100 Thieves. But, for Oblivione, what you got to focus on here is they ban the Hela and they bring up the Torch. Those two things, not unrelated.
Unrelated indeed. Now they're just kind of playing heavily around Nocta and Demon. Demon going to look for that damage coming in from LG's dive, or sorry, LG's root composition. I'll see if it gets value, or I want to see if it gets value. Meanwhile, the switch to Star-Lord for Naga is going to be unique. I'm curious kind of who pans out, who's favored in this, but Zestroid early advantage onto the high ground, tries to take space for LG's attack.
Probably going to be seeing more Hawkeye this season, too. People speaking highly of the Hawkeye buffs and what Hawkeye's role may be. Meanwhile, Naga onto Star-Lord, looking to chip away against this Oblivione defense. But Oblivione, I mean, holding back pretty well here so far. Getting a little bit low, but the torch striking. Finding Rocket for the first pick. That's one way to stop a whole bunch of resurrections from coming in. And, Torch on defense feels really good right now.
Yeah, Torch on defense. I like you called that, ZP. I mean, it's just you can see how much value he is providing. Demon, though, as well from the backside. I mean, so much pressure from Nocta was here. You saw Naga was trying to kind of harass the back line, make sure he's a bit distracted, but it didn't end up mattering. However, traded from LG, Rajaro now onto Emma Frost finds the opening pick.
That's just dominance when you kill the other Emma with choke slam, like what just happened there, the Emma versus Emma. Meanwhile, though, Nocta continuing to be a huge threat, finds Naga into the back, real close to getting ult up on top of it. Ash dropping the feast, setting up Nocta for one more, and really, Oblivione looking to be in their lane right now. Just a very solid defense, not overextending, utilizing both the Hawkeye and the Torch to just hold people back.
The benefit here now, though, for LG is they did use the Strategist ultimate. They only have the Loki copy on the backside. Naga should be relatively free with his ultimate over the top side. Nocta as well goes a little bit too aggressive on the defensive angle, and no res to bring him back means he will be gone for this upcoming fight.
Galactic Legend in here from Naga. Our regen domain going to be ruining some of his life at the same time. Destroyed. Swapped over to the Hawkeye. Looking for a pick. Rajaro dropping the Emma ult. Meanwhile, Forever doing much the same. Forever forcing people back. Fate of both worlds, though, going to be used here by LG. Stay in the fight a little bit longer. Nocta is back in. Drops a Supernova. We'll see how much this delays. And LG able to kind of dodge the flames, go to the backside. Naga able to get on the demon. But it's all a very long stall coming from Oblivione. But they got to touch the point. They don't.
Oh. I was going to say, I loved how LG played that. I mean, they were so patient with their Shredded ultimates. Olgot on the backside, just utilizing it the very last second to keep Destroyed alive. And like you said, ZP, no touch from Oblivione. Means we're headed in the streets phase of the map. But honestly, not a terrible hold considering all things and how early they use Shredded ultimates. And now into this upcoming fight, we're going to have none until Oblivione build Jake's.
Still some interesting changes between teams. The biggest difference by far is the fact you got Star-Lord on one side, Torch on the other. And I do wonder, which is going to be preferred in the long run right now.
I mean, I would say in this current composition, the Star-Lord, by the way, early pickoff from Destroyed. Nice shot.
On Emma, no less. Like, you lose a Vanguard that early, especially one with such meta imports right now as the Emma. It crushes. It puts you in a situation where it's like, okay, we need the reset. Also, LG saying, we don't want you the reset. We'll do the reset for you as we stagger you back in the spawn. Good luck.
I would say, Naga can kind of follow up on those dives maybe a little bit easier, or at least he can kind of do some harass. And I actually love his ultimate. I think it just does so much on the top side, especially in the streets phase of the map, which we're, by the way, already through. We already have Ash just touching last second, utilizing the E. Here comes some Desperation Hour ultimates from the defensive side. We'll see if it pans out for them, considering they've had to commit so much early and no value has been found so far.
Yeah, I mean, they had to use the Fate of both worlds super early just to get a little bit of stall here. LG, it's over. They take down Forever again early. Rajaro moving forward, has the ult ready. Might not even have to burn it here as LG for now. Decent spot on the point. Oblivione got a Mischief nearly faded here. To see Ash just getting pummeled and down. Galactic Legend, meanwhile, gonna be popped by here by Naga. Should be all the cleanup LG needs, and Rajaro got the safe ult on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the combination with the Luna Snow ultimate alongside the Venom ultimate. Those two in tandem result in pretty much a one-shot on a lot of heroes. The follow-through was there from Naga with the pistol blasters, and it is interesting that Star-Lord is finding as much value without that Magneto, because usually you need to, shield your Star-Lord, you need to keep him alive, kind of hard pocket him to make sure he can get those blasters off, but he's doing a great job following up, and the team is doing a good job supporting the Star-Lord meta.
Demon, super quick early pickoff. You get on the strategist like that, and the fight's just over before it begins. And I think you're going to see a lot of this here, Dogman, in this new meta, where if people are going to be running more Hawkeye, that's just a way that end fights economically, in a way that very few other heroes in the game do.
Yeah, it's a great point, CP. I mean, just who needs ultimates? Who needs anything when you can just one-shot somebody on a character like Hawkeye? So I'm curious. I mean, it's interesting how these dives actually aren't even finding as much value for the defense onto the Hawkeye.
Nocta gonna pop the ult here, Oblivione. I mean, the upside when you use Torch ult is that you get a lot of zone power. You see LG just having the dance back. I mean, handling it pretty well. Trust me, though, getting very, very low. Good self-control not to pop the feast, and now LG, they see the ult fading, move back in on the same way. Rajaro dropping the Emma ult, takes down Nocta immediately, so they get the initial pick they want. Oblivione responding in turn. They don't get picks off onto it. They do use Luna ult into it, so Oblivione committing. They actually get destroyed in the back. Ash was able to drop feast, get one. Even here so far, Andre gonna use the God Mischief, get another Fate of Both Worlds up. LG again getting forced back as a result. Naga though, just waiting for this ult and fade away. Galactic Legend, good to go. Blast Barrage into the backline. He's gonna hit it, he's gonna move forward, and what's he gonna get so far? Rajaro gets one, Naga onto the other, ends up getting knocked down by Forever, but the damage still might have been done.
Yeah, the damage still might have been done indeed, ZP, and now Ash just looking to delay the car. I mean, this is the benefit of Venom. He takes forever to freaking kill and takes pretty much no skill, but for LG's side, I mean, they get rid of Ash for now. And that was just great ultimates from this offensive side. We've seen now Nocta swapping over to the Star-Lord, and I kind of agree with that. I think Human Torch is a good hero, but it can't be hard to use that ultimate. It's hard to get the timing alongside your team if you don't have, you know, that Storm to help follow through, because if they just dodge the, was it 4 tornadoes that he pops out with the ultimate, it can be hard to get value with it.
All right, 45 seconds left. Still a really good defense for Oblivione so far. The seduction ready to go right now for Rajaro. It's destroyed. Meanwhile, they use a little bit of Hawkeye ult to pin things back. And again, get used to seeing this. I think Hawkeye is going to be a mainstay. However, LG's not able to really do too much into the defense here. They get Ash at the very end. Oblivione, though, might be able to fade back. Oh, I say that though, trust me, he's not done. Gets Demon into the back line. What was one pick now turning into what is perhaps a stagger. The convoy now moving on forward. Rajaro diving on in. Naga looking to end, or Nocta now looking to end it. Gets a Galactic Legend up and ready to go. The swap off late into the process, however, Regen Domain gonna make his life absolutely miserable looking for the pickoffs. Forever dropping the seduction of their own. Oblivione, it's enough to get for Demon to get the pick off. You get the MSCC into the Hawkeye pick, and LG now getting thrown back super low on the point.
Yeah, every pick going in Oblivione's favor right now. They've done a good job pressing out Luminosity without ultimates, and it was definitely getting worrisome towards the end, but I think that overall for Oblivione to get that stop here and now really resulted off of Ash stalling out that payload earlier on with about 1 minute and 30 seconds left. I think they did a good job playing that macro. It's always going to be hard on attack versus Venom, where he could just get that stall off, but Luminosity, I think they still made it relatively far, ZP. I don't know what you think about it, but they didn't do that bad, honestly.
So I think on this map, you can never assume that you're going to complete the map, especially because first point is so difficult to get through. But I do think Oblivione looked way, way better than they did on map 1. I think this is one of those things where Oblivione, I mean, they're a team, they have a lot of roster depth. And I think part of going into that is that they're a team that's more willing to set up, you know, more complex strategies for your convoy and convergence maps. And I think they came in here with a very specific game plan when you look at how they ran defense, right? They had the torch on defense to begin with. It was a very different comp than, you know, the strategist style setup they went in on domination. So, you know, they have different looks, and this one was a far better matchup, I think, against how LG likes to play.
Yeah, they kind of played the Hawkeye like they would a Punisher almost. I mean, they were just kind of walking forward with the ultimate, you know, similar to that sort of Punisher style, and you can't, you know, match it with the Meteor M. And in this composition as well, we have to bear in mind the Star-Lord does get a lot more value considering he only has to worry about Shroud-X ultimates. It's all about timing in terms of getting, you know, really good duelist ultimates off. You have to make sure that you're either waiting out Shroud-X ultimates or using them to force out others. In LG throughout the series have done pretty well, but Oblivione did a pretty good job on defense there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point where it's like, what a world you're in where you don't hear Legendary immediately followed up by, you know, Fear Magneto. Yeah, there's no Magneto to fear. He's banned. He's actually banned. Like, the Fear of Magneto is gone. But
Portal in time.
That's right. Portal has been used. Oblivione on the attack. The Emmas are brawling face-to-face right now. Demon, though, able to get destroyed early. A huge strategist pick early here for Oblivione. Demon looking fantastic so far on the Hawkeye. Now the Karmic Rebirth, or not the Karmic Rebirth, but the team up does bring Adam right back into fray. But now, see Naga right now, working around the backside. Looking for a little bit of flank pressure. Blaster Barrage gonna hit a lot, helping build up towards the next Galactic Legend. And LG right now being very methodical. Eventually something breaks, and the thing that breaks is Demon. Rajaro, meanwhile, signal to go, slams his counterpart Emma, and this attack should be over.
Yeah, this is a very awkward fight for Oblivione, already down 2, and Luminosity changing their strategy up to having the Adam Warlock, just the res capability, and immediately that ultimate is finding no value from Jax. He's just going to have to go back to the spawn, or sorry, from Mondraco on his side. It is interesting that they play that Adam Warlock composition triple strategist without the Mantis. I mean, Puckett mentioned it earlier how Mantis is not one. Even this triple strategist or triple res composition, they're just saying, screw that character. It's just not good right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Manta just suffers for the fact that, like, you talk about strategist ultimates, right? Like, probably the most powerful thing in the game. And Soul Resurgence, it's not in the top tier. And I think that, more than anything else, I think does hurt Mantis a little bit. But, okay, trust me. Diving on in, drops the feast. A little bit of hungriness into the back line. And instead goes, okay, I'm going to back out. Actually comes real close to getting picked out, so stayed in for the proper amount of time.
They used every ounce of CC they had, and he still gets out. Venom sucks, bro.
Bucket just but we got the Galactic Legend in from Naga. Legend is faded. The Blaster Barrage in towards the end. Rajara, though, a little bit of Psionic Seduction onto Demon, takes him out. Counter the Seduction, though, in from Oblivione. Is it going to get any pickoff here? And not so much when Demon is down. They're really clutching on Seduction in the Hawkeye picks, but you lose the Hawkeye, just not the same level of impact as Rajaro continues to dominate at death's door, but still getting healed up right at the brink of death.
Yeah, Demon swap over to Human Torch, maybe trying to figure out something, but right now, I mean, they're just getting stuffed by Luminosity. I think Puckett said it, you know, in a pretty blunt way, but it's very true how Trust Me has just provided so much value on Venom. He just keeps diving in, getting all the CC out, all the cooldowns with the crystals out, and doesn't even die for it, so that's brutal.
Also, with 55 seconds left, I mean, this may be the final attempt that we're going to get out of here from Oblivione. Their map choice, their defense looked good, but the LG defense, so far, looking better. We'll see if they're able to find a way through here. I'm not sure I'm in love with the late swap onto the torch, but we'll see if it pans out. Trust me, a little bit of Venom duel in the back.
1v1, Venom v Venom. Who's the real Venom? Okay, it seems that Trust Me is the real Venom for now. I guess he just falls back.
A real cheater. And another person with him. No 1v1 at all. You just called your Star-Lord. Meanwhile, Galactic Legend in from Nocta. However, the support is there. No one goes down. Demon immediately following the Trust Me in turn as Naga. Galactic Legend gonna be popped. Galactic Legend now Fang, Fate of both worlds still in. You got the Feast getting dropped here by Trust Me. LG real close to finishing off this defense. 2 seconds left. We are in overtime. Oblivione cannot lose this fight or it is over. The Psionic Seduction in for Jaro, though, may be the finisher. Trust Me able to get one off that. Naga on the backside on the Jakes. Nocta, though, back over and in. Finds Destroyed. Ends up dying in turn. Still a huge advantage to LG on the point. Overtime ticking on down. How long can Oblivione delay? It doesn't look like it's going to be much longer as LG holds serve and it gets the first point defense here on Hall of Djalia. And that is a 2-0 lead for Luminosity in this series.
Well deserved. It was super interesting to see them try that triple strategist composition, and it just panned out so well for them. I mean, it's tough when Oblivione can't find those opening picks, and they just or they just find the opening picks, but guess what? It's onto a Star-Lord or an Adam Warlock, and you know, it does feel like at times Adam Warlock is a better version of Hello almost, because he does always have 2 lives, and Luminosity first point hold on that comp. It was beautiful to see.
Yeah, and overall, I mean, it was interesting because Oblivione on their defense, I mean, they honestly looked good. I feel like the biggest moment of weakness for me was swapping to Torch that late into the attack, where you're probably, you know, you're at a point where you're not even going to build ultimate to get first point, right? Like, I feel like at that point, you're almost committed to running the Hawkeye and hoping that you do get your pick off, right? That's going to be the spot you'll be in. But instead, they go Torch at the end. It doesn't really work out. And, you know, I do wonder if the new Torch kind of has a bias towards defense here, Dogman, is kind of what I've looked at.
ZP loves torches, and I love Emma Frost. 29-2. That is back-to-back MVPs. Rajaro going to collect this one for Luminosity, and they are now on match point. The good news is, if you're Oblivione, you get to choose where they have to play. Hawkeye on long-range maps, hard to deal with. I don't really necessarily want to play them on domination. They just whooped my ass on that in the first round on Hell's Heaven. So, Dogman, coach me through this one. If I was the Oblivione GM, what decisions are we making behind the scenes?
probably get new support players. I don't know, like that. It's they did a good job. Don't get me wrong, but like, I don't know. It's right now. LG strategist players are really good, and I don't know. Maybe it's because I've been playing too much duelist in this game, and I'm just like, okay, I feel like every game is dictated based on how good your strategist players are.
Right.
They just do so much healing, had well-timed ultimates, and Oblivione just look to be in a bit of a rut right now. They look to be kind of, I don't know, just making incorrect decisions.
Draco kind of looked like me at times. I play Loki as soon as I get ult. I'm like, oh, where's the Luna Snow? Cop here? Okay, use it. Shit, didn't need to use it. A little wasteful.
There's a lot of that going on in this game, but you know, I do think upsides here for Oblivione. Their defense did look pretty good. I think the problem is that offense on this map is hard, particularly when it comes to first point. I think if they get first point, maybe it ends up a little bit differently, but you know, you just have this terrible you know, anti-snowball that happens when you open with a strange portal and then you lose, and it's like, well, okay, we got 2.5 minutes left to get first. It's a real world where you just get held, and that is it, even if you made good adjustments prior to it.
The Hawkeye highlights, fantastic from both sides. Naga, the pop-off on the Star-Lord. Trust me, though, on the Venom was the difference maker on this map, and if you allow Trust Me to play Venom moving forward, he is going to compete for MVP every single game.
Oh yeah, I mean he's disgusting on the hero. I think EU as well. EMEA loves to play the Venom a lot more than North America, right? It seems to be more prioritized over here.
Yeah, we got Vinny on the group back in NA. We got a lot of group mag lovers, some things even, but they use this character Venom that just doesn't die.
Yeah, I mean, Dogman, you may know this because I think you look at social media a little bit more than I do. Wasn't there like some crash out a few weeks back where there was like some EU Venom player playing on NA and like Ninja just could not handle it? It was just like, you can't do anything against this Venom. I don't know where this guy came from. What's happening? What's happening going on in EU to like make these Venoms?
It's just every week, man. I don't know. I'm not surprised anytime I see a Ninja crash out. That guy needs a little bit of help mentally. I don't know.
His bank account's doing well.
His bank account's doing well. I mean, he could buy my entire family, so, you know, I can't say anything about that, right?
Okay, we got game 3 loading up. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is a Challengers match of Europe. After this, we're going to the championship match of Europe, where Virtus.pro is going for their 6th win. Following that, you will see your friends from Envy. That's right, Envy has Kaluj in the lineup tonight. Will you see a Strange? Probably not from Europe. Well, let's get into the path. We go to Yggdrasil, and what is our ban and protects for the opening round? Quick question, Dogman. Season 2 hero that you want to see in this game? Who haven't we seen on broadcast that you want to see right now?
I want to see some Iron Fist. I mean, I personally hate playing against that hero. Permaban for me anytime I play ranked mode, to be honest. I don't know. I mean, yeah, same for you, Puckett. It's just
he's basically a Spider-Man personality. If you ever met an Iron Fist or a Spider-Man, you're like, just leave the bar. Sorry, go on. Every time
it's the same type of people who play these heroes, man. No, Iron Fist, I think I just want to see it simply just due to the fact that it seems to be pretty solid in ranked and in general, but you know, obviously, like we said, the pro meta is so different. I mean, we just saw Punisher Storm, so I think anything is possible at the current moment. But yeah, I mean, for me, I want to see Iron Fist. I don't know, ZP, what do you think, man? What do you want to see in the game that we haven't seen so far?
You know, I'd kind of piggyback a little bit onto the Iron Fist comment just because, okay, look, it's a character we haven't seen that much. And look, I mean, 100 Thieves tried to run it last week. In fact, it was the only map they won against Shikigami is they're running the Iron Fist in Season 1, right? So, you know, kind of back up the point is like, can it be effective? Yeah, I mean, ideally, it may be effective here in Season 2. But you also wonder is that, okay, Emma's also really effective, and okay, let's compare the two here. It's like you have a character that wants to dive into your backline and a character that likes choke slamming and stepping on people that go into the backline, right? So there may be a little bit of a problem there for Iron Fist in the sense of Emma being playable. So,
you know Virtus.pro is always down for a challenge. Luminosity Virtus.pro, this is going to be your 5th rematch most likely if you win the path. Can we see on the first map only melee characters? I'm talking Thing, I'm talking Iron Fist, we're talking Emma Frost is allowed in there. ZP, think about it. I know you're the secret commissioner behind the scenes. I'll let you do your job currently with the bans and protects.
You know, bans and protects, let's see. You know what? One thing I was gonna say, just to fall back to the other question, I want to see some Cap. Cap actually got buffed, and we're not seeing it from LG. Because they're banning it. They're getting rid of it entirely.
He lives longer than Venom sometimes, so I get it. I wouldn't want to play him either.
Well, Oblivione, they banned Groot. They decided we're not going to ban Venom. We'll see if there's any extra changes here where they're kind of going back to their map 1, bans and protects a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Torch. Huh.
Making ZP happy. The defensive torch.
It could be a thing. It's interesting because Oblivione didn't do that bad with it. It just for some reason on their attack, they tried it towards the very end. They just couldn't really get value out of the Hawkeye. And unfortunately, in this game, I mean, you waste 2 minutes off the clock, and it just feels so brutal. So it's like you could switch to the right composition, but unfortunately, it just feels like in the neutral fight, it might just be too late, considering how fast ultimates are built up, and it's just so imbalanced for the defensive side.
All right, they're getting rid of Loki. So strategist removed, 2 vanguards removed. I'm getting rid of Punisher after seeing that rocket protect.
Yeah, I think getting rid of Punisher would be good. I mean, you look back previously, Oblivione had no problems getting rid of the Punisher back in map 2 after what happened in map 1. But in this case, they decide no Warlock. And to that, I say thank you. I appreciate the lack of Warlock here, especially when Rocket is protected. Again, I am anti 8 million reses in one game. That is my stance.
They're the ones who protected Adam in the previous. I'm confused, Dogman. Walk me through this.
I mean, I'm just as confused as you, Bucket. I'll be 100% honest, man.
Okay.
But no, really, they like to mix it up. Now we see the Namor protect, and we know they have a Hulk player on the Oblivione's side. So for them, maybe they're angling that potential, just having those 2 team ups.
More Bruce. I always support it. Luminosity, square up. Fisticuffs. Game time. Oh, Mr. Fantastic would finally see airtime on Rivals Fight Night if we had the melee-only competition. Punisher protected.
Magic.
Enjoy your team up as they get rid of a second strategist. So Luminosity says, best of luck. You sucked on Luna Snow. We've got that edge. Game on.
Well, I also think banning the Invisible Woman here is smart, just because if you're already telegraphing you want to run a Torch lineup, well, you get rid of one of his strongest team-ups in turn, right? I think that's actually really, really intelligent. I also think, by the way, part of the reason why you get the Psylocke bans right now may just be because of the Emma team-up that got added, right? Like, Psylocke has even more power than she had before if you're running an Emma comp specifically. And LG, they look like they want to run the Emma. They just don't necessarily want to run a Psylocke. So I think that may be some of the logic behind the Psylocke bans that we've been seeing.
So they protect the Torch, they get rid of the Storm, and they protect the Namor. Hulk made it through. Game time.
So did Psylocke.
The Yggdrasil path. Game on. ZP Dogman for the final fight.
Dogman,
Luminosity's night.
Are you ready?
Not true.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the Gamma Squids? Because they're coming.
I'm not. Well, you know what? The Gamma Squids are bugged right now. I mean, that's the sad part about this hero. It's like we know how good these EU players are at playing Venom, and Venom can just bug the character out by just you go in the LOS of the Gamma Squid for a second, you go out of LOS, you come back, the Gamma Squid can't shoot you anymore. So that's an unfortunate bug that Namor has right now, and he's still a good hero, don't get me wrong, but it's a limiting factor compared to Luna Snow Squids, which just like hit all the time.
Well, the ice squids, they're gone. We all we got is radioactive squids. You know, maybe next season we'll get fire squids. You get the Namor Torch team up. Will be the next thing we get here. You know, why would something that lives in the sea shoot fire? Who cares? You know, it's comic book logic.
There's volcanoes. You know, there's volcanoes under the water, under the sea, right? So
Yep, methane. Yep.
and there you go. Could be a thing.
On the attack first will be Luminosity. And getting through this first point of path, not always doable. Oblivione, we've seen them have good first point holds here before, but right now they're just getting forced back. The neutral pressure actually kind of unreal from LG. Look at the Oblivione health bars. It is rough, but Demon finds his room to strike. Gets a pick off on this asteroid early, and BRB wasn't even up for that, so that is a full dead Oblivione 6 on 5, and you just see the retreat coming on in right now, Dogman.
It's LG's style has been so unique to me, ZP. I mean, they just love to play these front-to-back compositions, like you pointed out earlier, I believe. They just really only play, or I think even last week, they only play front-to-back, and whenever they can't do that, it feels kind of tough, and Demon needs to take advantage of this on the Hela. He needs to find opening picks. That's like the whole point of playing Hela.
Well, he did it the first time. Naga, though, now into the back on the Psylocke. looking for room to work with. Meanwhile, though, gonna get the CYA dropped in by Oblivione. Meteor M out for forever. It's huge. Ends up with 2. A quick little slam dunk, and that'll be the end of this push.
Yeah, I love this comp so far. I mean, this is what I would personally like to see out of Oblivione, playing this Psylocke and Hela versus Luminosity, who don't even play their own Hela. And you know, we already know that Shroud can play the Hela to a high level. They just prefer to play the Punisher. But it might seem, you know, that Storm ban is kind of panning out for Oblivione, making sure that they just don't have that neutral game damage boost onto Shroud's Punisher.
Also, it just got called the question why Oblivione was banning Hela when Demon right now is looking like a beast on the Hela. You know, maybe it's a respect to Destroyed, I don't know, but back into it. LG. A little bit of psionic seduction to start things off here for Trust Me, but no one's getting seduced. In fact, Demon just rejects all of that, takes down Fate into the back. BRB, though, brings it back up. Nocta, meanwhile, on the Destroyed. LG taking the advantage off the early pickoffs here. Forever just getting the walk on forward. And Demon, plenty of room to work with here towards the end. Already 2.5 minutes burned off the clock, and you start to wonder, will we see the first point hold?
Well, Sestroings is over to the Hela now. And
someone's in the back.
Who's... Oh, Naga. He's hiding. But listen, man, it's Naga on Psylocke. I'm sorry to say. Listen, if he gets the one shot, I'll be so crazy. But, like, pops the ultimate. Is there Shredder's ultimate to match it, though? It doesn't look like it on that side. It's matched by a Emma Frost ultimate. That's a good pick from Naga, utilizing the ultimate.
The BRB brings Jake's back up. However, Meteor M from Rajaro makes sure there's at least a permanent hit. LG now working one up. Andre, though, somehow a little bit of Rocket Raccoon damage comes on in. The Rocket unleashed. Ash following up, walking forward, finds Destroyed. Oblivione fully stabilized now. And for LG, dog, man, they got 40 seconds left. This is looking grim.
Yeah, this is looking grim indeed. Forcing a Shredder's ultimate. Nice job from the Luna Snow to match the other side. But Nocta after this, I mean, should be able to find something. Forever as well, with the Meteor over the top side. Nice bubble, though, to keep them alive. I mean, they can work themselves back into this, LG.
Yeah, just blocked by the Emma Shield. Really nice stuff in for Rajaro. However, Rajaro getting hit right after. So even though you have the block in from Trust Me, nothing left at that point for Rajaro, who ends up going down. Naga, Dance of the Butterfly, looking for Demon, denied! Just crunched! Killing blow went to Jake's, but that was really all Demon in the end. Final 2 seconds left. No one left to touch. It just held right here.
Yeah, no one left to touch indeed, ZP, man. That was brutal. I mean, Sestroing able to get so much value on Hela, and there's nothing else that could be really said about that, huh? I mean, that's literally it. That's the tweet. It's just Damon popped off on Hela.
So I'll kind of tap into a little bit of, you know, your time competitive player-wise, but, you know, on what level is this just the, you know, just energy of, screw it, we're doing whatever, because this is a radically different band setup from Oblivione relative to what they were doing before. They banned stuff that clearly they're good at, and somehow now it's working here on Path. You know, what's the energy change you get sometimes in these situations as a player? You're like, you know what, run it, we'll see.
I don't know. It's like they just know that I just the game runs through Damon right now, and you know the energy level, like you said, it's just shifted right now for LG. They've tried the Punisher out for a little bit, so Shroud went 0-4, and he's just like, okay, guys, I'm going to play Hela now, but it's a minute left in the game. And this is what we talked about earlier, ZP, is that this is what happened to Oblivione on their attack on the previous map, is that once you waste so much time off the clock and then you figure out the composition, man, it just feels so brutal to swap so late. And, you know, we only have one you know, really short distance to travel now here for the attack of Oblivione, and you just got to feel super good.
Also, I do wonder with this many bans and protects, how often the protects get used as a bait, because to make the other team ban the wrong things, because like, oh, you know, they're protecting Torch, they're gonna run Torch comp. They haven't run Torch at all. They haven't run Namor at all. Is Oblivione not running any of the things that they actually protected? Just to point that out.
Yeah, it's a good point indeed. I mean, there's so many bans, so many protects that can be used as bait. I mean, it's the bans that really do matter, but I know players will even complain sometimes, ZP, about, you know, being second to ban, gets that first protect knocked to find Sestroid early on.
Yeah, I mean, the early pickoff, when you're looking for a quick attack, what better than that? Naga, though, a little bit of pest control, takes down the Rocket into the back. Now, on to the other strategist, Luna, Psylocke. Luna right now, just using the convoy for cover. Meanwhile, the rest of Oblivione moving on forward. Naga, though, cannot be left untouched for that long. Gets on the Jakes. And so far, defensive sidewalk looking nice for Naga.
Well, it's interesting that they're playing the Cloak and Dagger too versus the Magneto, and that is going to be a hard ult to get off versus Meteor M, which can just one-shot you in a very obvious path. I'm curious to see if LG actually does get this first point and hold. Is Oblivione fighting on this left side? Forever goes so low, but nice bubble to keep alive.
Still alive. Yeah, Forever
again though.
Yeah, Forever stays alive. Nocta gets brought up by the BRB. Demon now has the Goss of Death ready to go and is immediately got popping as Naga goes in with the Dance of the Butterfly. Oblivione still up after the dance. Goss of Death still in progress, just gonna force LG back for a moment. And Demon finally hits pay dirt, gets on this Destroyed into the back. Silent Seduction, meanwhile, gonna be used here by Trust Me. LG in there, and it's Nocta into the back. Dance with 3. It's the biggest dance you've ever seen. And Oblivione, that's gonna be all they need to take map 3 and keep the series alive.
But they had Portal though, and was it far enough?
I don't think it's gonna hit the time.
1 meter? No, you're right.
No.
Yeah, 100%. You're right, ZP. And LG, unfortunately, their defense was just too poor that Oblivione were just they only had to go 7 meters. So not a very easy hold for any team.
You never want to be stuck in the position of, what's that? The fuller hold? Yeah. Every now and then it happens, but generally speaking, it means that you've messed up really bad on the map, and to pull yourself out of that level of tailspin as a team, while not impossible, not pretty likely either.
Oblivione with a map win. We take a look at some of the numbers. Walk me through the important ones. Dogman, at the end of a game, what should I be focused in on as a fan?
Why, you never want to blame a player or anything, but obviously Damon's 7 final hits were just all impactful. You saw on his defense, just able to find all of those opening picks. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. So, finding those kills, finding the eliminations before anything even starts. And there's not many heroes that can do that besides Hela. So he just got his job done and was incredibly impactful.
Something about getting those dinks, ZP. All the dopamine just hits the right way. Zeep, I seen that stare. What are we thinking about going into this game 4?
Well, I'm thinking if you're Oblivione is that they stick to this. If anything, I think you protect Hela earlier in the match. It worked out well for you. Find your new style that you worked on here and stick with it. Whatever you were game planning in for the first 2 maps, throw it in the trash. You got your new style here for season 2. Try and run it as best as possible, and understand that you're probably not gonna be able to throw off LG with fake protects the way that you did in this game.
I like the move of banning your own Adam Warlock instead of protecting. It worked out, dog man. I'm never gonna doubt the coaching staff. They know something I don't, my guy.
Yeah, it's this next level thinking. The big thing that they need to watch out for now is we already know that LG likes to play Emma Frost. I wouldn't be opposed to protecting a Psylocke, because considering how LG, play around the Emma, it seems like they don't do a good job playing around Emma Psylocke. So I'd love to see them keep the Psylocke into the matchup, because Nocta on that hero looked a lot more comfortable alongside Damon on the Hela.
I'm feeling it. Take a look at some of the best moments. The dance of the butterfly, chopping everybody up, but it's the left click, right click, dash a combo that makes really just the backline quiver. Taking a look at the Magneto, though, that was a character that got banned out previously. Will Forever have his go-to in game number 4, do you think, Zeep?
I don't think LG is banning Magneto under any circumstance. I think LG wants to play it every time. When we did see the ban, of course, it came in from Oblivione. I just think that, the actual comps are being played here. When you go to a Helicomp, you had more room to work with. There's a little bit less divey, and Forever had time to set up really good Meteor M's, but it also helps when a lot of these fights just kicked off 6v5 because Demon was able to get good pickoffs, whether it be on defending Naga's attempts into the backline or just outright finding a strategist before the fight even began.
All right, this question comes from YouTube. I thought Rocket was trash. Why do you use Rocket right now? And didn't he get nerfed? Didn't they make it harder for him to escape?
Yeah, that's obviously just figuring out the meta. I respect that. I respect that comment. Rocket Raccoon, I think, is just so good right now because he gives the overhealth when you pop the ultimate. And the only downside, the only reason why we saw, I think, LG not prioritize the Rocket Raccoon in their attack was because realistically, all you need to do is break the See You Later. If everybody shoots it, then you can just move forward, and they aren't going to get the overhealth. They aren't going to get that damage boost. And on top of that ultimate, just providing so much value with the overhealth. Rocket Raccoon also has like a weird bug going on where you can get 2 instances of healing if you just right click the ground. So Rocket Raccoon does so much healing, man. That's the big reason.
That's right. Aim at the feet. Instead of the 55, you're going to do 110 healing. It is a fantastic boost to anyone on that front line. We're going into a game number 4. Luminosity is going to have the ball back in their court. ZP, they get to choose maps and modes. And of course, if we get to a game 5, do you think we go back to a domination as a decider? How's this going to work out?
Well, I hope we do, because domination-wise, I think there's a good chance we'd see Control Krakoa at that point, which would be the first time on stream. We'll see it in our money match no matter what, but for me, talk about Season 2, see some of the new Season 2 maps, get a little bit of extra variety.
I suck at them. I think my win rate is like 30%, Dogman.
Yeah, I also suck on them. I just go to my way to use the portal. That's like it every time. Like double dash, I lock up to the top one, you know, on that second round, or one of the rounds. I don't remember the exact name of the map, but just dash up into the portals. Just utilize all of that environmental stuff. It's a lot of fun.
All right, big shout out to a lot of folks in the chat. We got On Clear with the return. Mike Rach 10 has been here 5 weeks in a row. Shout out to Honey Extra, always in the building. Curry Sauce 07 carried that tournament and then left. I guess he's talking about Kaluge. They're already chatting about NA. Reminder, this is just the EU challengers. We're going to a break. When we come back, we've got a game 4. That's right, we're going to a game 4 to find out if Luminosity can close it. Take a look at Luna dance. Go on, Draco. Go on, Draco. It's your birthday. Oh no, it's not your birthday. It's Fate's birthday, baby. millions of years of evolution, hundreds, thousands of vaccines, but nothing can cure rabies. Andreko, it's not your fault. Welcome back to Rivals Fight Night. We got Dogman and ZP, and I never know what's going to come up until about 5 seconds before. We have a game 4 coming up, and I did not see that coming the way Luminosity played in maps 1 and 2. But Dogman, Ex Oblivione has given us some hope. We've seen some life. What are we hoping for if we want to see a game 5?
Like I said earlier, I think I just want to see Psylocke again. I think that they look really good on it. You know, obviously it was more than just that. It's a whole team effort, but I think we got to make a Luminosity uncomfortable, and to me, that's put them back on the Psylocke again.
All right, ZP, we're jumping into Burning T'Challa. It's going to be another domination. This is my favorite game mode to watch because it's an old-fashioned square. If there's one circle, everyone's going to fight for it. The last team standing earns points. First to 100% is going to take the round. You got to take 2 rounds to win the game, right?
You do, and you know, heading in here, this isn't too surprising. You know, think about the domination pool. You're going to the last domination map that you had from season 1. Of course, if you go to a 3rd domination map, it's new territory, control Krakoa. So I think LG, they want to stop playing around, go something they're comfortable on, and end it here. But the big tell to me is, will Ex Oblivione have wildly different bans and protects from the 1st domination map? By all rights, they should, but for now, they do the protect hella. I love it.
That's a hella respect as well with the Psylocke ban, Dogman. So we're going to see no Psylocke, hella protected by Ex Oblivione. Luminosity, what's your best character to protect?
Let's see. I mean, maybe another Magneto protect from earlier so that it can't get banned. We'll see. I mean, that's probably the play. They protect the Punisher this time. I mean, it was banned on map number 2, so that makes sense to me. But I don't know, man. I don't want to see such destroying on the Punisher. I want to see him on the Hela.
I'm with you. Ban number 2 coming through for Luminosity. ZP, it's normally been a duelist. Do you get your captain out of the way here?
They might get the captain out of the way, or they might think it won't get played. Instead, they banned Torch, which it's kind of interesting because I don't know if Ex Oblivione would go to it here in Domination. I feel like they really valued it more for its defensive ability. But the next ban from Ex Oblivione will be interesting here if they decide to take away something like the Venom that LG, you know, historically really clutches on way more than I think Ex Oblivione does. I would love to see it. Instead, they get rid of the Rocket. They go, we don't need pest control in the game if we get rid of him out of the game, you know.
Yeah, no rabies, baby.
That's right.
Well, it's interesting that Rocket Raccoon, I think, like the team up with Punisher got nerfed too in the season 2 because it doesn't provide, you know, that fire rate increase, I believe now. So that changes, you know, how much damage Punisher could do. Interesting that the Iron Fist gets protected on their side. We haven't seen it yet, although we talked about it earlier, guys.
Finally, you can punch a tank in the face. If you are an Iron Fist player from Season 1, please join my lobby now. You're actually useful. On the other side, Magneto is protected as expected. Dogman, great call out there. The final ban coming through from Luminosity. This is normally a respect pick. Are you going with the strategist ban to make life harder? Bruce Banner. Okay. So they're saying no more for you. At least no Hulk no more combo.
You know what? I'd love to see it.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
No. What were you going to say? I'll bring my point later.
No, I was just going to say, you know, ban-wise here, I think they could actually be really interested in ban the Emma as the last ban, give the Iron Fist more room, but instead, okay, they get rid of the Warlock. So in this case, it just strikes me as if you're going to dive in an Iron Fist, you want your picks to actually stay dead.
Isn't this exactly what we wanted, Dogman? You have your Hela in the game. Mm-hmm. You've got an Iron Fist in the game. You have any strategist you really want to play. This feels like game on, Ex Oblivione.
Oh yeah, I think pro players are their mindset is the same as it is in a lower rank for some people, right? It's like pro players are they're just like, okay, I want this, give me this, I'm gonna tilt and go this. You know, like the mentality of some players can be a bit babified at times, I would say, and you know, I think they're human like the rest of us, and I imagine destroying. We'll see how this first map goes, but if he's not on the Hela, I would not be surprised to see him swap on it like on a second round or something.
Ex Oblivione trying to knock Luminosity out of the championship match. Luminosity 1 map away from playing a 5th round against Virtus.pro.
All right, we're getting into it. And, you know, Dogman, one thing that's really interesting to me, we talk about analysis of, like, you know, what pro players think. I always love the divide where you think of the hero shooter history. There are, like, big content creators that got big where they would, you know, do these big deep dives of pro players and be like, these are all these big brain reasons this player did that. But then you'd actually talk to the player and be like, I don't know, man, I just went forward and, like, shot people a lot. It's just like, there was no grand strategy. It was just like, do it. It works. You know, more simple than you think.
For sure, 100% ZP. I mean, you know that more than anybody. Is that the pro players are just like the rest of us in terms of how they think. And Naga this time going to be taking the Iron Fist that was protected by the other team, and Oblivione just didn't want to do it, man.
Oblivione, they protect the Iron Fist. They don't play it, and Naga goes, I'll play a little bit Iron Fist. Perhaps a little bit of gamesmanship again with the protects, but already heavy damage coming on in. Demon, though, gets on the Fate, even as Ash falls, so down a Vanguard on one side, but Demon striking early. Naga, though, a little bit Iron Fist play into the back, just being a distraction, waiting for the signal from the rest of his team to go, but it's destroyed right now. Getting challenged, and Demon says goodbye.
I mean, Demon is just nasty on this hero right now. He's warmed up, too. That's the difficult part, is that they've given time for him to kind of get online, whereas Naga, other side, I mean, he's pressuring this backline. That's the benefit of Iron Fist, is he's going to be constantly harassing you in your face, and right now they're taking advantage. Trust me as well. Finds forever.
Yeah, and for Oblivione, right now, I mean, even with the early picks, the problem is that, you know, you lose forever, and you lose control of the point, and Demon gets hit by Rajar on the back, so you're kind of more into reset mode here at the moment. You know, maybe Noct to find something here in the Star-Lord. At this point, it's just a little bit ult building, I think, before the next push.
Yeah, Noct, I'd like to see him maybe get some more pressure on this back line, but he's built up the ultimate in the upcoming fight. Rajaro gonna have the Meteor M to match, and this objective is super hard to take. You know, it takes forever just to come back through, and Naga right now, he's just been a nuisance, man, tracking you through the sky. Where's the support? Where's the team? They've gone to the left flank without Noctura, or Nocta.
Yeah, I mean, Nocta is off there on his own, and at some point, someone made the call out going, Naga, go up there. And Naga just, I mean, everyone's playing the, you know, the hero shooter versus hero shooter game, and Naga's playing Metal Gear Solid right now, just in the backline, finally. Engaging here, being the distraction. The rest of LG going on in. How are Nocta looking to slow it down a bit. Galactic Legend going to be popped. Gets Fate of both worlds out from LG. Here we go. Meteor in for Rajaro a little bit later into the process, but more than enough to take down Andre Co. And LG. A little bit of Hella vs. Hella action, making this round look relatively painless so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're up so many now at this objective. Naga pops the ultimate as well. Nocta is going to fall yet again, and to me, that fight was just simply, unfortunately, no bubble there from Forever. He just he had it up too. It looked like cooldown wise for his for Luna Snow. You always want to save that bubble for your Luna Snow whenever there is a meteor on the other side. But Rajaro really just dunked on Jakes, and that might cost him the round.
Now the question is for Oblivione. Well, okay, they almost just they do kill Naga. Naga just at some point is like, ooh, you know. Still limit testing on this hero. Not quite sure how deep I could go, and yeah, went a little bit too deep. However, not touching is Oblivione. Where overall, you know, I do wonder if that's at times a blessing in disguise. Where I sometimes wonder if we've actually hit max level of thinking for this game mode here, for domination, in the sense that because you keep your ults from round to round, you know, I do feel like there are some times where, you know, people might figure out that the statistically better play is just leave it and go next, because if you have an advantage at the beginning of a round, oftentimes you can carry it all the way to the end.
Well, you know, in other shooter games, ZP, that's what we talk about, and I think it is a valid point. But the crazy thing in this game is that every game kind of turns into 2CP, the dead game mode now. Nobody knows what 2CP is, right?
We burned it. We burned all existence of it being there. Yeah, we didn't want other people to experience the pain. Like, you know, the newer generations can never know.
But that's the thing in this game, is that we have this cool character called Doctor Strange, who could just any person could switch to him and just teleport right to the point, and it's like nothing changes. So it's like you can make it into a 2CP type game where, you know, respawn. Okay, there's a portal right in front of me. Got to jump to the point and commit an ult, because a lot of these teams, I mean, they can come back, and you build ultimate so quickly in this game too, ZP. So there's a lot of I guess not nuance. You could just like commit ultimates, just brain dead, and it'll work sometimes.
Naga nearly getting his head taken right off by Demon. Start things out here, but you look at point control. LG prioritizing being directly on top of the point in the beginning. Sonic Seduction in from Trust Me, destroyed, taking down his counterpart, and winning the Hella v Hella battle, real important. Meteor M gonna be dropped here by Oblivione, but forever, not getting much. Instead, a face full of Goss of Death on the other end. Super clean fight for LG here in this round.
Yeah, this is looking like earlier ZP where, you know, Oblivione is always in the back foot forever. You saw even his Meteor got destroyed, right? If you put enough damage into Meteor M, it blows up and you don't get to use it. So forever took a little bit too long, and Luminosity just pumped all the damage with the Hella, the Goddess of Death from above, and LG right now just rolling.
Yeah, and I mean, 20% already in their favor. Oblivione, I mean, this fight right now really could decide it all. If they lose this fight after investing all their ultimates, I don't think they get another chance, but also Winter Soldier sighting. One difference here, lands the hook immediately. Not quite sure about the aftermath there, but follows up. Kraken impact. However, the pick is not found. LG is able to squirrel themselves away from that. And here we go, Meteor M in from Djalia, look to stop this push before it begins. Looks, it gets two! Massive here from LG. Demon, you've dropped the Gods of Death, but you don't got a team with you anymore, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, this shouldn't find too much unless destroying just absolutely feeds, but Crow's back into the point, also has the frontline pressure, and you call the ZP. Rajaro with the dunk of the century just locks it down for LG on the point. 55% in ticking, and you know, right now LG just have all of the cards in their hand. Oblivione committed a support ult the last fight. I mean, they have Ashe with their own ultimate. Destroyed again. Oh no, man, that's so brutal.
You start getting up picks like that, you wonder about like the state of mental boom right now, because the comeback required for Oblivione to stay in the series would be ridiculous. They got one fight left. LG, they can smell entrance into the money match once more. A fated rematch with Virtus.pro on the line. Should they win this next fight? Naga holding on to the ult here into the back line. Moving on in, gonna pop it. Looking for the sports, forces the fan both worlds out. Meanwhile, destroyed on the front end, takes down Noctu, tried to do much the same. So destroyed, two pickoffs as Naga. A little bit of back massaging here. However, two picks for Oblivione. A little bit of life here. Still got Meteor M forever though, really, really low. 93%. Oblivione must touch. Fate and Naga though onto the cleanup, and the Meteor M might just be a death knell here. Gets one, but I mean, yeah, they got the flip in the meantime too.
Cool.
Yeah.
ZP, that whole time, this is the confusing part with having Loki in the game, is that was a Loki copy onto Iron Fist, the double Iron Fist ulted. You never see that, by the way. Like, we always see Loki's just copy other strategists because of how strong the ultimate is. They figured with two Karate Kids just pumping your backline, it should be enough, but it just goes to show again, don't copy your duelists. It was overzealous, to say the least.
It's great when it's great, and it's not as great when it's not great, effectively. But Oblivione, living for a time. Luminosity, though, still a lot of room to work with, up one round, and they have at least two fights left to take this and send it away. And speaking of sending it away, Nocta sent back to spawn immediately. Not getting much done here onto the Iron Fist. LG gets to take it a little bit slower. Oblivione gonna drop the cloned Fate of Both Worlds here. Ashe, though, finds Trust Me early. Dunk in from Ajaro, though, gets the Luna. As you see, he's destroyed, in over the top, gets his counterpart. LG up at a big advantage, and this time there may be no way back from Oblivione. Entrance to the money match here on the line.
Well, they have Portal. Doctor Strange gonna use it to come back. Nocta's able to find one. They don't have their own portal until he respawns, so they could work themselves back into it potentially here as LG scatter around the objective.
Trust Me finds Andre Co. See Fate. A little bit Iron Fist versus Iron Fist on the outside. LG racking it up. A little bit more cleanup here onto the point. Overtime ticket on down. And Oblivione, they may show a bit. However, Demon, Goss of Death, trying to buy a little bit more time. It's unprotected right now from LG, getting ripped apart by the Hella in the skyline. Oblivione will not die here just yet. And off the recontest, still in it now, 85%, a real chance.
That was pure dopamine hitting the Iron Fist out of the sky. Thank you, Hella.
This is just not the play, man. I just don't like this double copy with Iron Fist. And now you're kind of coming through to touch the point. All is going to go down. He's going to have to swap to Doctor Strange to touch the portal again. But there's so many ults now for this defensive side. And what a throw, honestly, from Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, at multiple points where it looks like they had it and not so much. And I mean, look, every now and then, when strategist ults are drained, you can see the Hela ult get tremendous value. So LG, a real chance to put it away, not once, but twice in that map. Oblivione, able to be gritty, find a way in it, and forcing a third and final round here, where if they win this, they force it to a map 5. So life still alive.
ZP, I mean, you've seen a bit of EMEA. Does VP like throw in a similar fashion to LG? Because this feels like
we had Finzi typing to us on the card. Dogman, this is a fun place, fight night. Okay, if you can just calm down a little bit. All right, just kidding, Dogman. No, we've seen Luminosity kind of messing around a little bit in the past. I think they may be trying things out before they play VP, because they know VP is just gonna bash them in the face again.
They just. The mental pressure.
Also, even when VP loses, they generally don't throw. And when they win, it's just, it's an aura of dominance, right? It's just, like you feel the invisible aura just crushing you against the wall.
We did have a DPS Jeff. It was legit Tanuki. Shout out my guy from OG Esports back into the action.
Nocta in and out. I'm not talking about the burgers. I'm talking right back to spawn. Just pops the ult and immediately gets dropped forever. Meteor M gonna be blocked on out. Oblivione still looking to make this first fight work, even down Nocta. They're focused on point control right now, so even as this fight is going on, they get first control. Now, how long can they hold it? So we see the Symbiotic Seduction coming in from Trust Me. LG looking to slow this fight down a little bit. No picks off the Seduction here just as Naga again frozen into the back line. It's one way to chill out an Iron Fist for a little bit. Rajaro, Meteor M looking, hits nothing but geometry. No one hit for Oblivione. Andre Co, beta both worlds out. Oblivione still looking for the first pick. Ash real close to Symbiotic Seduction in the middle of the fight. Has it up. Is it gonna pop immediately here? Right now, under so much pressure, doesn't really want to pop it. Meanwhile, it's destroyed. Goddess of Death dropping on in. Regeneration Domain's gonna be taken out, but still healed is Oblivione. Now Ash back into the fight, dropping Symbiotic Seduction. Is the follow through gonna be there for now? Mostly shielded off. Symbiotic Seduction is gone. And all the while, though, Oblivione has been in control of the point. Goddess of Death get popped. Nocta gets Naga on the backhand side, and the Goddess of Death strikes as Oblivione. They're going to hold on here, Dogman.
Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't familiar with your game for some of the Oblivione supports. Earlier on, I mentioned how maybe they should get removed. From the team, definitely wrong. Whoa. I mean, Andreko and Jakes just carried that game, just back at the point with the Loki clones, pocketing everybody. That was brutal.
Yeah. This is what happens when you have a player history of being support in the past. You just like, oh, you know what? People ask for me to get kicked when I messed up my ultimate, so I'm going to do the same.
Exactly.
It's going to be the cycle of vengeance continues. But look, Oblivione, the gamble they took of prioritizing point control paying off. Now LG, only really one good fight, maybe two at the portal to keep this going. Oblivione, the heals coming in big. Nocta, cracking impact into the back, frozen in a rough spot. Fate of both worlds though, gonna bail him out of a tough position. Got the reset off the Loki clone, goes in even deeper. No back button right now for Nocta, but also no kills. Naga, meanwhile, Galactic Legend dropped, hoping to get some on the backside, and no, it's forever! The Meteor M strike sets up Demon on the same time for another two easy picks. Oblivione, come back in. The series is not gonna be over just yet, barring the strange portal of strange portals. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, it's coming too late. It's over. Yeah, they did it. Tied it up, man. How did they do it? What the hell?
A little bit of throws. And
it was the hella gameplay, fam. Go back and watch Demon. Take a look at these stats at the end. I bet he's MVP.
I would guess. That would make sense to me. But yeah, I mean, I also wonder, you think about LG and what they've been good at historically. I would not put Iron Fist in that bucket. I do think it was a little bit experimental, as was previously brought up, but now your ticket to the money match is on the line right now. The time for experimenting is over.
The double metal fisting is what chat was calling it, and it's really interesting to see the double Iron Fist coming out, because you think you can do so much damage, but then aren't you just missing the healing from Fate while he's in that form, Dogman? At least when you copy a support, you're still doing your same job.
Yeah, they were right there towards the very end to finish it up, like every time. They found the opening picks, and then, like you said, Puckett, I mean, on the other side, Demon just able to find two. Loki also was the one to die, unfortunately, to the Fist, and when that happens, okay, great. Hella just needs to find one kill to bring it back. So, you know, it just felt like there just wasn't the consistency there. They weren't able to have the follow through. Like, they found the opening picks, but just couldn't capitalize without any sustain from like a Luna Snow copy or something.
It's also got to be really tough, ZP, when you're playing Iron Fist, you're chasing people, and then all of a sudden you switch back into a really slow Loki. You're like, shit, how do I get here?
Yeah, it's not you think about what people are comfortable on, right? Like, Iron Fist is historically one of those heroes that if you play Iron Fist, you mostly only play Iron Fist. There's not a lot of crossover behind. I play a lot of Loki, but also dabble in Iron Fist. And it's not usually the average player profile, and you saw a little bit as to why, but man, oh man, Oblivione just never giving up. And this is a good testament to anyone that plays ranked where people just hit the forfeit after losing one fight. No, there's always a way back.
Hexagrams in chat. I can't even read that legally. We're having fun here on Rivals Fight Night. So is Luminosity. We're going to a game number 5. And if there's any team willing to go for the all melee match, it may be LG going up against Virtus.pro. Finzi, tell the boys to prepare. It's been incredible so far. Oblivione forcing a game 5. It will be Luminosity's map choice. And I have a feeling we're going to be playing a longer map here, ZP. No way you go to a domination for a third time on the new map, do you?
I don't think you do it on the new map. If nothing else, it is the new map. You are the team that came in here with the historical edge. You are the team that feels like you're the better team. You don't want the wild card of a new map. You just don't have the game time in it. More weird stuff can happen. You want something homegrown, reliable, that you can look back at and be like, yeah, we've played this 100 times and we'll play it 100 times more. That's fine.
Big shout out to Mike Rach. He is the biggest loser in our chat. The worst gambler when it comes to channel points. If you haven't done it already, twitch.tv/Rivals Fight Night. It's the place to come hang out, drop your subs and terrible predictions. Mike's here every week, though. He's like that grandma that just shows up like on a Tuesday to Friday schedule until 4 p.m. just pulling the lever. One of them's going to hit, dog, man. One of them's going to hit.
I don't. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Shouting out the biggest loser is definitely something I love about Fight Night for sure.
yeah, we're getting fun. My man Finzi is eating ramen right now. He needs this win. He's carbo loading, ZP. Virtus.pro is ready to go.
Which again,
where are we going for game 5?
Where are we going for game 5? I'll say this: I will be shocked, like mouth open, if it is Control Krakoa. I don't think that's going to be the case. Personally, I think if you are LG, I don't think you go to a convergence map. I think you go to one of the remaining convoy maps here. I don't think it quite matters which one. I think that is the case where you limit the possibility of like a freak first point hold that can happen more on convergence, and you give something that, if you believe in the consistency of your gameplay, you'll be fine. And also on the same note, you probably first ban Hela, because the series has quite literally shifted since Hela's been played. You've recognized the problem. Get rid of it.
Keep her in the game. She's really fun. You're gonna have to deal with her at some point. Dogman, while we are waiting for our players to choose where they want to play video games, I saw Hexagrams trying to come up with our new tagline that said Fight Night Esports. Esports, how it should be done. I give it like a 4 out of 10. Can you give me something better?
Tagline. I'm not a marketing major. I dropped out of college, so it's
all of us.
I mean, yeah. Marvel Rivals Fight Night. We can't take the what was the old saying from like those boxers whenever like get ready to, I can't say the word because then they'll
people get sued. That's
yeah, we'll get sued for that one. Yeah, I know. Yeah. All right. Well, we see that's the tough part is that we're all about fighting over here. So I don't know. The challenger approaches. I think that's like a Smash Bros thing. So I got nothing, unfortunately, for you, Bucket.
There we go. Okay, the challenger approaches. Chat, beat that. ZP has something cooking. I know he's been thinking about it for 4 weeks. ZP, you want to say it now or at the end of this match?
You know what? At the end of the match. I'm not entirely sure what I'm cooking, but we'll see.
We're going to game 5. Spider Islands is going to be your map. It's times 3 bans and protects. If you're here for the first time in season 2, like we are, there's now 3 bans, 2 protects. What does that mean? You can actually shape the meta of the game you're about to play. We haven't seen you go for like a triple strategist attack quite yet. I haven't played any games where I have 3 bans, so I don't even know if that's legal. Chat, make sure it is. Let me know if I'm wrong here, but I think you can do it. You could do a double strategist ban. Have 4 of them banned last time around, ZP.
Look, I mean, it is a strategy you can do, especially if you're a team that thinks you're a little bit behind and you want a little bit of chaos. I think, though, from what we've seen so far here, Oblivione, they're the team that is on the hot streak right now. The fountain that works for them. They don't want the chaos. And LG, they still feel like they are the superior team. I don't think they want it either. It made sense when we saw it in the NA finals last week because overall, you had a situation where Shikigami was coming in as, may perceive the weaker team for 100 Thieves, and they wanted to shake things up. I don't think either of these two teams want to shake things up right now for very different reasons.
Why not?
Why not? Going into the year, I just think for LG, I think they just believe they can rely on their bread and butter from historical performance.
I'm just roasting. Dogman, I'm ready to get this going here. Bans and Protects are loading up, though. What have you taken away from Europe as ZP quit the show after that comment? ZP, I didn't mean it. Come back.
No, he's pissed. He's livid. The storm is taking ZP.
No. I'm actually, right now, I'm actually telling Avast to be ready to step in because, like, it is storming like crazy. I'm like, oh, God, please, thunder. Like, the god of thunder is outside right now. I don't know what to tell you.
Are you in Minnesota? Where are we living these days, ZP? Can we?
I am in Minnesota. Yes.
Yeah?
That's right. Minnesota. In the suburbs.
Where exactly? Any coordinates for us?
Yeah, geocode location.
What's your mother's maiden name, ZP?
Well, actually, no, we're not going there.
We got our bands ready up here. What's up, chat? That's right. His real name's Andrew. We have Captain America banned 3 times, and now a Psylocke ban coming out of Luminosity. And Psylocke, once again, is going to be banned going into map number 5. So they think they've figured it out, but not banning the Hela means Oblivione is going to say, oh, we're bringing that in to this game again.
Oh, my camera, I didn't realize what happened to the camera. That might have just been from alt-tabbing. It's fixed now. I don't know what I hit.
CP.
Look, I had the call. I had to make sure the backups are ready. I didn't even realize I was
Come up with a better story, like lightning hit my knee and I plugged it in. Guys, it's working again. There we go. All right. We're rocking out with the raccoon again.
Yep.
His ult just so good, or his heals are so good with the ability to shoot people's feet?
Yeah, it's got to be both of those. I mean, that's the tough part. They made, not to say the M word, but Mercy. They just put her in the game. Basically, I'm just gonna say it. Like it's just like this character is just like the hero that you play if you're just like not very talented. And I think that you just pocket your team and you just hold right click. You can just tape right click down and you're fine. Like you don't even need to do. There's a guy that got freaking Eternity playing nothing but heals. He didn't do a single tick of damage.
Dogman, I'm happy we've protected your location because if your location was to come out on stream right now, you would not be able to leave your house after those comments.
Right.
Just like
Dude, no, as a strategist, I respect this opinion. Dogman, let him know.
Listen, man, I'm just you pointed out rabies earlier, and I think for sure, the rabid fan base of Rocket Raccoon fans are gonna swarm at my house. So I'm glad. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I bet ZP feels super smart, by the way, because we're going to Spider Island. You talked about going to Convoy, ZP, and there you go. You're right.
Yeah, I think, again, you just want something consistent, pure and simple.
Yeah.
Iron Fist. Show me more Iron Fist.
It's so easy to feed on Iron Fist, Puckett. That's the thing. Like we saw last game, we saw Naga just went a little bit too far. Same thing with Fate. It's just easy to go all in on this character. Same thing with Nocta. Nocta had the same amount of elims as he had death. He had 11 and 11.
What if we damage boost him this time, though, Dogman?
That could be a vibe. I might be in on that. I don't know.
Let's get weird. Maybe time our stuff together, Luminosity. I don't think you're going to see it. Neither will you see Namor with Hulk out of the game. He's pretty crap. And finally, last but not least, Punny is going to be out for Luminosity. They didn't like him in game 2. They don't like him again in game number 5. This is for the money match. Who's moving on to play Virtus.pro? It's either going to be Oblivione or Luminosity for match number 5 in the finals against VP. ZP, if I'm Mike Rach, where should I put my predictions right now?
You know what? The reality is that Mike Rach actually decides the course of this because whoever he bets on in channel points will lose the game. So there's no winning. But in regards to that, look, you want to see some variety here. We've seen LG versus VP a lot. I'd say put it to the LG side. I'm an agent of chaos. I want a little bit of variety, and I think the reverse sweep story is cool. So see if Oblivione can finish it out, where, by the way, we didn't hit on it, but they got rid of Venom. They're getting rid of comfort picks for LG when they might want comfort more than anything else heading into a map 5.
It's going to be a good one. Even the robot's excited. Dogman, ZP, Oblivione, Luminosity for a spot in the final.
So we're looking into it, and Hella, once again, the story of the match where I do wonder, will you have, if you're LG, do you have regret that you don't ban the Hella if it ends up being like 3 straight Hella maps with 3 straight losses?
I mean, 100% for sure. You're right. It's just, not that Shroud has played bad. I mean, they've had the same amount of final hits on both sides. It's just, like you said, ZP, it's just that one hero pick that's kind of been the staple of the comeback for Oblivione.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because it's not a case of like you can't play well. It's just the other team might be playing way better with that hero. It's kind of like 100 Thieves probably should have banned Groot, even though Vinny's a great Groot, because Krasmane on the other side was just way too good with it, and disproportionately so. But into the game right now, Destroyed down, caught by Forever early. Naga though returning the favor on the Demon. Nocta though, a little bit of cleanup in turn. It is LG on the attack first right now. Oblivione looking to defend, but Forever just getting pummeled, and might be a time for a little bit of a reset, a little bit of a breather right now for Oblivione.
I like the adapting from Oblivione to play the Storm on their side, whereas destroying, it doesn't matter, just walking forward with the rest of the team, and LG recontrol the objective. But right now, the idea of the Storm is just to play together as a unit, right? Enable your front line to get more damage down range. For Luminosity's side, they've got Naga to sort of match that. He just wants to be all over Nocta's face, and kind of did that with the backside support of Destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, this is mission impossible, I feel like, a little bit for the Storm, where you're going to get hit by the Star-Lord at all points. The Hella can always switch their attention over to you. Unless Demon is a huge threat, it's just going to be hard for Nocta to get things done. But here we go, Andre Ko opening things up, fate of both worlds. The Omega Hurricane in reserve. Rajaro, though, says, stop dancing! Takes down Demon. Doesn't quite get the Luna, but the one pick off early on. Meanwhile, Naga takes this guy's Galactic Legend, laying in the damage on the Forever. Omega Hurricane, though, going to be invested here by Nocta, as Oblivione still tries to make something work here on this defense. Psionic Seduction in from Trust Me, into the choke point, pushing Oblivione back, dives on in with Rajaro, and it's just full hold W here for Luminosity, going to get him the first point.
So much pressure currently by Luminosity. Perfect positioning overall as a team, and Oblivione, they're going to need to figure something out, because I don't think it gets any easier in the streets phase of the map for that Storm, like you said. At first, I felt like it was a decent pick, and it's gone. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. You called the ZP. It's like he's just not been able to get much value when he's got everybody running at him.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need a little bit of space as a flyer, and that's a complete no-fly zone. That got enacted just based on the duelists on the other side. So it's over. Nocta onto the Winter Soldier, which did work out reasonably well into last map. I think anytime you got Loki on the other side, Winter Soldier just gets extra value. But Ash opens up here. Emma, again, space here on the point. The seduction, though, has ended, and Destroyed has ended Jake's. In turn, quick pick off from the Hella. Already sets up LG on a good tilt here. And, you know, Oblivione, you can't be giving up this many picks in the neutral. It just makes things real tough.
Oh, nice shots from Damon, though. But yeah, it really does. I mean, Damon, you find one, but how much more can you really find? Nice grab here on the outside, and Forever goes down. Damon's just watching his team melt around him, ZP. Just, it feels like every time we're on his POV, everybody's just dead.
Team? Actual comms being held here. You know, the comms listen and just like, you know, team. But yeah, I mean, I think that's a real problem, because you look at LG, I mean, they're building up a sizable ult bank here, because who needs to expend ults when Destroyed just grabs someone in the first 5 seconds of a fight?
He's popping off currently, and that's the thing about Hella gameplay is in the neutral, like we talked about earlier, you could just get so much value, and now they have those ults ready to go. Naga over the top side as well, forcing out ultimates to match alongside the frontline damage from everybody else. Ooh. Just so much, dude.
Yeah, and you know, while the ultimates get forced out, there's a period where Destroyed is still able to get to the back, find people on the ult, get 2 pickoffs early on, and it's not even a fight. It's just a surgical excision being extracted here by LG, where they have flown through this map here so far. You talk about the idea of warm-up period. Well, I think Destroyed might be a little bit warmed up on the Hella now.
Yeah, he might be, and he's been a staple, a reason why they've been able to continue this frontline pressure. And I think Oblivione's comp, I always wonder, like, Star-Lord feels like such a weird hero where you don't think he individually carries, but he almost doesn't require the same amount of peel that these other duelists need. Like, both Nocta and Demon are on heroes that need that sort of hard pocket to pop off, whereas Naga kind of can just play for his own life, has 2 iframes, just able to live, whereas Oblivione aren't afforded that same luxury. So maybe Luminosity is taking advantage of the current comp.
Magneto, under all sorts of pressure, goes for the Meteor M, gets it off, but just dies, just very far extended. doesn't get the support necessary. Sets up LG for the 6-on-5. Able to walk forward, and yeah, Jake's pops the Fate early. But here we go. Kraken impact in. This fall through going to be there. Nocta gets one. Resets are going to be in motion, but Naga Galactic Legend puts it into that real fast. Here in the back, and that's what happens when the Magneto dies first in the fight. You don't have the Meteor M available to put an end to the Legendary.
Man, this has been brutal for the side of Oblivione. Nocta went a little bit too far forward, trying to find his Destroyed, and they're swapping over to Cap. Maybe this is why we saw the Cap earlier, CP. This could be the turning point for Oblivione with 2 minutes and 36 seconds left.
Avengers assemble. Oblivione going to the good old Captain. Hoping that'll be what makes it happen as, well, it's destroyed. God's death. Takes out his counterpart. Ultimate on point. Oblivione still down one. LG on the way through. But, you know, there's a lot of delay to be had here. They lose two right away, which may stall it out. But that's one thing we didn't talk about. Captain America, if anyone's going to stay alive and be a pain on point, usually it's Cap.
When it's sad because they actually gave up the Bucky team up with him too as soon as he comes out, so that's depressing to see. Meanwhile, Damon in the sky over the top. But dude, trust me, has been brutal on the Emma Frost. I mean, oh my goodness, CP, he's done so much, and nobody's even touching too.
Yeah, that's a speed run. Where, by the way, we didn't even really touch on it because it was so fast. But of all the convoy maps in the game, this is probably the one that is least reliable to cap the last point. It is really, really difficult to get last on Spider Islands. And, well, now Oblivione, they not only need to cap last, but if they want to have a real shot of turning this back around, they need to do it with at least some time left on the clock. So it's a tough spot to be in. And, you know, you think from the player perspective, you know how hard it is to actually make up the momentum here, and yet you still got to go out there anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard to make it up considering as well how we saw this on the on one of the previous maps too, on one of the other convergence maps. I mean, it similarly played it to Convoy, and you know, first point hold came through on the side of Oblivione. It's tough to come back from. Rocket Raccoon, meanwhile, was unbanned, so you could always just change it up with some extra damage or something. But I don't know, man. Oblivione, I'm sorry for calling out your supports earlier, and I thought they were playing poorly. They really weren't. I think it's just, oddly enough, Nocta just doesn't know what to do. It feels like a lot of times it's been tough for him on every hero, and he just needs to find one that works, because no matter what he's on, he's kind of just and I hate to say the keyword, feeding a little bit.
Does that bring back memories at one point where you just the old hair is like, so-and-so's feeding? There's some deep lore with you and that word, but leave that for another time. As we head on in, Oblivione, super quick. Atomo gonna be dropped here.
But changing up to triple strategist, ZP, interestingly enough. We saw that LG did something similar on their defense, but now onto attack playing it is interesting.
Official request to production. Can we please start the Trust Me highlight reel? I have my MVP selected.
The Puckett has spoken. However, so has Oblivione. Really good neutral trade-outs this time around, and Rajaro, it's more about delay at this point. You look at Rajaro's point of view, it's just blue. It is nothing but blue all around, and yet still getting enough support to live for a little while, but not much longer. As you know, it's kind of interesting. You talk about setups here. Oblivione coming out the triple strategist once more, dog man. Was this the time for it?
It might be. I mean, you can just constantly put so much pressure on the back line. Also, you don't have to worry about Nocta dying on Rocket Raccoon. So there's a lot of things that are enabling Oblivione right now, and maybe putting Demon on the Star-Lord was the thing that needed to get done. But, you know, for Destroyed, I just need to see him pop off a Galen Hella, and they'll be totally fine.
Ah, yes. The ultimate analysis, like, look, just pop off on Hella. Meanwhile, Demon, Galactic Legend, Naga, not quite able to hit the ground to get the advantage of the strategist ults in time. So Oblivione up one. Solar Surgeon's Meteor M still on deck. LG, do they invest fights even while down here? That is a question. Meteor M gonna be out first here by Forever, looking for the dunk. Meanwhile, Demon getting on the Destroyed. Counter Meteor M in from Rajaro, finds the Mantis. Not too shabby. Naga, meanwhile, uncontested in the back. The Galactic Legend should let LG hold on here, but we'll see. It's still in contest as Karmic Revival from Andre Ko says, no, this fight's not over yet.
Oh my, Naga. I mean, you're right. Yeah, Jake's is back too, so it doesn't matter how many times you die here right now. Adam Warlock will bring you right back into the fight, and You're going to have all of that pressure. As long as you're finding even one, that kind of enables you. And the Hella into the sky, but can't contest the payload in this form. We'll see how much pressure comes through from it. And it gets Jake. So that Jake's, I think, died 3 times in that fight. And finally, they get the win. LG does.
You know, I've realized here, if we start holding like official Fight Night stats in the stat database, if a team is running Warlock and Rocket at the same time, it really is just legal final blow stat padding for the other team.
Yeah,
that's all I know.
It's so funny when you play against this comp and you're like, how are we losing when we have all of this damage, all of these kills? They're negative, and they capped out the whole map. What happened?
I got 4 picks, guys. What in the world's going on? Well, yeah, but they had 5 reses. It's like, but that doesn't make any sense. You said they have 7 people? I don't know, man. It's just where we're at. Naga, meanwhile, onto the Iron Fist now. Doing decent damage to the strategist in the backline. Only a minute left for Oblivione. The right to get into the money match on the line. LG nearly there. So we see Forever walking on forward. Meteor M close to being built up, and it's been aggressive. Meteor M's by Forever. Demon, though, in over the top. Destroyed, already gone. Fate gonna be used here as Forever so close to getting Meteor M, and nearly goes down. Nearly gets bursted, but gets healed right back up in time. Meteor M now gonna be used by Forever. Looking, does not connect. Meanwhile, Fate popped out here from LG. Rajaro, who's been way more on point with the Meteor M's, comes on in, takes out the Warlock. That's one way. Prevent a little bit of resing. Demon, though, into the back line. Gets on the LG Fate, and of course, Warlock's still gonna res himself as Demon now. Maybe the one to put over the top, but it's very scrappy.
It's very scrappy indeed. They're trying to finally close it out. Draco sitting with the res 2 Forever. Could be brought back into this fight. I'm curious why he's not resing to bring him back into it. Overtime ticks down as well, and
Portal.
LG are still here with on the objective.
Yeah, and LG, I mean, it's yet to get a definitive edge. We are in overtime. Tournament life on the line. Demon, another pick happening. The Portal gonna be dropped here from LG. LG wanting to end this here and now if possible. Fate trying to buy a little bit of time. Destroyed coming in the old-fashioned way, not via the Portal. Gauss of Death gonna be used here. Looking for the Star-Lord, but he's moving in and around, looking for the mid-air instead. Onto the ground, Jake's gonna fall. Demon, though, Galactic Legend used on to the Luna, but destroyed, finding room to work with. Fate still alive here on the Strange, and LG trying to get a little bit of room, but Demon brings it right on back. This is just a brawl that does not end.
Well, they were lacking the healing because, unfortunately, the one who did switch to Doctor Strange was Fate. He was the support player. Also, Nocta, interesting to toss out the ultimate there towards the end. I don't like... I mean, yeah, the cap out here in overtime, but I don't like how Nocta's been using his Rocket Raccoon ultimates. He keeps tossing them to the open. You see a lot of pro players, even in ranked or whatever, just saying, you know, put it around the corner, put it somewhere you can't break it as easily. But, you know, 2 Rocket Raccoon ultimates, not the best to use it there. And that's also what happens when you put a support player over to Doctor Strange, right? You lack a lot of that sustain to continue on in the fight, and somebody's got to switch to Doctor Strange. Just a lot of times you wish it wasn't a support player.
Yeah, sometimes just, well, who can get the Portal out in time and who just died? Well, yeah, that's going to be you, Fate. We're sorry. Just, you know, get your magic skills in. But here we go. Second point underway. 2 minutes left for Oblivione. A long way to go. Trust me, just slams the good captain.
So good.
And his Puckett loves it. Or Puckett, it's not even gonna matter. Like, MVP every day is gonna be Emma Frost if it's a Frost player, but it's destroyed. Takes down Jake's. LG slowing it down a little bit. The Avengers Assemble call comes on out here from Forever, but again, if you're LG right now, Dogman, you're actually good with these really long fights. The clock keeps ticking down.
Yeah, they're totally fine indeed, like you said, ZP, and especially with Jaro on your team, just able to hit this whenever he wants. The meteor over the top, also from Naga. Ooh, I mean, just clean up in the ultimate.
Yeah, and again, the key here for Oblivione, they not only have to win like 2 fights to get to the end here, but they want to have some time left, and the reality is they're not capping this beyond overtime. And even then, they still have to keep on going just to keep the map alive, as Luminosity already capped. So, you know, the stakes are pretty grim.
Rajaro still sitting with the ultimate as well, ready to counter Demon whenever he goes into the sky. Very early ultimate from Sestroid. Goes under and just absolutely shuts down Demon in his ultimate. Who needs Meteor M in that case?
Yeah, it's like Demon reses, but you know, you'll come back with your Galactic Legend. All that aura just got drained. So things get even worse. However,
again,
in the front line, Rajaro goes down. They try and compensate here with the Psionic Seduction in from Trust Me, and it's enough. Sets up Sestroid for the quick pick on the Andre Co. 20 seconds remain between LG and getting their money match rematch versus Virtus.pro. Karmic Rebirth, though, going to be used here by Andre Ko as Oblivione try and get something going.
Well, again, I mean, they're nice res from Mondrako. I mean, he's been so consistent on Warlock, and they're able to get through. But what are we doing, Nocta, man? Stop tossing your ultimate on the cart just for everybody to kill. Oblivione finally working themselves back into this fight. Fate does commit the ultimate a little bit too late to keep his own support alive.
Yeah, but again, I think for LG, they're just sitting here and like, we'll delay. We're in overtime. All they have to have is one of these fights go their way, and Naga says, why not this one? Finds room to work with on the Galactic Legend. Demon goes down. Andreko, though, on the Trust Me. Oblivione, 4 alive. Meteor M dropped. Buys some time for Extra to get back here onto the point. Demon and Jakes are still down. So they drop the Strange Pearl, and yes, Jakes, Strange, in play here. Gonna drop it. Portal has been used, so Oblivione, final opportunity here. Ash, though, going down early. LG still at an advantage. Fate gonna be dropped here by LG as Demon works on the Galactic Legend. Galactic Legend is gonna fade as Luna still keeps on dancing. Jakes is down, and LG on what could be the final fight. Looking to bring it on down. Destroyed with another. The portal may not be enough here for Oblivione. They fought hard, but the fight is just about over. Ash forever down. LG in the money match once more.
I don't want to be toxic, but
do it. Roast him.
I don't know, man. If I were to have, if you know how there's MVPs, I would have a least valuable player in this game. Like, Nocta was so bad on Rocket Raccoon, dude. Like, why is he tossing the ultimate out in the open every freaking time, dude? I mean, he has had a hard time figuring it out. I can 100% respect that. I can understand that. Like, but every map, man, he's just had so many deaths. Has just thrown out bad ultimates, and I don't know. Oblivione felt like they had a chance until that map for me.
Looked like he wasn't familiar with the hero. Don't know what was going on there from a pro level in EU. Oblivione, though, they've got time to reshape their team. It's only week 2 here of season 2, and we got a little sample of what Trust Me can do off of the Groot. We saw his Venom last week. Now he's saying, hey, I've added another Vanguard to my arsenal. Good luck dealing with it. Emma Frost was backbreaking throughout that game. I always felt like Luminosity had the edge. Either someone in the front line or back line was missing from Oblivione. Great job pushing the cart, and even better job playing defense, ZP.
Yeah, and I think the biggest difference in map 5 relative to the previous 2 maps was the neutral game for LG, where Destroyed, maybe came in a little bit cold on the Hela, but once Destroyed got going, you kind of see the logic of why earlier in the series, Oblivione wanted nothing to do with the Hela. It was a matchup that overall was better for LG in the end, even if it took a little bit of time to get going.
And can you pause real quick? For those not familiar, what is the neutral?
The neutral is basically fights you win without investing ultimates, right? Where early in the fight, both teams are just looking at each other, and then you just lose someone before any grand setup, and everything's just ruined at that point because you're down a player, and if you do invest ults, you have to over-invest ults to keep it on going. So, neutral plays, if you could get neutral picks, often from heroes like the Hela or heroes like the Hawkeye, really do so much in aiding your tempo as a team and just winning you more team fights overall.
All right, they said throw this rat enjoyer to the wolves. Lawyer 448 is bullying the Rocket Raccoons in our chat. Rockets, feel free to speak up for yourselves. We know you can aim at short range. ZP, we've got some highlights ready to roll. Dogman, though, I want to hear from you. If you're looking at this series as a whole, who stood out from Luminosity? If you were a GM with limitless money for the Falcons in Saudi Arabia, who are we signing?
Well, man, I mean, the whole team is so good. Yeah, if they had the Saudi cash, I think we're looking at Rajaro. I mean, he on Magneto and pretty much everything looks super good. Trust me, I know how good he is on tank, and you were right, Puckett. I think on Emma Frost, he was definitely top tier, but I just love what Rajaro is able to do on the Magneto. That's the players people are paying right now, too. It's people like Kaluj, people like Rajaro, these incredible Magneto players, because they're not that easy to find, the best ones, that is.
And why is that role so critical? Like, what does Rajaro bring as Magneto?
Well, it's an interesting thing because he has all of the shields, right? He has perfect timings potentially with saving his team. The big thing is that hero has this thing called Meteor M that just one-shots people. So if you're good at hitting it, I mean, you're just immediately the most valuable player I think we could pick up right now for most people. Because there's also not many of them that could do that, right? There's so many good duelist players, but how many good Vanguards really exist?
Let it rip production. We've got highlights galore. This is Rivals Fight Night and your match MVP. We're here with the thickness, aka Trust Me on Emma Frost. Trust Me doing everything for his team. The ultimate, seducing everybody, bringing them up front and center and then breaking them in half, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that a lot too, where you talk about a way to make your duelist look good, right? For setups where you get a clean psionic seduction out there, and yeah, you might not be getting the killing blow yourself a lot of the time, but they're not going to be able to live as you see when also got close quarters, just the power Emma Frost has just by going in the diamond form and just laying some hands. But also, we got some Trust Me classics here this game.
Yes.
A little bit of Venom. As you look here, what happened later on in the series.
The unkillable Venom, by the way. Do you remember he was like frozen, stunned, and still gets out alive?
Look, the symbiote, it gives you a lot of extra endurance, a lot of power. It's why Spider-Man in his black suit era was just so powerful that eventually the writers had to nerf and be like, no, you can't have this anymore. Like, get it out of here. Like, also made him ragey and murdery,
Yeah, Trust Me and Rajaro looking nasty as a duo together, Dogman, and they face off against Finzi and Nevix. This should be a fantastic showdown with the new character in the mix. Do you have any thoughts moving forward? What do you want to see from Trust Me as they take on the champs in a rematch?
I mean, just play the same stuff, right? I just want to see more Emma Frost. I want to see him do the same things that he was doing in this match. And I don't know how you guys keep a straight face with Puckett here, man. I feel like every time he just says something crazy and then transitions to like the perfect transition and everyone forgets he just said the thickness. Like, how did that just happen? And but I'm just like over here dying while you guys are talking. Like, I can't deal with this guy right now.
Yeah, we just giggle a little bit on this show. That's why we're all here. It's Thursday night and our kids aren't here. Let's get into our highlights one more time as you break down the numbers. 34,000 from Trust Me. Rajaro, though, with the 15 final blows to match it. Destroyed really stepping up on the Hella. Might have been the difference maker on the other side. ZP, Oblivione has been here. It's not their last time on the show. Other than fixing their Rocket Raccoon play, what do you want to see between now and next?
I mean, truthfully, I think embracing their strengths a little bit more. I do wonder how the series would have looked if they had just opened with the Hella to begin with, where even in the final map was a little bit of a runway, like they got crushed, but I do think the maps they lost may have looked differently if they went in with the strategy that eventually got the map wins, right? So I think for Oblivione, they kind of had an idea of how Season 2 would play out and how their strengths would look, and they went in there, they had that game plan for the first two maps, and they went, wait, it's not working. So I think for them, they clearly have a good coaching staff. They have more roster depth than the norm in terms of substitutions. I think for them, they're the type of team where a few weeks in on the season, they'll improve them. They'll look way better in the future. And, for now, just figure out what works for them.
Fate never change. Please keep copying Iron Fist. It will work eventually. If not, we'll find somebody else. Virtus.pro Luminosity rematch number 4 at least. Production, let me know. Is it officially 5 now? VP, 5-time champion Luminosity wore the crown. The 1 week VP was out. We're going to a break. When we come back, set EU final. Hit the follow button. Do it right now while you watch the slow-mo of a guy with a bubble getting smashed by a bigger bubble from one Magneto, but then it's a second Magneto named Rajaro with a bubble of his own. It's a meteor of metal, and it's coming down on your dome! Luminosity! 3, 2, over Blue. It didn't even do any damage, guys. Let me show that clip.
From above, hell unleashes into the fist of Naga. But unfortunately, the only thing he's fisting is the spawn door walls. So sad, as my name is not Chris Puckett.
Not
I
yet.
have instead Dogman, ZP, and Puckett. Not yet. Rebranding, rechanging again. Interesting.
It's legal in most states. Just go down to your courthouse. We can get that done for you, dog man. In the meantime, Tempo ZP still has not rebranded in 15 years since being kicked from the Tempo clan, known for their incredible Hearthstone and Heroes of the Storm play. ZP, defend yourself.
I mean, look, what it comes down to is that changing your branding when it's been out there for a long time is surprisingly difficult. That's all I got. But the reality is that I should have gone back like 10 years ago before I started casting and told me then to change. It would have been way easier then. But that's all I got.
Choose where to put your loyalty, kids. I have a video game controller tattooed on my arm. Dogman, we have some champions, though, loading up right now. And what's exciting is we know Virtus.pro were the greatest team in Europe for Season 1. But now we've got some new patch notes. We've got some new characters in the game. We have new team-ups in the game. New meta could change who is going to wear the crown in Europe. What do you see coming our way?
I think I would assume VP is still pretty good. I don't know. It seems like they are a team that adapts. And as you guys know, I mean, you can blame meta all you want if you're in North America in this case, right? Because we watched, like you guys said last week, Shikigami taking 100 Thieves' throne, and 100 Thieves also lost in MRC, so a lot has changed in North America. But in EMEA, it seems like VP is a consistent mainstay, right? They're just so good, top team every single patch. And personally, I don't think they will let that throne go. I don't know.
We're going to take a look here at our bracket. If you're just joining us, we're in the European portion of the broadcast, where previously it was Oblivione forcing a Game 5 out of Luminosity and their dual Iron Fist. Now Luminosity earns the right to play Virtus.pro for $1,000, and after this, Envy comes in with a brand new lineup, but let's focus in on our champs because every time they've been here, when they're not on airplanes, they're dropping dubs. Look at this ZP, a ridiculous streak as they are just powering through the competition.
Look, especially here on Fight Night in general, you got to give it up for Virtus.pro, where they just pick good teams. As an org, it is hard to argue with their scouting. They are dominating in hero shooters or dominating games even vaguely adjacent to hero shooters, and they really did pick a winning squad here so far in Marvel Rivals. But, you know, I'm curious their approach that we're going to see here today, because to me, I feel like if you're VP, change is bad. You don't like change because in Season 1, you were unstoppable. Now, maybe some things will give you more trouble than they did in the past. Already, it seems like Winter Soldier is not as valued as he was in the previous meta. Now you have another really good Vanguard, where Vanguard play was your strength before. I mean, look, it is as likely that we see a Nevix or Finzi come out and just choke slam the victory as it is that VP just bans Emma Frost every game because they were good with the old Vanguards. They don't necessarily need the new.
I want to give a big shout out to the Rocket League homies who are tuning in. Daz said, hey, can I get my crew on here? We're like GM. I said, maybe in a few months. For now, Daz, sit back, relax, and record this VOD because Sparker is about to teach you why you're not ready for the main stage. Fi also ridiculous on the Hella, but Finzi and Nevix, if you're looking at the global leaderboard, they are your top 2 ranked Vanguards. The front line has been ferocious. And to top it all off, Dogman, we have Saipe and Dridro in the back line.
Yeah, this is an absolute monster of a lineup. VP, I mean, we already know Saipe as well as changed roles going into this game, right? He's switched over from being a specialist on the Gengu over to now playing a lot more of the Loki and playing support. So he's done a great job transitioning. I've been teammates with him before. He is one of those guys that just has the it factor. And he's still young, too. He's not one of those ancient guys like the Vanguards for this team.
You played with him?
Yeah, like back in 2016 or something, when he was like 15. A European, I think he's Danish, right? So he's just like, he was a young guy back then. Now he's a little bit younger, or a little bit older. Still young, though.
And he still talks shit to you, Nevix and Finzi. Hold that. Hellfire Gala is going to be map number 1. ZP, you are extra excited about this as the man who not only sets up the matches, but also decides how to make them more exciting. You said, why not? It's Season 2. Let's go to it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, we're coming to the money match. The reality is a lot of people are tuning in to see what is new in Season 2. And it's not just the heroes. It's not the fact that Emma's new or the team ups are different or the meta's different. You got new maps, and we had to force at least one new map per region, and what better time to do it than the money match to see what is in play. And you talk about ways of setting the tone for a series. Well, VP has been good forever, but now you're bringing them to a brand new map where it's more of an even territory for all teams involved. So if LG wants to make a statement here in this series, start out on the new map and make it your own.
Luminosity has taken map off of VP twice. Other times it's been 3-0s, but recently they've been contesting. We'll find out what they decide to do. I do request Virtus.pro, don't ban Groot every single time. First time, let's mix it up today. Let's get weird. Dogman, real talk though, why would you do that?
What, ban out Groot first? I mean, just we don't want to play against him. That's about it. Maybe they like the Emma Frost. Maybe they want to play more towards that hero. And I think ZP had something to say.
I was gonna say, Puckett, beware the monkey paw. You love Emma Frost. You like seeing Emma Frost gameplay in here. You're like, don't ban Groot first. You might be seeing the Emma ban first. Now that you've made that wish, just be careful.
I'm cool with it. Hey, show me some stick man a little bit. You know, some roots. I'm here for it. Vine strikes all the way. If you have been playing Duelist, I highly suggest, if you want to do damage, Groot's the way to do it on the front line. Don't be that one who locks in a third DPS. Learn a new character. It's not that hard. Dogman does it every new game.
Every new game, yeah. Every single game I play something new. You know, that's the strat. It's a lot easier than you think. You're right. You said Bucket. Like I thought Iron Fist was like the hardest character in the world for some reason, like before playing him. And I'm like, wait, this character is just easy as hell. Like he looks buggy as crap whenever he's flying at your face, teleporting into you, punching you in the gut. So it looks complicated, but it's not. All you have to do is hold left click and you just teleport towards the enemy. It's great.
Ooh. I haven't given the fist a run yet.
Try him out. He's basically
oh god, we're going back to the Puck Fist era. That's all I heard here is like, we're going back in time.
No, I was talking to Dogman during the break. He said you don't like you like the gong sound from the haymaker from the thing.
Yeah, the thing.
I love it. You don't like it? There's no dopamine.
I don't know, ZP. Break the break. I hate it. I think it sounds lame as hell. It sounds like you have like a metal pan and you're just smacking it like against the wall.
I'm all for it. I mean, maybe it's because I was raised on like Looney Tunes and whatnot, you know, Cartoon Network when you're home and sick from school and you're looking at it. But like, no, I'm all for the cartoony goodness here. Like, give me the gong sound every single punch. You know, make it fun.
All right, Finzi, get out of my chat. Get into my lobby. It's time to do our bans and protects. I've filled for 5 minutes. I looked down. It didn't really take that long to fill. I believe we're jumping right into this one. If we don't have our players ready, can we show the world why Rivals is so fun? We have a few clips from previous broadcast. The Thing. He was recently added, but more importantly, Venom ZP was given a booty shake, and I spent my 600 whatever coins lattice on it this morning. Have you invested?
Look, I have invested in more ways than one. You know, like if something might have changed with my camera, I don't know. But look, if production's going in the highlights, no. I don't want this. Get Jeff in there. Where's
There's
Jeff?
only like 200 lattice. Yes.
That's great. But if we could also get Jeff, you know, we had a good highlight clip where Jeff and Venom had the strongest team up in Marvel Rivals history.
It's on social media. If you guys missed the cleaning before the matchup, there is a Jeff clip for everybody. I believe this matchup is almost ready to go. I apologize for the delay. Normally our Europeans are way better than our North American players, but this time around Virtus.pro decided they're done pooping. Game on. Bans and protects, Dogman. Where are we going? Is it a group ban?
It could be.
Yes.
Okay. You knew it, Puckett. You knew it.
Also, I love the music that we're getting here. The music here is actually a total vibe that you're getting on the brand new map. Like, you know, maybe it just goes by musical choice, but you know, it's kind of chill, but also, you know, pumps you up a little bit at the same time. But okay, VP, they banned group. Emma still on the table. What does LG come out and ban here? Do they maintain for the pre-series? And no, they don't want to deal with the side lock, which, given what VP's good at, kind of makes sense.
Chinatown Arcade. That's where this music comes from.
Just 3 seconds of head bobbing across the world here.
I would love
to get tweaky with your hands while you do the DDR. You guys know what I'm talking about. All right, Adam's in. Who else is? Lock them in, Virtus.pro, as they protect their Hella? Or... Oh, Torchy. All right, go on, boys. Go on.
Getting too distracted by the music since ZP pointed it out. ZP, VP? Oh, I didn't even put the two together.
There's a lot of P's in here, buddy.
no Psylocks, though. That P we got rid of. Just
okay, good. It makes sense because, like, well, LG, Naga specifically, I don't know what it is. He just doesn't play the hero to the level that Sparker does. And I'm probably as tired of it as any European is, just saying how good Sparker is, because you just hear it all the time. Like, he's the best duelist in the game, yada, yada. I mean, he's that good, but... is he, like, I don't know if he deserves that much praise this early onto the game.
I think he's that good. Okay. I think he's going to be that guy.
Is that guy?
Who was like the fall off?
Jonak.
In Overwatch. I'm trying to think. Overwatch? Yeah, Jonak. Season 1 crushes on, and then a little meta change, and he's not so expensive anymore.
Yeah, I mean, season 1, I mean, there's a lot of changes season 1. Obviously, a lot of people on the DPS end would, you know, say something like Carpe, right?
All the Swedes.
But Venom getting protected by LG, so LG not looking to go away from that. What I find interesting for VP is I'm just saying we don't want to deal with Rocket at all. We don't like what this has done to the game. We don't want to engage in the Rocket shenanigans. But the second protect may be telling. If it's not just a bait protect, it's something they want to play. And they protect the Luna. So to me, this is kind of VP when they're looking for stability. They don't mind the Emma, unless this band comes in as Emma, but they do not like the change in strategist play that Rocket brought in, and they just want to keep that part of the game stable.
Yeah, no raccoons needed, no Groots needed. You are going to get grounded and pounded, I have a feeling, by Nevix and Finzi on the front line for Virtus.pro. Luminosity, what are they trying to do? Make sure you don't flank them while also protecting a Venom. Can they go dive? Why do you have an Atom and a Venom in the same lineup, Dogman?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to play that triple strategist, you can do it alongside really any tanks. And Venom specifically, like you said earlier, Puckett, that character just doesn't die. And I'm interested to see now that, you know, Magneto's banned as well for LG's side. They want to make sure VP can't play that hero. It's interesting to me that they didn't want to get rid of like Invisible Woman or something. I know it's not really a huge priority for people, but that team up with Human Torch is definitely annoying. Giving him the shields in the sky is also annoying. So there's so much value to be had out of Invisible Human Torch. We'll see if VP even want to play that though.
Shout out to Leg Day. He says, Ryu J Hong, great call out. Yep. Savioli made it more than one season. Much love to my guy. Here we go. On board with my guy Naga as he's ready to punch people in the mouth. It's Luminosity taking on Virtus.pro. $1,000 on the line. A best of 5 for the EU finals here. Week 7 of Rivals Fight Night.
So, Dogman, if we're not getting trolled by heroes in Spawn, which is always a possibility until these gates open, to me, it shows like LG really was practicing with the Iron Fist. It wasn't just a let's mess around versus X Oblivione moment. Meanwhile, for VP, it's not a fake out with Torch. They're showing Torch, they're showing Invisible Woman. They might think it's the future. So, distinctly different look from VP. No Winter Soldier either. Once the mainstay of basically every comp they ever ran.
Yeah, I mean, I like the comp from VP, and we already seen how well Sparker played on the Namor. We usually see Naga, like I think Jake was saying last week. I mean, Naga is an insane talent on the Namor. Fist is interesting for sure. I mean, I'm curious to see who's better because I feel like VP's comp theoretically is better, but from what we've seen in practice, LG's has been consistent in terms of getting these dives off.
Well, I think Torch is wildcard. I actually think Torch is ridiculous right now. So if VP has figured it out, it could go pretty bad for LG if they are not a fan of the hero. And right now, just see Phi laying in quite a bit of damage. And it's not so much a flyer hero. Like, it's just slightly in the air, but mostly just in your face, getting healed up, and looking to take advantage of, honestly, very powerful left clicks. But so far, both teams not really committing to much in the way of a full dive, just playing the neutral, waiting for ultimates. But as I say that, trust me, finds room in the back. Dredro and Saipei down, and LG, Dogman, kicking things off big here in Krakoa.
Yeah, to me, it looked like VP were in the driver's seat, forcing out the early overshields from Trust Me's dive, but Naga just sat in the backline the whole time, forced VP supports kind of fall back, and now we're getting a stagger on Nevik, so that's brutal to see for the side of VP. I'm curious to see as well if they're taking advantage of that Gamma Squid bug we talked about earlier, ZP, where Trust Me just LOSs the squid and then it doesn't do any more damage, and first fight goes LG's way.
Can we get some more Naga cam, please? I know he's in a corner, but next fight, the guy hasn't missed any of his abilities right now at ZP. I don't think we've seen a better Iron Fist here on Rivals Fight Night.
On the same note, I think Iron Fist, like, once you're in, you're not going to miss your abilities to it. It's more so he doesn't die after using his abilities, is what I've been seeing from Naga. The survivability has been huge. But as I say that, Naga's dead. I have cursed him into oblivion. Some things you can't survive, which sometimes is a caster talking about you mid-broadcast, but trust me, coming on in. Still looking for a little bit of delay here for LG. Still in control of the point. Rajaro, Psionic Seduction gonna be used. Virtus.pro here from the back. It's destroyed. Finishing off where Rajaro starts. And LG looking remarkably resilient here, Dogman, even as the invisible boundary, buys some time for VP, but certainly not control the point.
Well, it's so interesting that VP has let the Hela go through, and during this whole time, Destroyed has just been able to get so much value on the Hela. Able to escape with his life too. Nobody goes down. Sparker finally opens it up and they're able to walk back into it. So the peel was somehow there for VP's side, and finally they're going to win the fight. And that took so long for them to do it. I mean, they took absolute heroic plays from Sparker and crew to live through Rajaro's ult.
Now, you think about the setup for the next fight. Both teams have pretty much drained themselves here. I mean, Naga is going to have Iron Fist ult in the bank, but overall, you're going to get a relatively clean fight here at the very beginning before some of the Vanguard ultimates come into play. LG, 2 or 3 fights really to set the stage, so they can take their time a little bit on the setup.
They really can, and any space you can get on Hela, you'll 100% take advantage of because of how much value this Hela can get. Meanwhile, Finzi, early ultimate to peel on the point. Nobody's even here. I mean, he's just kind of caught out now, needs so much support. The bubbles as well from the Hulk, and that results in the backline 5 finally able to get online. You talked about the Human
Oh,
Torch
the
being a
damage.
wild card. Yeah, I mean, it's so much damage close range. This character can just pump so much out onto you.
It just feels like the world's slowest flake at times. It's not like Torch is like particularly fast, but you just see Fi's like, all right, I'm afloat slowly behind you, but if you don't see it, goodbye. And, you know, Fi was just able to get to the back line, get the strategist pick, and, you know, it's not really flashy. It feels like not a lot of action has happened in the last minute, but VP has almost evened up the game.
I was just looking at the comp guys. It feels like once VP has the point, they have the ideal defensive setup. So now you just got to have the ult advantage going into round 2, right?
Pretty true.
Yeah,
I mean, you have to push into Torch neutral play. You have to push into the more squids. It's not easy to roll into this. And certainly, I mean, Trust Me has to run through the gauntlet. But here we go. Sparker sounds the horn, moves forward. Trust Me down by me. Meanwhile, gonna go Supernova here. Drops some fire tornadoes in the back. Luna gonna dance to it. Doesn't mind the heat. There's a Torch. Has to work all the way to the back. Sparker, meanwhile, dancing around the squids. Gonna go into the bubble, take a little bit of a reprieve as Naga's looking for the pickoff. Saipei was able to get on the Fate. And VP, hold on strong, just using the invisible boundary. Stay healthy and whole on the point. And LG, despite the good start here, Dogman, the finish somewhat lacking.
I always thought that, well, the big reason we didn't see Torch, I think, in the previous maps is maybe over here in EMEA we don't have that many good Torch players. I think that Fi specifically proved that he can play the hero to a high level. I mean, sure, the first little bit, like, he was kind of struggling, but I mean, what do you do if you're on the other side on a Hela and you just like, you're supposed to be the counter to this Human Torch, but he's got all of that verticality cover. He has all of this objective to play around. Fi was like unkillable, man. It just seemed like he was able to get away with the slam so often.
All right, so LG, good start, rough end to the game. We'll see if any change-ups happen here for them into this next round. And it looks like that may be the case because, trust me, they're putting the Venom to bed, bringing out the Hulk, deciding we too want our radioactive squids. And I mean, Naga and the more, it's hard to argue with it, right? Given Naga's overall hero pool, I feel like the Iron Fist may be a little bit more experimental, but sometimes you just got to run what the other team is showing you is good. One key difference here, though, in terms of who's playing what, is that LG does not look like they at all want to mess with the Torch.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like, oddly enough, I don't remember if it was Destroy that played earlier or Naga, but I feel like Naga would be a good Torch player. In this map specifically, though, this is probably Torch's worst map. So I think if we see Luminosity lose this one, I don't know if we'll see much more of this specific matchup with Destroyed on Hela, because the Hela should be able to dominate on this map. There's not as much cover to fly around besides these trees. After the trees get deleted from the sky, there's like nowhere for this Torch to go. So I'd be curious to see if LG take advantage of the comp.
Naga's so close to getting a pickoff here. LG getting VP back. However, VP, they don't like the way it's going. They drop the Psionic Seduction, slow things down a bit, and Finzi, right place, right time, offers a lot of control to the fight. LG now just getting pummeled on all ends. A quick point cap going the way of VP.
I don't mean to be a doomer, ZP, but I think it might be kind of over for LG's comp.
Oh,
man.
God. We have gone so far back in the time. This is like a vast stream circa 2018 where everyone's all there. Like, someone loses the first round or first fight in a control round. It's like, it's over. It's absolutely over. There's no way back. Like, it's done. Oh, Lord.
But, I mean, Puckett called it earlier, dude. The Human Torch defense is just brutal to go against. And, I mean, they could get it done. Fi with the tornadoes hasn't gotten, like, direct value necessarily, but he's creating so much pressure. And now everybody's stuck on the inside, and they're all burning to death.
They're stuck on the inside burning to death. That's usually what happens. You get stuck into a burning building. It's not ideal, but Fi definitely putting out the damage. LG, you definitely see the problem they have of trying to get in, where you're navigating the ocean, you're navigating the fire. You know, water and fire both work against you. But if you get the pick on the Torch, like Fate just did there, suddenly things go way better for you. You can put all your focus on the Sparker. You now got the 6-on-4. And VP, Nevix is going to burn ult do a little bit delay, and a little bit be the operative words. It does not last long. Dredro, the Fate was a little bit mistimed. Wasn't enough to keep Nevix in Hulk form. Warren, though, coming out here from Sparker, takes down Naga, and, VP, they're investing resources here as respawns come back on in via the portal. They don't like giving up fights for free, dog, man.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. I just think that the portal, it just offers so much value. Oh my God, almost connects onto the Lunastone in the middle, but there's Already no time left now for Luminosity, who committed the ultimates and still lost. So ZP, that portal was insane from Virtus.pro, and now they're just staggering this Hulk out. They're not going to have him for this last fight, potentially, man. They have no more ultimates. LG, what a tough spot to be in.
Here comes the portal, and this is also, you think their portal is, maybe it gets out. Oh, it's destroyed! He just walks up, cuts the flame, touches the point, and then properly times the Goss of Death. What a masterclass by Destroy to keep this going. And that's enough for LG. They get on the point. Naga gets the pick. They'll get control, but 1% to 99, still not easy to deal with. And Trust Me needs to get out of there. Stat.
Yeah, right now, easier said than done to pick off Fi. Fi now over to the Iron Fist, swapping off the Human Torch. I mean, he's only died twice, I believe, in this round, and both times it's resulted in VP going back to the spawn. So that's the pick he needs to find, but with Fi and how he's playing, he's just going to play all these angles, play all these corners, play out of LOS, and it's going to be hard to deal with.
All right, so VP, they get 3 solid attempts on this. Fi going for a little bit of pressure onto Namor, and Namor says no. Water quenches the fire with a little bit of trident on the side. So 6 on 5 right now for LG. Naga, meanwhile, dropping the horn. They get Dredro right after. The old 1-2, Trust Me, goes in after the whale. Enough to get rid of Luna, and just like that, very efficient fight from LG here, Dogman.
It's going to happen again, right? Nice kick off from Fi. Oh, that's so bad coming into it, man. Oh, no. I mean, you have ultimates now. They have to hold on versus VP, who I'm sure are kind of working this current puzzle of this defense out.
And the interesting thing here, too, is Fate has to find a Luna the copy. Their Luna went down early, so, okay, Fate's able to do it. Gets the Fate, or copied Fate out. This will buy time for LG for Trust Me to get back in, drop the feast. VP still waiting on strategist ults of their own from Dredro. Vinci, though, on the point. LG still in control. 5 burning Trust Me down. Right in his face. Tornadoes galore. Luna, though, still dancing here for LG. LG looking to get the pressure here on the 5. Fi just barely able to stay alive as you get the Psionic Seduction in from Ajaro. 2 down for LG, and LG now bleeding out on all ends. Sparker has the whale, might be able to just end it here and now. Is LG right now struggling to find anything to stand the point. Whale gonna go down, point blank, and that should be it. VP coming in strong here on control Krakoa. We'll see if there's any delay, but right now it's looking like this one is done, and it is.
Did LG use their portal earlier? They must have, right? Because I think Fate tried to swamp to it. Yeah. So yeah, that was just going to be done no matter what. ZP, we talked about earlier. I mean, it just looks so good right now. VP, regardless of the meta they're playing, they just have a death grip right now on the throne, and LG, really tough map for them.
Yeah, and I think, again, the storyline to me that's interesting here is viability of where Torch is. I think there definitely is a defensive bias. I think, what Puckett brought up is just like, yeah, you got to push the more Torch. Yeah, it's not great. I do wonder if LG, with their general aversion to like messing with it, decides that they want to ban it from here on out. I mean, look, it's a 5-map series. You got time to adapt, but it's a rough baptism here to the new VP.
Virtus.pro gets game number 1. That means it will be Luminosity's choice. But as we take a look at the highlights, it's exactly what I expected from the front line. Every time Finzi is in danger, jumping into action is Nevix on the Hulk. Fantastic work from Fi on the Human Torch. And for those who don't play it, Dogman, can you kind of explain his abilities? Like, why is the Torch a dangerous character that we could see more of tonight on Rivals Fight Night for Season 2?
Yeah, we were talking about a little bit about the hero in the green room. I think the big thing about Human Torch is he not only can dump a lot of damage downrange, right? Similar to Punisher. He can just absolutely be the highest damage dealing character in the lobby. Not only can he do that, he can also, secure those eliminations himself. He can just dive in there, 1v1 an Namor, 1v1 whoever, because he can just 2-tap your face. It doesn't matter. He's got the shotgun, and it can just shut you down on top of having overhealth now from his slam. So there's just so much added to this character slowly throughout, a couple patches that has made him truly viable. Because I think originally when the character was released, he, wasn't so strong. And yeah, now with just this constant ramp up, right, that he's had. And really, we only saw Fi die whenever he was just out of position.
Yeah, there's the downside of playing is you're probably going to get tapped out of the sky a few times. fight, ridiculous movement, fantastic support. It's Virtus.pro who takes the end of round 1. After they get the point, they don't give it back. I think you're going to see Luminosity go back to what we saw last week, avoid the dominations. Maybe play a little bit longer map where we could full hold them potentially, and then maybe push past checkpoint 1. ZP, you know this Luminosity squad. What do you want to see from them?
I think for LG, I think you completely hit the nail on the head, right? Like, get away from domination. But on the same note, I also think start adapting to what the new VP is doing. Like, it's not the VP of old. They're not coming at you with Winter Soldier. I think at a bare minimum, you don't necessarily need the banned Torch, but I do think you need to get rid of Invisible Woman at a minimum. I think it's a combination of the two. Because if you're playing the Hela, I think dealing with a non-force armor Human Torch is actually totally fine. I think giving up the both of them is just giving up too much durability to a hero that in an ideal form right now just kind of wants to get into your face, right? So for me, for LG, even more so than the map, I want to see some adaptations in the next draft.
Okay, as we take a look at the bans and protects coming up here, Dogman, Hulk, is he viable without Namor? Or if I ban Namor, am I getting a 2-for-1?
I mean, the changes Hulk got weren't like insane by any means. I mean, he moves a little bit faster, and did he get a health buff too? I'm trying to remember, but there was a couple things that happened to Hulk to make him sort of a good hero. And you know, a lot of times Hulk, you can play him without the Namor if you really want. You just need to not feed. I think that's the big thing. We see constantly so many Hulk players, at least I do in ranked, just be terrible. And you know, at the end of the day, just don't charge in there, because just because you have a 1,000 or a bajillion HP or whatever it is that Hulk has now, you just can't int, right? And Nevix did a good job of doing that. I think also, you talked about it earlier, the backline of VP is so good, man. I mean, both Saipe and Dridro are unbelievable players, and I think that's also a large reason that VP have been dominant, because they could just keep everybody alive at all times and not die to a Venom dive on their own side.
Right, dance floor was always flowing, some fantastic work back there. Keep your eyes on the supports, aka the strategists here in Rivals Fight Night. Big shout out to everyone who has made their return. And if you're here for the first time on twitch.tv, do me a favor and hit the follow button. If you're on Kick, this is our first night of Rivals Fight Night on Kick. Hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, subscribe button. ZP, if you're on TikTok, what button's on that thing?
I'm not sure we got the button up today. I think that was an ongoing project where it might be a next week thing, from what I understand. I don't know. That'd be a Hex question, but I'm like 90% sure that the button was not pressed today. But
no, it's up there. It's up there. It's in the internet. Keep searching. It's your fault, not ours. We're going into game number 2, Luminosity. Looking to answer back. If you watched a week ago, this is where they did it. They did it early in the series against Virtus.pro. As the series went on, VP kind of established more and more dominance. So I'm thinking you got to counterpunch with your best map, your best mode, your best comp. And if I'm thinking of how to slow down Virtus.pro, what do I remove, Dogman?
Domination, first of all. Just can't really play that. I think they didn't look the best on an anyway Luminosity earlier. It's got to be that. I mean, I think what ZP said earlier, kind of get back to the basics almost. Go to a convoy. I think go to something like that, and I think they'll be in a good spot. So we'll have to see what Luminosity want to do. Maybe
character ban though at this point.
I mean, they banned Psylocke earlier. Could you maybe ban the Human Torch, like you said? I think what ZP mentioned with Invisible Woman. I mean, that's something they could do.
Ooh, the strategist bans. Yes.
I mean, that's the thing in this game. I feel like strategists kind of rule the meta. Like, you can kind of play whatever you want strategist-wise. If you get rid of, I don't know, there's so many good ones, right? We have Rocket Raccoon, who's good. He's just an unbelievable healer. You have Invisible Woman, who's also good. She's not even, like, the mainstay of the meta necessarily. You have Loki. You have Luna Snow. All these characters just don't die. And that's the main thing about the meta right now, is that no characters...
Sorry to interrupt you, Dogman. Beefy. We had Beefy Bread. Beefy Bread just hit a Prime sub. There was Beefy Bread with a Prime sub. They get their name on our screen for no money. They just spent $0. They just used old Jeff Bezos' new CEO's money to give it to ZP so that he can get more Luna Snow background. Sorry, back to you, Dogman.
Yes, that's exactly right.
What other professional broadcast can you get your name shouted out in a tournament? I mean, there's not a single one. There's not a single one. This is how unique Fight Night is. So you gotta press your Prime subs right now, honestly.
Get it done. We're going to Krakoa. Just kidding. That was done. We're going to Midtown. game number 2, Luminosity's turn, and they are going to try and push this cart as far as they can go. ZP, getting around the first checkpoint, normally pretty easy for our pros. Do you see any issues for LG at the start here? They're on the attack knowing they picked the map.
I think if they let through the Torch Namor combo, again, you can get rid of the Namor here too, but if they let both through, I think that's actually going to be a problem. I think as a defensive setup from the duelist on the other side, it's not something you want to go into. I think for LG, they like things a little bit more when they can run things like Venom, make things a little bit scrappy, have room to work with in the back, and not have to just, go through just an enormous checklist to figure out, oh dear God, how do we even get this fight started, right? So, I think for LG, the draft is going to be paramount if they're able to even get through the first point here, which, by the way, can be a bit of a slog at times.
Stacy's Owner 01, lobby full of unks right now. Are you talking about the players? You talking about the casters? You talking about the chat? Yes to all. Virtus.pro, Luminosity, here are your bans from the previous map. We're going into map number 2. Time for some convergence, and Virtus.pro, for the 32nd time in a row, has banned group. We just want them to do it in a different order, dog man. Just don't do it first. Like, switch it up on me. Give me a little bit of hope. Psylocke on the other side is gone. Luminosity choosing to protect Star-Lord.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting doing that. I mean, maybe this is for LG. If any team would try and go more triple strategist, it would be them. Star-Lord is still played pretty heavily into that. For VP, what I'm curious on is a Torch. It is. So I think what we saw from VP and Domination is still going to be what we're going to see from them here on Convoy, unless LG, please make the adaptation.
Sorry, ZP. T-Bone Lambo TV is right here. I don't know if you noticed. We got to stop, acknowledge T-Bone Lambo TV. All right, sorry. Continue here. That was a raccoon gone, and
it's going to be every single. By the way, every sub, is that really going to get called out? We're going that far?
Yeah, it happens on this show. It's crazy, dog man. We've done it 141 times.
That's insane. That's crazy.
Okay, I don't know if we need the followers goal started. All right, that's a little far, mods. All right, that's a stretch. That's a little stretch. All right, let's get back to business here. Venom is going to be protected by Luminosity. We're going to see some more Trust Me fun and a lot of dancing. Do you get rid of Loki with your final ban if you're Luminosity? It's been your personal go-to in the previous series.
Honestly, if you get rid of the Loki, you kind of give away. They have liked running Winter Soldier here and there. You're not going to have the option to do it. The thing is, though, for LG, I don't think they have an aversion of running it themselves. So I don't necessarily think they're going to get rid of the Loki. Again, I'd like to see. They've already gotten rid of the Invisible Woman, so they've hurt the Torch value. And okay, they still really don't like Cap. I don't know what happened to them in the scrims.
He whooped their ass in scrims. I guarantee.
Yes, there had to be some terrible scrim story because they literally opened the day. Fuck it, they opened the day just banning Cap from the get-go. There's some trauma that occurred. That's all I know.
Dogman, what do you know about Cap that we don't?
I've just heard in scrims there's some gross comps where you just play Cap and you just run it down on people just all the time. Cap doesn't die, and that's the big thing, I suppose. Also just pumps out so much damage. Also gotta talk about how I keep mentioning how ZP's smart. I gotta stop doing that, man. I'm glazing the heck out of this guy.
Yeah, don't do that. Sorry, interrupting this broadcast to let you know that Line Pro has subscribed with a tier 1, a 142nd subscriber here on twitch.tv/Rivals Fight Night.
Also, I'll note Line Pro was very helpful in getting Rivals Fight Night off the ground. And when I needed team contacts in EU,
Sorry, ZP, we've moved on from him. It's now on Arf's turn to subscribe to the channel.
Okay. Where's the appeal to production? We need a leash for Puckett, just right in the end. Stop it. We must end
10 people here. This is a big stream, dude. You know how many people are just gonna sub after mentioning that? You're crazy.
Hey, listen, I'm here for the money. Come on in, family. It's Rivals Fight Night.
Well, you know who else is here for the money, Dogman? Virtus.pro, because they've won it every single time they've played here at Rivals Fight Night. And they've changed things up from week to week. They got a new Vanguard in town with Emma Frost, backed up by the Human Torch. But they're still running it even without the Invisible Woman team up, so they just think it's that good.
It is. I mean, it really is that hero. It's just going to be harder to keep him alive because it's going to mainly be on Dridra, right? It's hard to hit the kind of sky shots on Saipe's side, but as long as he has that defensive backup with the clones, you can always sort of fall back with your slam. So that hero definitely still viable without Invisible Woman.
And LG off the pick, able to get Phi down. And look, you just think about last map. That probably doesn't happen if you have the Invisible Woman shield to go upon with it. So,
yeah.
And it's not just the team up shield too. It's also just the actual like mini Invisible Woman bubble that you get with it too. So a little bit more difficult here for VP on the attack as we see Rajaro just getting pummeled in the corner. But the support play quite good for LG, keeping him alive as quick God of Mischief going to be popped here by Fate. As both teams, I think, Dogman, about to start some dancing.
Yeah, they're ready to go. Saipe obviously going to wait till the very last second to pop it. About 8 seconds left, and then he's going to utilize that ultimate, and there it goes early. Naga does match it on the side. Interesting counter by him. I don't know if he needed to pop the ultimate in this case.
A lot of dancing in the building going on right now. The observing nightmare that is going on, but destroyed. Getting caught by Nevix. Nevix, Hulk smash. It's a way of summing that one up as Nevix just keeps going.
I just don't get why Naga committed the ult. Maybe with the damage boost, they thought they could get something, but just wait a little bit longer and you could easily find maybe at least another support ult out there. But just try to commit that super early, and now VP setting defensively with their very own tornado coming up. Oh my god, interesting portal placement right into our camera.
Right over and in. The portal is out and LG is in. Rajaro, Meteor M. Can he dunk one more time? Looking, no dunk to be had. Nevix Meal popping the ult. Destroyed though. Finding room to work with on this Hela. Gets 2 even as the fate comes out. So Dredro not out in time to save him. And Destroyed just saves the goddess of death. Hey, I might be going down. No. I'm going back into the sky.
He's been so good, man. I think Sestroid has been the consistent player for LG, just able to find the opening picks consistently. Meanwhile, Naga gets picked up on the side. Really aggressive from LG. They're trying to win it here and now. As Phi commits the supernova on the backside, does trade it.
Yeah, and for LG, you lose your Emma here. You've lost a lot of your protection. Okay, you've lost your Magneto. You have no Vanguards left. You have nothing to save you for poke damage. Run. The answer is run. The point likely lost. Maybe there's a world where they get a little bit delayed, but it's gonna be tough. Trust me, actually swapping over the Venom to try and get back to point earlier, and does get back in. So LG, they delay just enough time for the Vanguards to get back in. They get a little bit of delay here. It's still a losing fight, given that they lose Naga, but you still gotta remove the Venom here to actually get the point, and well, they've done it.
Yeah, the damage output of VP is so much with this Namor and Human Torch combo. And I'm not even that high on Namor, to be honest with you, but it's kind of just Sparker on Namor is just him. He's just kind of like, over in NA, we have Delena, who's kind of also insane Namor. And really, Sparker just does so much damage, so much output onto Luminosity's side. They need to get a hold here in the streets phase of the map. Obviously, VP have ultimates you have to burn through, and LG just haven't figured out this sort of back and forth right now. We'll see if they can here.
VP getting through first, moderate time. 2 minutes to get through second here. Naga opening things up here with the Galactic Legends. Destroyed though, just got plunked right as it started. But, Naga, a little bit of revenge. However, Nevix chasing it down in turret, courtesy of Saipe. The Horde getting blown here. VP still looking to take a bit of an edge. Got Luna doing a little bit of dancing right now. Fate gonna follow up that dance with an Encores. Trust me, gets on the Sparker. So, okay, LG getting a little bit of stabilization here. The respawns are going to be back in here in just a moment. And if you're VP, you might back out for a bit here. Let this dance run its course.
Yeah, definitely wait it out. And as long as you can deal with, oh my god, early ultimate from Trust Me 2 on the inside. They're trying to find these delays, but now they're going to get caught out.
Yeah, you're really overextended for that. You're running into the torch out. Rajaro tries to end it, drops Meteor M, and does not get the pick off. The support is there here for VP. The fires are burning, and Naga is roasted alive as VP get the pickoffs, led by the torch, 3-0. And LG, we'll see if they're able to delay here on the point, but Portal should still be on cooldown and might not be happening.
What a heads-up play from Dredro there. If they find a stagger, that's brutal, but the hard pocket's coming through. Here comes the Star-Lord, just and the portal too, but can they even touch? No, it's so late from LG. Now we move into the third phase of the map, but that was a heads-up play by Dredro just to go into the passive skate away from the Meteor from Rajaro. We've seen him connect in the previous series, and Rajaro not able to find the same value as he did in the last one. 2 minutes and 30 seconds now, ZP.
Overall, all, I gotta ask, are you liking the Star-Lord pick so far here from LG? Like, you think about the differences between teams. You know, you got Star-Lord, Hela versus Torch, and you know, Namor on the other side. Like, what are your thoughts?
I mean, theoretically, I feel like it should be good. I don't mind. I don't like playing against a good Star-Lord player. It feels like they don't do anything most of the time, but the ultimate does so much. It's just able to get so much value with just the aimbot in the sky, right? So we'll see if he can get that same value. I don't mind it. We'll see if it can pan out.
Nearly getting 5, forcing him down to the ground where he just has to use the meteor strike to get right down. And oh, the ult running out of steam as Destroyed picks up 2 towards the very end. High Goddess of Death value here. Sparker tries to turn the tide with the horn, but not quite going to be enough. LG there immediately with the Fate, and Naga, ooh, heard you talking about Star-Lord, gets the cleanup there at the very end. So LG, nice stabilization, and you know, they have silently burned a lot of time off the clock. It is only 1:30 left now for VP.
That is the benefit of the Star-Lord, is that we're going to constantly see him go in with the bubble, right? Just get the blasters. Pretty straightforward gameplay loop, I think, we see out of Star-Lord, whereas on the other side for VP, a lot more in that neutral, like we talked about, is more important for them. Here comes the early 5 matched by Naga in the bubble.
He waited for it. He says, I'm going to quench your flame. Just goes up there. That was a calculated crushing set up by Naga. Ult for ult, but one way better against the other in the head-to-head. Fate, meanwhile, going to use Fate, his namesake, here on the point. A little bit of dancing to keep LG alive. Meteor and in from Majaro does not connect. Virtus.pro now. Knocked back a little bit, waiting for Fi to get back into the fight. Sparker dancing in the regen domain, connects! Gets Naga out of the sky, sets up VP now for the 6-5, but they lose Finzi. I think you like that trade if you're LG.
Yeah, you don't mind it. Although they do give up some space, they still have Rajaro here on the cart. Deep whale into the backside, matched by a support ult.
Deep whale. That's not just a normal whale. It's going deep, but in this case, the fall through not there. Destroyed, meanwhile, able to get a little bit to high ground, taking Fi out of the sky once more. VP just getting completely gummed up here on the 3rd point, looking for any way of causing momentum, and Nevix is down and they have nothing to bank. This should be a hold, I feels like.
It really should. I mean, VP have nothing. Finzi gets staggered. Sparker with the elim. I mean, he's been able to do that so consistently. 2 seconds, 1 second. Anybody get touched? They do have somebody touching, but they're down Dritro to Saipe with the copy coming back. He's going to go down. Overtime. You got the hold here.
He didn't even get a person to copy, then start the dance.
Portal, though.
Oh, boy. And trust me, goes on in, and that is it. The hold here on last. And look, it was LG's map choice. And we've seen this before earlier in the day, where just because you got a hold before last doesn't mean...
Corbo, whoa! Thank you for watching Rivals Fight Night.
Somebody kill Bucket, man.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a little bit harsh. Like, first you're trying to talk about get the support off this team. Now, like, you know, deep 6 Puckett, but, you know, look, we'll see what the attack goes here from LG, because it might
You're
be
not going to say
hold.
thank you? Have you ever thought or tried to say thank you?
No.
To Corbo for the sub?
Oh, yeah. Is Corbo working in the chat going to say thank you? For the shout out?
No. We owe him a thank you. Thanks,
we owe him a thank you. He's getting his name broadcasted to thousands of people.
Dog man, it cost him $5. It was an investment in happiness.
Actually, no.
That is not a lot of money.
Twitch subs have deflated, Puckett. Like, maybe you don't know the price of groceries. You know, you just up your ivory tower, but it's actually $6.99 now.
Yeah, how much is a gallon of milk, Puckett?
On Instacart, $5.49.
Oh God, he's using Instacart. Okay, moving along here as Puckett, you know, continues to host for the ivory tower. LG, good defense in the last round. VP though, we'll see if they're able to have an even stronger defense. Where overall team comp wise, they're not changing much, Dogman.
No. I mean, it's interesting, Puckett, ZP, that you mentioned the Namor earlier, right? The difficulty with the Namor versus Star-Lord in this matchup is that it's very hinged on hitting your right clicks. And versus Luminosity's comp, Naga's flying all over the place. The guy that you're trying to match is in the sky, flying all over you in the blasters, teleporting back and forth. And it's very hard to hit the right click on Sparker to get that. That's where a lot of your damage comes from. And we know Sparker is the type on Namor to hit those shots, and he's been somebody that could play the Namor to that level, but it's going to be hard versus Luminosity's comp.
VP right now looking to hold firm. Shield getting broken here for Finzi, so Finzi gonna have to take a step back. Neutral pull coming in from LG, rather strong here at the moment. Meanwhile, Fi in the building. Flyer, doesn't matter. Up close and personal. Helping Sparker get that early pick. So LG now down 1 as Rajaro's just getting torn apart in the front line. Down the Fi on the other side. Looking at Sparker, but Fi. The torch just hovering ever so slowly, causing doom.
Cuz Lightyear, welcome to the family. Back to you, Dogman.
This guy, I'm literally losing my mind over here, dude. I'm like thinking about the game, and here comes Puckett from the top ropes. He's like, by the way, thanks for the Prime subs. 5 big booms for my dead grandpa. That's what Puckett sounds like.
Boom! Boom!
Oh boy. Well, here's what's interesting about the actual game, which we're currently watching, which is that LG has been struggling to get things going here on their attack. Sparker, though, almost in a heap of trouble, gets the support on his way. Nelix is like, I got you. Walks on over. Blinds up a little bit. Sparker, meanwhile, still laying in damage here. Squid army right here with them. Radioactive squid out there somewhere. But Nevix getting super low. 30 HP, and yeah, time to go back to banner. LG, they have a full ult bank. Here comes Naga, dropping the Galactic Legend. But meanwhile, Dredro says, I'm gonna dance it off. I'm not that worried. However, you got the seduction coming on in from VP as they try and slow things down. All ults being burned here. Everyone's electricity is flowing. But Rajaro with 3, now 4 as LG. They win the ultimate showdown.
Yeah, this is a bit of a last meta approach from VP with these flanks on the Namor. It's just they took a bit more of an active approach. I think LG that fight with taking out that flank, making sure they could pick off Nevix. Portal, by the way, was available. Not going to actually utilize it here, knowing they're not close enough. Second phase of the map, but they took a bit more of an active approach there, ZP, trying to make sure Sparker couldn't sit on those off angles, force Nevix to come and peel, and they took care of the Hulk that fight.
Bye. Right back in the fight. VP trying to buy some time for positioning to make every bit of the streets phase here painful. The fire, though, getting quelled a little bit now. Fi back to normal Human Torches. Nevix walked on in, got pummeled, but was able to save the ult in turn. So VP, you know, it's interesting how this plays out, Dog, where you see just the torch making areas of ground like hard to get through, and VP just slowly backs out.
Yeah, I like this from LG though. They're constantly pressuring Nevix. If you can find this Hulk, that's sort of the weak link I think for VP right now. They need to make sure this Hulk is not comfortable, forces those bubbles out early, and I mean, I just like the matchup for LG right now because Destroying could take care of the squids on Hela.
LG right now trying to figure out how to get through this choke point. 3 minutes here to do it. Galactic Legend in from Naga, and usually that means you look for the torch, and you look at Fi's like, no, I'll take a quick hidey hole here to the left. Like, I don't want to deal with that. This man's screaming, he's in the air, he's shooting. Naga, though, blaster barrage there towards the end, looking for a little bit more extra damage. Rajaro, Meteor M, is it going to connect? No. Meanwhile, Finzi, off the seduction, gets on the Fate, sets the tone here for VP. They withstand the ultimate barrage from LG.
This is River. Welcome to the family.
ZP, if I just ignore him, does he stop or?
No, it happens more. Dogman also Mub says hi, Dogman, with a sub.
I don't even know who that is. Who is that person?
Well, that just makes you a bad person. Like,
I'm
you
just
know this person
bad guy.
that's adding support. Like, come on, man. But bye. Getting ready to ult, denying the staircase over to the left. The control coming out from Torch, actually ridiculous here for good. Drop Supernova, and again, even if this is a kills, Dogman, it just buys time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this ultimate is hard to utilize, I think, and Fi, like you said, just buying time with it, just kind of forcing away Luminosity and building up the support ults all the while, and has taken so many eyes off of LG on this engage. They've not figured it out at all.
Not one bit. However, trust me, decides time to pop the Emma ult. Look for a way through. VP, again, masters of disengaging, getting out there. Naga having to take reprieve into Regeneration Domains, destroyed. Drops the Gods of Death and actually gets the Luna, one of the biggest picks you can get. Gives his life for it, but that's a trade you take any day of the week. And here comes Naga, Galactic Legend good to go. Not needed to put Torch back into the ground. Now, we're deep diving right now, looking for the God of Mischief, who is desperately trying to run away. Down goes Mr. President.
Yeah, rest in peace to the President. Now VP on their attack, or sorry, defense. comes back through with ultimates, right? Nevix can kind of create that space for that backline, and like you said earlier, ZP, they've done such a good job. Early ultimates by LG, though, to take advantage of the positioning.
Naga trying to keep the momentum going forward. VP, though, they're going to dance their way on through it. Nevix diving on in, looking for a little bit more. VP still looking healthy and whole. LG, though, responding with fate of their own. And now you got to look to Rajaro. All the stage has been set here for a huge Meteor M. He's good to go. 99%. It is up. Where's this Meteor going to go? Sparker holding on to the horn in turn. LG, though, they have the Meteor M. They're looking. They're waiting. You got the ult on the other side. No one downside. Nevix, meanwhile, getting bursted in turn. Gets the bubble, though, to stay alive. And the horn out. Fi able to get on Rajaro. VP getting the picks they need. Only 10 seconds left here for LG. This is a fight that they need to win. They might not even have time for a strange portal at this point. Or Rajaro, okay. Rajaro's going to drop the portal now. They're actually delaying right now, Dogman. He's trying to stay in place long enough so the portal can come out. It's smart. Naga goes down, but with the portal, they may have a second life.
Well, the portal's going to be late because he has to walk all the way out of spawn. So now it's coming in last second. They're here, but Supernova, oh my gosh. I mean, there's going to be so much damage on this objective. Rajaro does get Sparker. That's a nice pick.
All right. Still life here for LG. They lose Fate, however, and it was just too hot. Too hot to handle as VP comes out with the fuller hold here on Midtown, up 2-0, one nap away from the money.
I mean, they gotta know that the Sparker flank is coming, man. Like they saw him go top right with the shift, and we didn't walk forward enough. That's the way I like to see it out of LG. They didn't react to what VP was doing and was just constantly having Sparker on those flanks, going for your backline, going for your duelist. Sestroid, unfortunately, didn't look towards him. That was an uncharacteristic map, I would say, out of Sestroid. I don't think he played that good.
Sestroid getting bullied there, ZP, for a little bit. Fi in the sky, too hot to handle. 25,000 damage alongside Sparker's notorious 26k lobby leading damage. We take a look at the final blows. It was pretty even. You got some kills out of LG. You had a much longer attack, though. On the other side, who was the MVP in your eyes, ZP?
So for me, the MVPs of the game, you know, obviously I think I agree with the game here in terms of 5 for VP. I think the torch play has been a sight to behold. But I think for LG, the thing I'd have to give it to is I would still give it to Naga, where Naga is still finding ways of shutting down the torch, ways of making Galactic Legend work at points. It wasn't quite enough overall. It was too many threats to deal with. But, you know, Naga did have some good moments in that game.
All right, so we have Soul Zed, whose very first comment in the chat was roasting ZP's bans and Protect. So, Soul, you're on the clock, GM. What are you doing? You give me one ban, one Protect, and then another ban, and then another Protect. You know what? Give me 2 of each. Dogman, how does Luminosity get back in this series? Is it as simple as 2-3 bans?
Probably not. I mean, they gotta get rid of the Psylocke every time. I mean, I don't think they're gonna change that, and then we'll probably see a Human Torch Protect on their side. So, I mean, we could see the Human Torch ban come from LG's side, but we already know what Sparker can do on Psylocke, and we know what Naga can't do on Psylocke, is the way I would like to put it. And I think ZP called it out earlier. He did really good on the Star-Lord. It's just, you know, their defense unfortunately just struggled at certain points.
There was a question from the chat, and they even used quotation marks. Why don't we see more of the thing, ZP?
Why we're not seeing more of the thing? Well, you have your options here between you could play the thing or you could play Emma Frost. And the reality is that I think teams right now are just valuing Emma that much more, along with Magneto, who, you know, Dogman mentioned earlier, probably, arguably, the best Vanguard in the game. So, all right, you want to see some of the thing? You got to get rid of the top 2 right now.
Back to the subs, all right? Mubs finally getting it in over Dogman. You made Mubs sad. Dogman, apologize while we take a look at some ultimates.
No. Unsub right now.
Oh, okay.
That's how upset I am. No, I'm not apologizing. No way.
Inconsiderate Raccoon, welcome to the stream.
God damn it.
Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Bring all of your friends. Yeah, this is pretty great. I'm here for the uppercuts. Trust me, running it down on Emma, but unfortunately, VP's front line with Finzi and Nevix. I don't know how you beat these guys.
You see, LG's problem is they don't have enough people prime subbing to Fight Night. I think that's why they're losing right now.
Probably.
What do you think about that?
Luminosity, come on in.
I mean, you say that, and yet VP actually has done more subs than anyone else, so it's not entirely unrelated. Perhaps,
Finzi is our top donor. Does it buy you karma here on Rivals Fight Night? Possibly. Does it give you superpowers like Fi in the sky here? Look at this guy. You too could be pounding. All for the use of your Prime sub. 100% guaranteed to work.
Well,
Dustin will vouch for that one.
No, I won't. No, I won't. Absolutely not. That's fake news. Don't try to put words in my mouth, Bucket.
Neutral Pain, does that crown mean you used your Prime or you're about to? In the meantime, I'm told we're not going to a break. We're going to play game 3, then we'll go to a break. Luminosity, no need to slow this down. Keep it rolling. You know what to do. Don't go to domination. We're going to the path, right, ZP? Extra Soul, is that their best bet?
I honestly, I think LG has looked good on path. I think the thing that they have to change here is not the thing, but actually come in here and remove what VP has been doing well. You're down 2 maps. You need to change something. Look, even if that means you have to deal with something like a Psylocke, like Psylocke is being first banned. And yes, Psylocke can be an absolute terror with the new Emma Frost team up. But you know what you do? If they decide, oh, we're gonna go protect Psylocke after, just remove the Emma Frost. Like, you have ways around this sort of play, and you can't do what you've been doing the last 2 maps because it hasn't been working. It is time to make some adjustments, and as you go to Spider Islands, now's the time.
There's also time for a shout out. We have the Envy heads in the building. Hastro buys Envy back. He immediately signs a Rivals team and then hits us with the sub. Also, Van Cafey, thank you very much for joining us. Shout out to my guy Tasmo. Miss you from the Overwatch League days. And of course, we've got a whole bunch of new first-time chatters. Chatters, did you know Celsius is not an official sponsor of Rivals Fight Night yet, but I'm going to send them this clip because I am caffeinated, dog, man. Let's sell some shit.
You can't convince me Pucket's not just an AI meant to milk everybody from their cash in the chat. That's must be what
he made the gesture. It's like the other Simpsons. It's like he did this. That means money. Like
money.
You know?
Print it. Send it here.
Does that mean
I learned from
here
Courage.
we go. I'm doing my own show. We got Rain actually, because we're not sponsored by anybody either. We got Rain to match your Celsius. I was actually thinking about buying a Celsius today, Puckett, but I saw Rain instead.
Is Rain like the old school Overwatch League Rain?
No, they have a different logo. I'm not. Where are we showing? This is a bad idea, dude.
I don't know. Jekyll 003 deserves our attention. Rain with the similar logo to the Atlanta Rain. Nothing the same. ZP is lost in space. Can you please bring us back Luna Snow? You've been hiding her all day, ZP. Okay, she used to just sit there in the corner. You just stare at her beautiful face, and now you just shame her. You put her in the back. You put her behind the chair. There it is. Thank you.
Oh, anything for you, Bucket. As we've gone through subs, we've gone through all sorts of filling now. Where, in case anyone was wondering, what is the method to the madness here? Well, we've talked a lot about the game, and sometimes you gotta fill. But guess what? We're in map. We got the pick ban, and Luminosity, for the love of God, change something. Let Psylocke live. Make Johnny die. There you go.
Nope.
Well,
nope. It's they can't play it, man. They just can't, unfortunately, and they can't play the other comp either, like you said, ZP. But no change for these guys on Luminosity's side. The Protect could change though, right?
The Protect could change. Bucket's unpressed.
I'm like, all right, hey, production, we're gonna start to like create little 30-minute segments. Sorry, 30-second segments. We're just gonna play them during the bans and protects, and then summarize that Virtus.pro got rid of the Groot, then they got rid of the Raccoon, and then they chose between a Star-Lord or an Atom. They're gonna do it all night. Lock in, dog man. By the way, they're gonna keep their torch and they're gonna keep their Luna unless you stop them.
Keep going. No, keep going. I'm ready. What's gonna happen next, Bucket? Take a sip of the Celsius. Okay, there's the rocket.
Yeah, that's the rocket. That's the rocket. Okay.
Yep.
Bring them out. Invisible Woman.
Okay.
You're scared of their Invisible Woman.
Oh, I think it's more. They're scared of the team up, where it's like truly they're scared of thighs. So yes, I think they repeat entirely here, which is probably not good. For
all right, you want to watch this, dog man? You want to watch this?
Watch it.
Luna Sky. No. Sorry, that's the other side. This is a Venom. Then we're going Luna.
Okay.
Luna. Luna, Luna. Hit me with it. Hit me with it.
Would Puckett know this without the production aids here?
No, he wouldn't. There's no way.
Like, does Puckett have the short-term memory to like remember all this
I don't think
without the
so.
cheat sheet being literally right underneath? Like, I'm just saying.
Yeah, because
Just saying.
Puckett's got the probably the worst ADHD I've ever seen of a host, but he somehow keeps it under control. That's the thing about Puckett.
You just gotta bounce around. Keep the people involved, because you guys were bored as F during that. You don't care about what could possibly happen. You were just waiting for it to be done so we could start the effing game, right? Me too. Rivals, we're gonna speed this up together. Let's get into it. We got ZP and Dogman, our very special guest, who I'm gonna make a permanent guest here on the mic.
No. Man.
Well,
I love Puckett. I love you too, ZP, man. This has been a lot of fun to witness the bands. Do you think it's as boring as Puckett says? I think it's kind of fun.
I don't think it's boring in the way Puckett say, but I do think it's one of those things where there is a silent voice to be. Well, it's not silent because it's actually screaming, going like, "LG, please, like, you must change something up." Where I mean, look, they didn't look terrible in the last map, but I just think that this early on in the meta, you've kind of hit a point where I don't think they figured out all the answers from some of the new stuff that VP is doing. You're down 2 maps in the hole. You know, what's the harm in changing? Oh, you might be a 3rd map down. Well, your trajectory was already that way anyways. But regardless, we're getting into it. And okay, this is the change though, Dogman. Take a look at Naga. He's heating up.
He is. He could be a good torch player, man. He really could be. And well, CP, this goes back to like an overarching thing as we open the doors of the map. That, you know, this goes back to the whole goats conversation, ZP, where it's like you see teams losing on goats and doing poor on it. Like, why don't you change something up? But I mean, in practice, it's like, you know, players are stubborn, right? And you want to play the meta.
Yeah, pretty much. And also, I mean, there is kind of the, you know, esports theorem, regardless of game, is that usually the team that goes to the mirror loses, and oh god, Destroy just got crushed. You think Emma Frost is out here crushing people? I mean, Johnny's got some crushing in him too, from the looks of it.
From what I've seen too, people thirst over Johnny. I mean, like nice freeze, holy smokes! But doesn't matter, the lost team fight, obviously. But yeah, people love Human Torch, and oh my god, mid-air freeze as well. These are some brutal staggers now coming onto LG. They try to go for the first hold, close point, ZP, but did not work out for them with that early pick, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, I think LG was more willing to play Torch here because it's on defense, but if this wasn't in their playbook at the start of the series, again, it's just, you know, the team that swaps to what the other team is doing, usually, it doesn't pan out. But we'll see if this goes against the grain. I think the other interesting thing here too, though, is that, you know, in terms of hero pool depth, they're not doing the full mirror. They're not running into more of their own, which normally would be played by Naga. And maybe this is a world where Destroyed is like, I don't know how to play these characters. Like, I don't want to do that.
He's like, put me on the Hella. Honestly, I like it, though. I think that, in theory, Hella should counter the Namor because you could just remove the squids, right? That's like the whole thing with Sparker, is that if his squids are down, that's so much of his damage output removed. So I imagine for a destroying side, and maybe the whole team as a whole, like as a unit, have decided, okay, maybe this Namor doesn't find value if we just remove the squids. But Sparker is so patient with these flank timings.
Sparker right now just setting up, going, where do I want to blow this horn? You know, who do I dislike enough to put a whale over? I mean, you stop with it as like, you know, a way of treating your enemies. Just throw a whale with 4 legs at him, or just get sent back to spawn Destroyed, going, no. Don't need to nuke the whales if the whale doesn't exist to begin with. And really nice positioning and shots coming out here from Destroyed. Nearly gets a 3rd.
I think he's figured it out, ZP. It's like, you know, Sparker is going to be on that flank. You know he's going to be over there, similar to what Djalia does in North America. And Destroyed just needs to read it, right? That was the difficulty on Midtown, is they didn't read the flanks. And that's primarily because Destroyed's looking towards Phi. Maybe, like you said earlier, ZP, with the matchup in the sky from Naga, that potentially buys some extra space for Destroyed, because that duel is happening in the sky. Now you can look for Sparker on the left flank.
Well, LG, they've stabilized, and, you know, in recent history, VP is good for, like, 1 map loss per series, so maybe this is it if LG gets a really good defense here. Emma coming on in. A little bit of seduction here from Trust Me. Destroyed, meanwhile, is like, no, Emma, you do your thing. I will do squid control. And a little bit of Hulk control here in the back as Nevix gonna pop the ult to prevent the detransformation here. Fate going down at the same time, so you got good disruption in from VP to set things up here. Nevix into the back line. It's Destroyed, still just having to control squids. He's more exterminator than player killer at this point.
Well, look, everybody's over there too. I believe Sparker's over there, Fi's over there. People are just controlling this flank, and it eventually pans out. It's destroyed. I mean, poor guy. He's just chunking through Hulk the whole time, chunking through some form of tank, and LG try to work back into this without a member of their team.
And they don't have much time to get back over, but they get back in. They're dancing here with the Fate. The portal, though, coming on in from LG. The get respawns back in even more. Finzi, though, takes a higher ground position, dropping the Psionic Seduction, and it's enough to get rid of Trust Me and Majaro. The Vanguards for LG getting decimated by Finzi with the Emma ult. And do you really want to step through that portal? Well, now you can't. It's gone.
That was a good hold there, ZP, from LG. I think that they sort of figured it out until the very end, obviously, when Nevix popped the ultimate. But, you know, now we enter the streets phase of the map. We saw this before where it was just like a snowball. I don't know, LG, ZP, how do they stop the snowball from happening right now from VP's side? Because we've seen them find picks in these cases before.
Oh, I think you kind of touch on it, is that in a way, it's like you need a better play in the neutral here. Or in this case, just using Torch Ult actually does slow things down a lot. If nothing else, like, it's one of those ultimates right now where even if you don't get a single kill, you look at the impact on the game, and it's like, usually it'll cause people to stop. However, the front line wasn't there, so VP still got push on the payload the entire time. It does arguably get the Fate out. So that's out in turn. Trust me, dropping the Psionic Seduction in turn. We'll see if they get a kill off it right now. Nevix getting pummeled. Nevix is like at that window right now where Nevix is getting bursted down before he gets all that critical 5% as Naga goes on in here with the ult.
The hard pocket comes through under that torch on the right side as well. Counter Fate of Both Worlds happening. Meanwhile, the cart's still pushing. No time has stalled. Missed whale, though, on the front side from the attack of VP.
Yeah, Nevix also getting caught towards the end. Knocked out Hulk form, banner. Easy to grab right after it's destroyed. Super low. That's what that was a goddess of death to save life. Not so much get a moment of opportunity, but still works out. Destroyed. Able to get healed back up out of the ult. LG finding a decent amount of stabilization here so far. But here we go. Finzi again with the ult. Going a little bit off the high ground. Won't be as effective as last time. Does not appear to be the case. See Rajaro, though. Again, hit with the Hulk CC. Finzi, meanwhile, charged up, good to go. Finds Naga over on the right-hand side. VP now working with a one-man advantage. And LG, right now, they're so close to critical ultimate, so trust me, he's not going to make it.
No, this is a good push from VP, and this all stems from the fact that the hardest pocket in the world is going to Sparker. I mean, every time we see Sparker, quote-unquote, out of position, a Hulk comes through to give him a bubble. His Hype A's there with the crystals, or Dridro's there with the clap from Luna Snow. Like, this is the hardest pocket I've ever seen for a duelist player, and it makes sense to see why Sparker is popping off like he does. It's because the entire team is just built around keeping Sparker alive.
Also, on top of it is that before you can even like really go after him, you have to do squid control on top of it. So you have to run the obstacle course, and he's still getting killed the entire way through. So you know, the Lord of the Sea, pretty well protected. The perks of royalty. You get your own Secret Service courtesy of the rest of Virtus.pro. But Sparker gets the pick on the Fate. Actually, massive early pick onto the Strategist. Finding room to get extra damage in, which is going to be healed up anywhere near as efficiently. And I mean, LG, there's a lot of space to give up on last dog, man.
Yeah, they're literally being spawn camped right now. This is like old shades of old. What was the team? The orange team, Selfless. Yeah, just absolute brutal play. More orange teams in this game as well. That's convenient, but they're trying to come out with ultimates. They have to come out of spawn. And that's like every ult for LG.
LG draining the bank to get some stability here on last point. Meanwhile, Sparker, he's got the whale. It's locked, loaded, fed, ready to hop on in. Fine, meanwhile, making all the terrain just devastating for LG to stay in. LG, the dance ends up fading. Fate gonna dance himself, it ends up going down. Can't start. VP, a well-timed dive. 2 down already. Rajaro gonna drop the Meteor M. Can't find any stabilization. LG getting picked apart on all sides. It's going to be a completion here from VP, not with a ton of time left, but completing this map at all, often a success.
Yeah, I might be convinced Namor is meta now, ZP. I might be. I think that it was just it's destroying. Every time we were on his POV, he's dealing with Hulk, he's dealing with the squids, like you said, and I don't know if he's doing anything on the Hela, like enough on Hela, I should say. To be fair, I don't blame him though, because he has to chunk through so much HP on Nevix and the squids, like you said. I don't know what you do on that hero.
So previously, and at least at low ranks, you can get rid of all the squids just running Moon Knight, right? Free target practice. It's just going to bounce your boomerang everywhere. Is Moon Knight not doing enough DPS to be ran at a pro level? Why don't we see any of him?
I would say, like, well, Moon Knight used to be giga busted, first of all, like a couple patches ago, because his ultimate would just one-shot you. So it's like, anytime you'd support ult, you just die into the Moon Knight ult, whatever Moon Knight Groot combo. First of all, yeah, Groot's out of the meta right now, or sorry, out of the ban phase, so it's tough with that synergy removed, but I've heard good things about Moon Knight right now. I mean, he could be played, but versus Human Torch and versus like the squids as well, when you throw your right click on Moon Knight, you don't get armor, you don't get the overhealth like you would versus like a real player. So partially that reason, it's kind of hard to just live on Moon Knight, and you need that overhealth, you need that armor to get any value.
Also, I have a more like basic primal reason, is that I think Moon Knight, the inherentness of his kit, it just doesn't scale with skill at this level the way that other characters do. Like, you get way more skill-based scaling out of the Hela than a Moon Knight, just by virtue of what good mechanics get you with one hero versus another, you know? You're kind of limited by the system at times with Moon Knight.
Yeah.
The system.
That's right, the man keeping you down.
I'm just surprised.
Don't let the man keep you down. Use your Prime sub here on Rivals Fight Night. Back to you, dog man.
Damn it.
Well,
I was going to say.
We got an early pick off, by the way, which hurts LG's attack. It's LG on the attack here first, and already just getting pummeled here by VP, where, remember, LG, to win the map and keep the series alive, to not let VP win the money match yet again. They need to complete the map and get ready for extra rounds, but it is a long way to go, Dogman.
It is a long way to go, and right now VP just using the cooldowns perfectly to back on out of there, build up towards those ultimates. I mean, they're already close to Saipe on his, and in the sky, Naga is just getting kind of diffed a little bit by Fi.
Well, I think Fi came in here with way more practice on torches. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that for sure, days, but right? Based on the eye test and based on what LG has been playing, personally, that's my headcanon. However, Sparker, all the President's men cannot save him that time. Royalty down in action, and that might be the spark that LG needs to get going. And speaking of sparks, we got Wildfire in the air here. Torch v Torch. However, you take a look here, Fi. Again, the extra support. Moving on in. Little bit of conceding coming in there from Naga. Has to back out for a moment. Meanwhile, Saipe. Fate of both worlds going to be dropped here. Virtus.pro not really wanting to give up much in terms of progress. And Fi getting fiery here, dropping the ult, taking down Destroyed, getting pummeled though in turn. Rajaro, a little bit of help in turn. And now LG moving on to that point, investing everything they got. They got double Fate up over here. Everyone is dancing. And you got Naga still sent things on fire. Ultimate now fading. VP on the back foot. Nevix going, please, I just need 3% more. Don't burst me down here just yet. 1% gets it in time. Nevix gonna be able to delay even more now.
He's just able to go on this front line, jump on to short. And another thing I didn't think about too was the nerfs to Hela that came through with her Crow being 15-second cooldown instead of 12 also means that she doesn't really have those iframes as up as she usually does. Whereas Namor didn't get touched, right? He still has his bubble to just kind of shift and stay alive. Nevix on the front line, just soaking all of this damage, and so much support is coming into his back.
Nevix just pushing the limits really expertly on the Hulk all day long, but looking back to our man off in the sky. He's burning. He's hot. He's ready to go. Fi dancing around, looking for the right engagement here, and decides, I'm the true Johnny. Puts a little bit of pressure onto Naga, and you know, he still forces Naga to give up positioning there. When you dive to the ground, it takes a little bit to set back up.
Yeah, well, look at the smart play too from Fi to jump back to the team, play into the Fate of the World's ultimate. Just knew that was coming up because his team coordinated that. And Destroyed has to kind of run away back to the spawn again. I mean, LG's about to get first held here, it looks here, ZP.
45 seconds left. Luminosity trying to extend the series here in Rivals Fight Night Europe. Virtus.pro looking to be our champion once more. 1,000 on the line. Naga opens up with the pick onto Fi. LG not wanting to give up here just yet on their pick. A little bit of Loki clones. Again, pummeled on down. Naga, his ult good to go. LG, the bank stocked. VP, a little bit more repressed here in what they have available. Nevix, though, looking to buy time. Torch v Torch here once again. Naga decides it's time, though, use the ult and ignores his counterpart. Goes on squid duty, moves back over to the payload. Virtus.pro, meanwhile, just backing on out. A little bit of dive in from Naga, trying to make something happen, but VP, they hold back. They find the opportunity to punish Destroyed. And LG, this could be the end. Overtime in progress here. And LG, how long can they keep this going? They're already down 2.
Yeah, this might be it. Here comes the meteor from LG. Rajaro would have to be huge, but he's getting burned to death from Phi in the sky. And this man has been unbelievably unstoppable on the Human Torch. I mean, beautiful work from Virtus.pro to win the series.
VP, your champions once more, proving that they're not just one season wonders, new season hits, new looks, new heroes, same great result if you're a fan of Virtus.pro.
Come see us on the global leaderboard. Virtus.pro dominance in EU continues. 6-time champions. ZP, that is literally dozens of tens of dollars for these guys.
That's right. And it really works out well for us because we are taking a significant percentage of that when Finzi and Appreciation comes back to our channel and hits us with the Twitch Prime and gifted subs. So thank you, VP. The circle of life continues.
Virtus.pro and a dub. Something we're familiar with. Another clean 3-0 this time around. Finzi, Nevix, Phi, Sparker, Saipe, and Drydro. Did I just say that?
Drydro.
Drydro. Thanks, bud.
Drydro.
Yeah. So I guess my fear is there any mode that Virtus.pro is bad at? What do we do from here, ZP?
I think right now the other teams are watching, they're waiting, and you know the upside, or rather the upside of playing against VP is that you get a lot of footage on them week after week. They're always playing, you know what they're good at, and now you got some game tape on them for season 2. So getting ready into next week, you know, whoever the EU teams may be, there's a blueprint out here as to what VP likes to do in the season 2 meta, and you can come in a little bit more prepared, ready to go.
I want like a Phi guide on how to play Johnny. I think you're going to see a lot of people from tonight's stream playing Human Torch moving forward. Very, very impactful character. Finzi, congrats on the win already in the chat. Shout out to Leg Day, one of our commentators in this scene, hanging out as always. We've got Anna, Blaney, and more. If you haven't already, go on Twitter, follow Tempo ZP. Come to rebrand.
What happened to Raynad, man?
Shout out to a Dogman Dustin with 2 T's.
Why'd you say it like
T's?
that?
Was there like an original Dustin that was taken?
No, man. No, it's my
wrong.
My mom did it for my dead grandma. Thanks, Puckett. I appreciate it, man.
Hey. It's like your mom named you after a 2T Dustin?
There already was 1 T. No, her name
Who
was
gave birth
Tilly.
to your mother?
I don't know. She's crazy. I don't know. Listen. It's original, you know. It's very annoying for sure for a lot of people. I can respect it if you don't get it right. But
all right, I was buying time for you guys to vote on MVP. I don't want to be involved in this one, Dogman and ZP. It's too hard to choose. You chose the Flame Boy, Johnny. Human Torch in the hands of Phi. Phi in the sky, setting the tone after it was LG up early in round 1. He single-handedly, not really. He had a lot of support. But he shut things down. His ultimate seemed to be the difference maker in a mirror match as well, Dogman.
Yeah, he's just so good on this hero. I mean, otherwise we could give it to the strategist, like we said. But yeah, I mean, he just was popping off. And I don't think it was anything Naga was necessarily doing wrong. It's just the combination of having the Namor and the Johnny just constantly in your face. Like I said earlier, like the very beginning of the stream, the big thing with Torch is that he just does everything well. It's not a hero that does anything poorly. You know, we've seen like Hela really good at final hits, maybe not the best at pumping out insane amounts of damage, and Punisher really good at getting a lot of damage out, but not really good at securing the kills. Johnny just does both, right? Human Torch pumps out the damage with his flame squares and different designs, whatever he does, and then he also just can get 1-shots or 2-shots, basically.
We did see a figure 8 tonight. Chat, if you know how to make a figure 8 on Spider Island, let us know. I don't know how you do it with 4 tornadoes, ZP, but it happened. Normally I'm used to like boxes, rectangles, some kind of parallelogram of some sort. Taking a look at the numbers, it's 9 final blows from 5. Finzi is going to top the lobby though with 12, and if you add up all of the final blows on the other side, you will notice that Finzi equals Luminosity. You're welcome, ZP.
That's some quick math and checks out. But I also want to say this when it comes to why you're seeing Torch as much, even against heroes like Hela, and still doing well. It's just the breakpoint's changed. When you give Torch the level of buffs he's gotten, he's just killing you quick enough that what would have been, you know, maybe an easy Hela pick in the last patch now could be the Hela going down, or the Hela feeling like, oh god, it's too much damage, I need to get out. And you know, even small changes can lead up to really big changes in tempos, in individual matchups. And look, it's a new era here in Marvel Rivals, and looking like it's gonna be pretty toasty.
All right, last week we saw Emma Frost. This week we see her in action, as well as the Human Torch. What do you want to see when we come back, ladies and gentlemen? We are switching gears to North America, because we still have a whole half of a show remaining. Envy taking on Shroud-X, followed by the reigning champs who took down 100 Thieves last week. It's Shikigami. Dogman, before you go, big shout out for joining the show. Take it down one more time.
My goodness, the whale from the sky connects on the payload, removes Asteroid again. He was the one who got destroyed today by Sparker. Overall, might be the best duelist in the game, Sparker. Maybe people were right.
You ever want to be psionically seduced by an Icelandic man? You've come to the right place. It's Rivals Fight Night, featuring Emma Frost. Welcome in, everybody. Avast has joined the show. We've replaced Dogman because he was tired of us saying, thank you for subscribing. Buffalo Waterbath, Dogman, and Rudderless. You're very good boys. Avast, we have a very nice cat, though, joining us for the first time. Congratulations on the move. And more importantly, congratulations on being able to join us not from a Nintendo Switch like you did last week. You crushed it, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I was told the mic quality didn't crush it as well as much as it was. So hopefully we're on a much better mic this time around. And we've completed the move. And yeah, I do have a cat behind me as well to join your cat bucket, which I'm sure will be taking its own appearances. But it's finally over. We can finally really get the most out of some Rivals Fight Night here.
Yeah. ZP, I have a request. Could we maybe get an Emma Frost? And if not, could you maybe just push Luna just a little bit more over? Kind of, you're kind of blocking her out with your shoulder this time. A little too close to the mouth.
This is the original position of.
How come haven't you updated? You need to update your backdrop. The new season's here. You need a new backdrop. We need Emma Frost up there, or at least we need like a turkey, the twerking Venom. You know.
No. Oh, I mean, okay. You want the Venom? We can do Venom.
We're going to work on that. In the meantime, let's tell everybody why they are watching the stream. This is Rivals Fight Night, where we bring in the best teams from around the world, mostly if you live in North America or Europe. Right now, you're watching the North Americans, and this is a Challengers match. Why is ZP so excited? It's not because of an orange Venom. It's because Kaluge may be wearing blue tonight. ZP, tell me about this Envy squad, because they made some questionable changes coming into tonight.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is a team that wants to win, pure and simple. I mean, Hastro's back in the hero shooter game, and he is hungry for some titles. You know, as he said during the break, you know, sometimes you want to build a power roster, easier to do it early in the game. Turn Kaluge from red to blue. So that is the big pickup here. It's also, by the way, why Sentinels is not here tonight, because Sentinels is doing trials to replace Kaluge at the moment. So, you know, we give you one. We give you 1/6 of the old Sentinels by getting Collusion here with a reworked Envy squad. We're also, you know, Narrow getting picked up too. Some older, you know, hero shooter legacy players, Envy, just looking to build a power squad.
Kaluge, not the only one in. Month and Nero going to be replacing the former backline. You used to have Sleepy and Paintbrush in these positions. Avast, you played that role in Strategist, so talk me through it. Do you like these moves so far? Have you watched Month or Nero yet?
I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest. I had no idea Nero was even playing Rivals. I mean, this is news to me. It's also, for those that are familiar with Nero's history, they've played. I mean, he's played like a lot of more DPS centric roles, a lot more duelist centric roles in his past in the Overwatch League. So it's a kind of a role change. I don't know as much about Month either. So this is kind of going to be a first time appearance for myself, at least in the high competitive play. For both these players, obviously we know Kaluge. We've seen the rest of this Envy squad before. So gonna be kind of interesting to see, like, does the strategy of let me collect all my old Overwatch friends here for Hashra, who's known for, you know, building rosters that are familiar with each other, as we saw with the first iteration with Envy. I mean, I guess to be fair, we shouldn't call it Hashra. We should say maybe Tasmo. I'm sure he's in chat right now. We should call it him instead. But it's gonna be interesting to see this roster and how they perform.
All right, Tasmo, hop into the DMs. I need an explanation. What should I expect? You're bringing in a duelist to play support. What is this, Jonak Season 1? We're going over to the other side here. We got Shroud-X raising money to fight cancer. Shroud was obligated to form a rivals team. He has done so. And ZP, he should be very proud of the squad that he scooped up.
Yeah, I mean, Shroud-X has improved week after week. This is a team that, when it first got picked up, people were going, oh, maybe they'll be like 5 or 4 or 5 in NA, but they've really proven that they can compete with some of the best here so far. At times, even taking like 100 Thieves to the very limit. Reverse sweep, kind of a constant boogeyman in the background. But look, they are getting experience week by week. It's a young squad. It's not like a squad of veterans from other games, but that means that the ceiling is very high. And you talk about on the Envy side, players like Cal. Well, you also got to talk about players like Doomed for Shroud-X, or the fact that they've had really good Vanguard synergy between Impunity and Dongmin. I mean, overall, a roster that really has impressed week after week.
Dongmin, Impunity, 2 players to look out for. If you're looking for the duelist, Doomed was the guy we were saying you got a hard counter. He was so good on the Winter Soldier. Once we saw him get onto different characters, Shroud-X was able to find similar success, but not nearly at the devastating impact we saw in the earlier parts of the NA Challenger round. Here we go, though. It's a new beast. We've got Envy for a first look with Kaluj on tank. Avast, talk to me about this guy's play style. What have we known from him? He's only been on the show once for Sentinels.
I mean, if you're familiar with the scene at all, on top of that, you've seen it obviously not as much here for Rivals Fight Night, but a ton on MRC, MRI, and when you see his play there, extremely aggressive, like Doctor Strange, Magneto player across the board, someone that's really, in particular Doctor Strange, what we've seen a lot from Kaluj, and someone that's kind of filled, I think, that role for Sentinels really well when he came into that squad. They needed that extra damage, that extra firepower. I think also even the leadership, like the kind of the decision-making of a veteran tank player, of a veteran Vanguard player like Kaluj. So when you look at him here on this roster, it's kind of similar where I think that maybe some of the holes that were the previous Envy squads, where Space leaves, wasn't feeling competing quite as much as he wanted to, and you bring in someone that's still hungry to compete, that has a lot of presence here on the field. And though they may not be a leader, a shot caller, Kaluj not necessarily known to be the most vocal, they have very, very strong decision-making and mechanics. So I think that's something that Envy kind of desperately needed.
Just somebody to be quiet, get their head down, and do the thing. ZP, on the other side, we have Shroud-X. We just saw what Fi could do. Is Johnny going to be in the games for North America? We don't always see NA running the same comps as EU.
Yeah, I mean, that is the big question, right? I think on a base level, it's hard to deny Torch's level of power, but look, man, across games, NA and EU have very different takes on the meta when a new patch hits at times. And, who's right, who's wrong? It really depends. At times, there's games where EU will have the answers early. There's games at times where, people may debate it, but NA will sometimes find the answers earlier too. Will they both arrive at the same conclusion? Well, we're going to find out in the first map. That's for sure.
Map number 1 is going to be loading up. We pre-decide that. We're going to have our bans and protects. And if you are watching this Team Shroud-X, let's get this lobby rolling. Team Envy, Tasmo, crack the whip, my guy. NA, slacking. Once again, Avast, what is new? We're getting into our first best of 5, though. And if you're watching for the first time, Avast, tell the people at home, how does this work?
Well, remember, we predetermined the first map, but after that, it's gonna be loser pick. So loser of the previous map is gonna pick their next map, and the only goal here, or pretty much the only rule, can't repeat the map that you just played previously. So really gonna be the options to play. If you wanna play all domination, we could see all domination get played. It's kind of just up to the teams themselves what they feel comfortable with. So it gives them a lot of options to play what they wanna play.
Solomon, in production, do we still have that highlight of Emma Frost from Virtus.pro? Because this is something I think a lot of the NA fans that just got here need to look out for. This is the change. Why do you not see Thing? Well, because you see Emma Frost. Why do you see Less Strange? Because he gets body slammed by Emma Frost. Magneto has been in almost every lineup if Groot is banned. So we'll see what NA decides to do. But this new character, she can go 0 to 100 real quick, drop you down in damage. And ZP, over time, she builds up more and more damage to that beam. She's pretty vulnerable at the start, but once that beam is burning, she can melt down your whole team.
Yeah, I mean, Emma is a character where she's not only providing great protection, but also has the ability to go, hey, the overall course of battle is in our favor. I'm just going to dive in. And on top of it, you have the very high skill cap option of having the ability to interrupt ultimates before they come in. And you talk about a world that's bad for Doctor Strange. Well, Eye of Agamotto has a bit of startup time, right? So if you have an Emma on the other side and you try and go in for the classic, drop the Eye of Agamotto, drop the team, you might just get choke slammed and kicked away and stepped on if you're Doctor Strange, which, you know, might not be your cup of tea in that situation.
And if you are a diver, you're trying to dive in and get out, well, she can just hit you, bring out your little heart and a little jewel, and then she shoots that little jewel, and then it shatters, and then your heart shatters, and then you're dead. And I was like, I wasn't even on the screen. Vast, new characters can cause problems. Our pros are very familiar with them, though. What are we going to see most of from NA in domination? Will it be the Namor, like we just saw in the EU final?
Well, I think the most we're going to see is obviously map delays, like we're here to get everyone actually into the match. But the secondary option there, I think, is we're going to be seeing a lot of options that ZP brought up is like, isn't it going to reach the same conclusion as EU? Are we going to be seeing a lot of Human Torch? Are we going to be seeing a lot of Rocket Raccoon? Like maybe some, you know, there's even potential use for like Captain America. That's having some of the Capflation that we've seen from like Asia region. It kind of depends on what North America has been cooking. My guess is we're going to see Human Torch, we're going to see Rocket Raccoon, and we're still going to see a ton of Magneto and a ton of Emma Frost. It's going to be kind of our staples across the board. It's kind of then at that point, what do teams want to play at that point? Because there's been some kind of nerfs, some adjustments across the board for the duelists, whether it be, you know, Winter Soldier, whether it be Namor, who doesn't have that Luminosity team up anymore. There's a lot of options here, but I think those are going to be staples for North America.
Shroud-X, it's game time. We're going to a commercial break, Solomon. Let's get there. Let's get this figured out. ZP, unleash the demons on Team Shroud-X. Tasmo says they're ready to go on Envy side.
Oh, don't believe me. I'm on it. But here we go. Highlights. For a second, I thought we were going to break, but we're still in highlights. We're still live. And also, we've got the people in the lobby. I did a little bit of DM tracking down here. If it looked like I was staring off into space, it's like, no. I was in DMs. Like, I had
they
to
call
go
the Z Punisher.
Yes. I had to go into the dark annals of Discord, and within it, I found members of Shroud-X. We're getting them in the lobby. What's happening?
Thank you, Zeeps. In the meantime, enjoy the goodness of Emma. Here she is, the Frost, the White Witch, just bending Magneto over, uppercutting herself. Slam cam. You can get 2 slams in. If you're able to do one in the first 2 seconds, you'll have a second one right before you go back to your normal form.
We've been really pushing the boundaries of what we can say on this broadcast. I'm not gonna lie. I've been hearing like thigh cam, slams. Like I've been hearing some stuff coming out of the desk that luckily we're not officially sponsored.
Avast just got himself fired. Dogman, you're back. Welcome in, everybody. We've got the match ready. It is your bans and protects. Got to be able to deny it at some point, Avast. All right, let's take a look at our first ban of the day for North America. And Shroud-X is not going to waste it on a Groot. They instead say, Invisible Woman, we do not want your ultimate stalling things out. Team fights are going to be fast and furious, and no respawns without a Rocket Raccoon, Avast.
I mean, a lot of strategists being banned, Loki being protected. It makes sense. I mean, Invisible Woman kind of has a lot of strong team ups and also one of the de facto best strategists in general right now. So we're moving her off the board. Rocket Raccoon, obviously, with his new buffs, have been insanely good currently. So really a question, especially with the increased amount of bans that we have on the field out here, because we do have 3 bans, 2 protects still. It gives teams a lot more options on how they want to play as Hela gets protected.
ZP, you like this?
It's interesting because I think you're going against Cal on the other side, and I think Doomed, while very good, I don't know if you necessarily want to turn into a Hela game, but you've protected Hela, you've banned Torch. Shroud-X is definitely signaling as like, yeah, Hela, be Hela, let's go. And it's also interesting too, where it's like, it almost feels a little redundant where you open with the Invisible Woman ban, but then double up on the Torch ban where, look, I mean, VP proved you can play Torch without Invisible Woman, but man, you know, see if Envy has the temperament for it first.
Okay, we see no Torch, no Hulk, so hopefully that reduces the impact of Namor. What is Envy going to do? Will they help out their Vanguard line, or are they happy to roll anything? There it is. The Protect on Magneto. Kind of saw this one coming, just didn't know which team was going to do it.
I mean, we look at the bans right now, and we see with the Torch ban, Human Torch ban, Raccoon ban, Invisible Woman, it's screaming these teams want to play old meta.
Yes.
It's saying that they don't want to play new meta. All
we got
the
a lot of hours in, all right,
to be played are probably gone. The only one that, you know, was old meta is gone now is Adam Warlock, who did get that nerf recently to the live stream, or sorry, the Soul Bond. But especially also with Psylocke ban, that means that there's not going to be a team up with Emma Frost, which is pretty strong, honestly. The team up they have with Emma Frost and Magneto.
We want to thank our sponsor Intel on this family-friendly broadcast, brought to you by ZP and Avast. Those are your bans and protects. And coming up next, we're going to have your first game in a best of 5. We're starting on Hell's Heaven, followed by Losers Map Choice. It's going to be fun. We're going all the way to 5. Why? Envy ain't ready. Shroud-X is. They're taking game 1. Envy's then going to take game 2. You tell me, chat, how does the rest play out? It's time to get into the game. ZP, take it away.
You know, Avast, I have to ask, is that you were down on your luck and you wanted, like, just good advice on life. When you go to the Puckett's, like, future reading service, do you believe what Puckett just said?
Dubious at best. I would have to see what predictions he's made. What's his accuracy rate so far?
It doesn't matter. It's just about vibes.
Well, the vibes alone, he's got great vibes, but he doesn't really have a mystical aura. You know, he feels a little too like he's gonna show up in boat shoes and a polo shirt with the crystal ball.
Actually kind of accurate, but getting into it, Spawn Door action here, you know, not entirely, you know, where it's at right now, but we'll see if this is the reality, but it does appear to be the reality. It's going to be Doomed out here on Wolverine, Vision on the Hela. So we are setting up for a Hela v Hela duel, but one team likes Emma Frost, the other does not.
Yeah, I mean, Kaluge on the Emma Frost, so no, none of his characteristic Doctor Strange, also with the Wolverine out on board here for Doom for Shroud. So this means that you're going to be watching this interplay a lot for the Magnetos. You're going to have to be watching for the bubbles, the bulwarks, to kind of save some of these leaps from Doom, who received a bit of a nerf, but still pretty strong, as there's the leap already, finding one, putting him on point.
Yeah, the quick abduction and down. You decide to run triple Vanguard for Envy and immediately lose 1. That is a really rough start to the fight, especially now that Dooms is going to be free to go around and abduct another. That is actually ridiculous from Doom.
I mean, this triple Vanguard is unfortunately not the ideal setup when you want to play into Wolverine. It's perhaps the exact opposite thing you want to be playing into Wolverine, just because obviously that percentage-based damage that he's going to be doing, and even with those nerfs, he's still extremely survivable. He's still great for busting tanks. He's also still generating rage in an incredible rate, especially as taking damage. And when you're playing the triple Vanguard, there's a lot of damage being put out, but not a lot of finishing power necessarily, which is actually pretty good for Wolverine currently in their current form. So Envy still sticking with it, going to be recontesting here to Shroud-X, who losing month early.
I mean, it doesn't get any better. Vision able to get the early pickoff from the kickoff, and Doom just again was able to find collusion. Envy right now is getting absolutely crunched.
And to be fair, this is a very, I mean, all the points on Hell's Heaven to a degree are very hard to recontest, but this is a situation where, okay, no adjustments have been made. They're sticking with the triple Vanguard. They're really believing in this composition here into this Wolverine, and Shroud-X, their ults, I mean, the economy, it's ripping, it's roaring. It's looking like the 30s. I mean, it's, well, actually, I guess not really so much the 30s.
No, that's quite the reverse.
Should be the 20s. Should be the roaring 20s, I guess.
The chat understands this reference, yes.
Yeah, sorry. That's not for the history majors. That's not for the history majors.
Well, Vision, perhaps digging a little bit too deep. Kaluge able to get the early pickoff. A little bit of sign of life here for Envy. Dogman, though, looking to end it. Meteor M. Good to go. Drops it over. So pickoff going to happen there, not quite yet. Fate of both worlds going to be dropped here by Envy, where this is really one of their last opportunities to get back here on the point. Doomed, meanwhile, off here, looking for tanks. Getting a little bit Emma Frost Mind Blast in his face for his trouble, but now moves in, gets slammed. Still his last stand, good to go. Drives on over, gets the Groot. Groot going to get bubbled in turn, still holding on to that last stand. When's he going to let it fly right now? Envy right now just trying to deal with the Wolverine. Fate of both worlds used. Both teams still healthy here on point. The dancing will stop, though, sometime soon. Doom, though, taking a breather.
I mean, you see the focus fire here from Kaluge, just trying to stay on Doom, but I mean, it's a tank. It's a Vanguard here versus Wolverine. It's a solo focus. No one's going down. Cal still holding on to the ult, but Shroud-X, I mean, they're already at 99%. Something needs to happen for Envy.
Well, Kaluge right now is just keeping it going. Full charge up, good to go. Ends up with 2. Envy getting a little bit of their footing. They got the Goss of Death in reserve. Might not need it here at this point. Dogman getting just pummeled from all sides. As Envy, perhaps about to get their first control of the map. They get it. NK. Finish off Nuck at the end.
Still, though, I mean, 99 here for Shroud-X. They're already going to have another Strangling Prison available. They're building up towards the Meteor M, a classic combination. They do, if they so choose to use it. So here for Envy, you're going to be seeing a lot of pressure put on to Cal. How can Cal get a pick early? How can Cal make something happen? Maybe use the Goddess of Death to open up the fight, because they have a lot of bank to make up, and they don't have a lot of chances to do it.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, ideally you want something in the neutral here. If it goes to ult, the ult, you're probably going to lose on the point. So looking at Cal right now, and Cal's already going for a big reposition. Meanwhile, Shroud-X decided, yeah, we're gonna go in on this. We like where this is going. Impunity, holding on to the Strangling Prison, evaluating options, looking for the right time to let it fly. Doesn't want to run into the Emma shield. Meanwhile, we're gonna get Fate of Both Worlds popped here from Shroud-X, moving on in Dogman with the Meteor M. Is it gonna land? Looking, off, blocked. Meanwhile, Nux Dance about to fade. Vision, working here on the outskirts, finds his counterpart. Big hella plays in from Vision.
I mean, and that's just an incredibly good wall and Strangling Prison there from Impunity too. Impunity just making sure to not just block off the heals. Not able to pop anything in time. They don't have the ult. They get completely split off, and now Shroud-X controlling the point. Gonna be this flip, and or not rather not the flip, but just the cap. And Envy, I mean, they had a good, I think a little bit of a good comeback there, right? It looked pretty good for them in the neutral. They were holding pretty strong, but the problem there is that when you're at 99-0 and you're trying to bring it back, you just have no chances. You have to play perfectly just to get the chance.
With 40 seconds left, can I ask a quick question? Would Wolverine have saved us in Overwatch? Would Overwatch still be a massive thing without GOATs if Wolverine was involved? Chat, I'll let you weigh in. Avast, that one is directed at you. For those who don't know, GOATs was 3 tanks and 3 healers, or 3 vanguards and 3 strategists.
You know, they have their own version of GOATs, but they get a rocket now. There's it's go all tanks plus rocket is that's a composition I've been seeing running around, especially with the recent rocket buffs. But I mean, I don't think Wolverine could have hurt. I think Wolverine definitely would have been nice to have.
You throw in a Wolverine, some hero bands, you know, a little bit of spit shine, you'll make it bright as rain. You use your time machine for that, not going back and enriching yourself with
and I have no
investments.
doubt we're gonna have a really, really productive conversation in the chat now, discussing Overwatch and this history of balancing. Like, only good things to come of that.
Listen, we're applying for partner. We need the interactions. If you haven't already, come on over to twitch.tv/Rivals Fight Night. Drop that prime. Thank you. Bye.
All right, and now that Puckett has dropped that, Vision has also dropped Cal early in the fight. You get the hella duel 1v1, and Doomed walks on in with the last stand, crushes 2-for-1 special onto the Vanguards. And here's the thing that's really tough. I was going to talk about before the gates even opened, but you know, the problem with this vest, when you're running a triple Vanguard setup, it's not great when you have to recontest, and Envy now is finally changing.
I mean, Envy finally swapping off, getting the Magneto, going over to the Winter Soldier, so they're going to have a few more options even with these nerfs. Winter Soldier's still very, very strong, especially with the culling effect, that going from like that 20% to the 15% for the effect to take places. Okay, a big flank fight about to happen. They're looking for Vision. They know he's around here. They're going to be searching for him. Vision feels the heat, going to back on out, but they're chasing. Can they find him?
NK, yep, with Narrow, they get Vision down. Can make things way easier for Cal. Cal now won't have to worry about the opposing Hela. Plenty of room to work with as Envy moves on in. Still trying to flex a 6-on-5 advantage. Hook attempt in here from NK. Not gonna get here just yet. Dogman, Meteor M, up and over into the regeneration domains. No kill that time. And now Narrow, gonna drop the Fate of Both Worlds, moving on in. Envy, though, they haven't been able to add on to their advantage. In fact, Shroud-X back up to a full 6, so both teams dancing here for a while as Impunity is able to get on the Cal. Could be the start of something big here for Shroud-X.
Oh, and you see the Strangling Prison thrown out there for Iramix, but no one's there to follow up. A lot of damage off the field. They have the wall to block it off. Vision still controlling the flank. Envy floundering here, just not able to find anything currently for the recontest. They're going to have a couple more fights, but they're just going to be going down late, and Shroud-X looking very, very strong here on the point.
I think Shroud-X, I think they have the intel. I don't know who's leaking the Envy scrims, but I feel like given that they opened with the Wolverine, they had an inkling that there was going to be triple Vanguard to start things out. And the Envy swap here, it's kind of one of those desperation, man, I hope this works out relative to this is a well practiced, as Doomed goes in, not quite able to get clearance on the pull. The group was there for the backup and actually somehow gets away with his life, even if he didn't get the steal. But now, dropping the last stand, going in for collusion, he's just immediately erased.
I see the ultimate trader here on point. They managed to survive the culling effect, trying to find one. NK with one. Should be able to get 2 here potentially. Great leap though. Doom staying alive, keeping them up, and now enough can pop. That got us, or that got a mischief. Just getting those support heals up here on the point. Their strategy ult available. And Shroud-X looking very, very strong. Everything here on the shoulder of Iramix and Nero just trying to get a Fate with Worlds up to keep them up long enough to pop the ult.
Portal is
It's a
in.
no
and
ban.
They get vision. There's a chance.
Okay, that's true. They got vision. You're right.
Yeah, it's like, okay, Kalush, just go to Strange. The old bread and butter. It doesn't matter if he's not as good. However, Dogman, Meteor M, looking real low, drops it, and oh, as that happens, doomed. Rip and tear, gets another 3. Overtime. It is ticking on down. It is Wolverine's world. We are just living in it. The people forgot.
And you know what's even better than dropping the Meteor M Strangling Prison combo? The Strangling Prison, and then I'm gonna Rip and Tear combo. And that's exactly what happened there. Just 3 people caught there for Envy. Getting caught up and then just doomed. Just going to town, ripping, tearing, shredding through that. And Envy definitely having some issues there on that map. I mean, I feel like the Triple Vanguard, maybe some spy games took place. Perhaps some scrims were leaked, some metas found a little early. Because it was definitely not what you want to play into that Wolverine composition. And maybe they had an idea, like, you have Emma Frost to potentially be able to build up those seductions, just try to like, okay, we're going to focus down on Wolverine, keep them out of the fight. You have the diamond form to kind of reduce CC, because you are immune to CC when you're in the diamond form there for Emma Frost. But didn't really get much happening there at all.
No.
I'll be honest, ZP. I think that was probably the cleanest Wolverine play we've seen so far on Fight Night. We've had a little bit of Tanuki, not a ton of it, making it through in the previous 3 weeks, but that was a really nice opening round. And Doomed was a guy I was like, you have to ban the Winter Soldier. You can't let him play Winter Soldier. He's got an arsenal.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you think about how this opened too, where it's like, okay, Triple Vanguard setup coming on in for Envy, and you're grabbed by Wolverine and gone. And he's grabbed another and gone. I think when you get demolished this heavily in the opening map, you've earned yourself a ban on that character for the rest of the series. So I do think Envy will swap up their draft strategy pretty quickly here.
Finzi was saying, did they forget Emma Frost exists? Is she supposed to be the hard counter to Wolverine? Let me know, Finzi, in chat. I want to hear a little explanation on that one. And is that Nero from COD? No, it is not. Is that Nero from Overwatch? Probably 0163. I would assume it is. ZP, do you know this guy? Tell me about the person in the backline today.
Yeah, I mean, Nero, it's kind of interesting and not too surprising that Nero was able to make the change or the strategist, because, historically he's been a DPS player in hero shooters, but, even in the past, he had a very, very deep hero pool and oftentimes was like put on rosters to fill heroes that weren't necessarily played by the rest of the team. So, maybe you're getting up there in years, you decide, okay, new game, time to, take a crack at strategist, use that versatility in a different way, and, we'll see if it pans out for Envy.
In Call of Duty, as your hands get old, you go from SMG to AR. It's all about age. You got to know your role. The best players know how to make this career last. We're going into a game 2. How long will Envy last? They're looking to answer back with Midtown being their map choice. Avast, this is basically a really narrow corridor all the way until that final checkpoint. So what comps are going to be ideal here? Previously, it was all about Magneto, probably a Doctor Strange. What are we seeing in season 2?
I mean, I imagine some of the things that we're going to see here are remaining consistent. Namor, still really good, even without the Luna Snow team up now, unless maybe you want to play Hulk, which is still pretty strong. You still get that team up there, even though the squids currently are bugged a bit, but you'll still have the power from the flanks. Hela, obviously. However, with the first 2 points in particular, and even the last, Human Torch with those buffs, using those Blazing Blasts to kind of like throw up, build the walls of fire, that is an option as well. It's kind of dependent on how does Envy want to play. Do they feel confident playing Torch? Do they just want to stick with Tried and True? Because you could definitely still get away like playing Namor, playing Hela, even Winter Soldier. So there's a lot of options here for Envy that are still going to be pretty good on Midtown.
Did Psylocke get buffed, or is everyone just scared of her? A respect ban that we have seen from multiple regions now, ZP.
It's the team up.
She got buffed. It's a team up. Yeah. She teams up with Emma Frost and gets even more power with her illusions, effectively. So, Psylocke is like, oh, I just got an extra ability I didn't normally have because you have now given me an ability with a new meta tank, right? It's just, it's synergy that's there. And oh God,
and
the response.
Like, we're done with this guy. Doomed, get that crap out of here. Wolverine will be insta-banned map 2 through 4.
Yeah, that is ridiculous.
I'm adjusting my gain.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Vass is just like, yep, I'm a Wolverine fan. I'm out of here. Just leaves the camera.
No, yeah, that was it for me. I was gonna leave actually. I was like, okay, they banned Wolverine. Never mind. That's it. You guys can take care of the rest. But I do think this makes sense, right? After what we saw for the first map, like we're gonna get the Wolverine out of the field. We're gonna keep Loki. We're gonna keep Hela. Both these teams feeling very confident on that pick. And there's the first Puckett Cat appearance, right there.
Yep.
She was biting my toes, which means feed me. It's game time. What are we gonna feed her? A Venom ban.
I don't think it's going to be a Venom ban. I mean, with Human Torch already being banned here as well, I imagine these teams still want to potentially just get rid of the new meta, and that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, maybe Emma Frost survives this still, which would be potentially like the only really new meta pick that we're going to see is Emma Frost entering the field. But just a question of, so are we going to get a team up? Are we going to see anything interesting coming out of there? And Magneto's protected, so we could see some team ups.
What gets protected on the other side here for Shroud-X? You know, if there's going to be any change, and no, they just Groot. They just want to play Groot. And I mean, look, it worked out for them last time around. They banned anything Envy specific here. You know, they go, maybe we don't want to deal with triple tank. You could get rid of the Emma Frost, which is probably the only reason why they were doing the triple Vanguard. But we'll see. I mean, it would just be the we hate everything new if they got. But no, Shroud-X just going, we just want to repeat our same bans. It worked. We won.
That is a carbon copy of what they did on map number 1. On the other side, targeting down the Wolverine. Do you use the Psylocke ban? No, they said no Hulk. So Namor still in the mix, but not with the green squid, Avast.
No, and also, I mean, something else to note is that Iron Man received some buffs too. We've seen some teams potentially play a couple bit of Iron Man, so still has that team up available with Hulk, which is pretty strong, especially with all that bonus health that gets given now from the team up usage of the ability, and also the armor overdrive. So I do think that's a still relatively smart ban. But as we look across the field here, I mean, it's just we're old meta. We're behind the times. I mean, we're very much not playing the new, minus maybe some Emma Frost.
Shikigami waiting in our NA final. This is your challenger matchup, and Envy is down 1-0. Shroud-X looking to take a 2-0 lead with a win on their opposition's map pick. We're going to Midtown, and yes, Psylocke is in the mix for Envy. On the other side, Nuxter, I will give you $1 to stay on Jeff. Don't just give him bubbles. Let's go play.
$1 whole best. It's hard to turn that down.
That's hard to turn that down. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's just the entitled attitude of Kids Day if you don't turn down $1. You don't know the value of it at all.
That's so
just
true.
Play
and
Jeff.
you need to hit the pavement. You need to shake hands with the hiring manager. You need to be marching in overall. Everything else is resounding for the working youth.
Surely this changes. Yes. Quick little Moon Knight and swap here coming up like that. Makes far more sense. But, take a look at Envy and what they are setting up here, saying, no.
Goodbye, Groot.
They do run triple Vanguard again.
They do, which, I mean, to be fair, Wolverine's gone, so that's a very good option here. You do have the Emma Frost, and additionally, I was about to say, keeping the Moon Knight would have been fun, especially with those buffs where you get the bonus health now. But no, not just quite. They're going to be sticking moving over to the Winter Soldier so they can get these people out of the spawn, pretty much just trying to find a hook.
It does feel like a big change in energy this game, going over the Winter Soldier, who doesn't feel quite as good with changes that came in. I mean, against the Loki on the other side, you can get a bunch of resets, but Envy already looking way more stable on the triple Vanguard. Although, as I say that, dude just got abductions. Doesn't matter what hero he may be on here. However, Envy
down again. I mean, he can't be going down this early, ECP. I mean, your Groot going down, they're at the spawn doors, so there's not a huge walk back by any means. But that's just one particular hero that you just cannot lose early. You can't be losing the Groot because that's determining your tempo, that's splitting the heals. It's kind of your main engage factor here for Shroud-X.
Yeah, and I think that you just see a key difference in how Envy's frontline is playing, where Iremix able to get the Strangling Prison, force out the regen domains in turn, and now Kaluj might just follow up here with the Seduction. Psionic Seduction coming in right after, might result in Groot falling, should result in Groot falling. They get the Bucky right after, and Kaluj cleans up after all the other resources were used to defend against the prison.
And this is a great time to be triple Vanguard. To be fully in the triple Vanguard comp here for Envy this has always been a particularly strong point to hold the triple Vanguard here on Midtown, and they're doing it so well. And with the addition of Emma Frost, I mean, Emma does so much damage now for a new Vanguard edition, and in addition to her ult, the Psionic Seduction just also pretty much negates tons of ults, negates the ability to counterplay it entirely unless you're getting bubbles, unless you're getting out of LOS. So Kaluj putting in a lot of damage here on the spawn hold.
This feels like a frustrating game right now to be a hell on, where you just have all these tanky bodies here, no real easy way, and Dogman goes down! Dogman going for the Meteor M and just getting bursted in turret. Envy cleaning up with a comp that's just so hard to get anything going. I mean, you have to deal with the group walls, you have to deal with the Emma barriers on top of it. It's rough.
It's hard. It's really hard because there's not a lot of opportunities either to isolate angles, because you have him across that Aegis, so you can put the shield, you can deploy it across the map. So there's a lot more counterplay here for the triple Vanguard crop than previously to just deny angles to Shroud-X as well.
Also, he might be repeat here, remix. Looking at spawn door, has prison good to go. You might think it's not crime to step out of your spawn door, but remix thinks otherwise. Drops the prison right away, and it's gonna get a support ult out. Like, he's just ult in, Beta both worlds, and now Kaluj, when it's done and over with, guess what? It's time for a little bit of psionic seduction. Gonna be on the menu.
Are we watching ranked right now? What is happening? Get out of your spawn, Shroud-X. Switch your characters. Do something different.
Oh, and you see, it's just so brutal to watch the seduction too. The silent seduction just in this narrow area, it just does so much. And Kaluj does so much damage. You're just playing with the psychic spear as well, using the crystals. I mean, the spawn hold is just disgusting with the team ups as well. Like, it's just so hard. Going here to Storm for Shroud-X, so hoping like, okay, can we use the auras? Can we use some of this aura of thunder to maybe get some extra damage to get around this? It's just so impossibly hard right now.
They would sell for any aura at this point whatsoever because they are completely drained. Remix maybe going down, but the regen domain. Right place, right time. Dogman and nothing but structure off the Meteor M. Meanwhile, Cow, Meteor M of his own. Enough, gets vision in over the top. Doom no on the Psylocke. Finally, the dam breaking at the last moment. 2 seconds left. I've never seen overtime this deep in the map, but okay. NK, Dance of Butterfly. In on the spawn door.
They can't get out of the doors. They're in the OT spawns. They have the thorn lash walls. I thought for a moment, Hopium. For a moment, there was I was hitting the Hopium just for a second there for Shroud-X, but immediately it's gone. I'm on the Copium, and on my, I mean, God, it was. I mean, the Wolverine band, great. I mean, it makes the comp work, but it has to be so frustrating here. And I really think if you look at Shroud-X, there's not. Like, I think the Storm pick would have been fun. The Storm pick would have been a good option to potentially take. Maybe even like, oh my God forbid, like a Squirrel Girl or something. Like, I don't know, like just something you can spam the damage. I would have liked to see them even experiment potentially with like the Moon Knight a little more. But at the end of the day, the triple Vanguard stuffed them in the spawn.
I gotta say here, by the way, if the dictionary.com needs like a new picture of pain, just go to Shroud streamer. And I just took a quick look at Shroud watching the spawn camp. That was just actual physical pain visible on a person.
Did you know there's a character that creates a portal and lets you go behind people? And then there's like
that's true. That's
multiple
fun. That is
entrances to your base, which could also be used as exits.
The problem there with that is that, especially with the strength of this comp, is that, like I was talking about, like taking the off angles, it's a little bit harder into Emma Frost because of the Aegis, because of that shield that you can deploy. Additionally, if you commit to the Strange to go behind them, Strange's damage got nerfed. He's still, a relatively viable pick, but you don't have the whole team up either. Like, it's kind of a worst case scenario for a very strong triple Vanguard with no Wolverine when you don't have some very good options to counterplay. I mean, and you have to spawn hold. You have to spawn hold here. It's the only thing you can do.
Look at how little they have to push this. This would be the most ridiculous counter hold.
I mean, they can't get off. They can't get off the point. They can't get off. It's already over.
You didn't touch. Okay, well. But real fast on the attack.
I mean, I mean, that was a 2.96 meters.
Well, that's all. That's about all I got. There is. Well, here's what I think. We saw the quick, reaction Wolverine band come in from Envy. I think Shroud-X goes on the warpath and starts removing Vanguards from the game because they don't want to go down that road.
I mean, look at Kaluj's damage. Look at his damage.
Oh dear.
As a Vanguard, nearly 14.5k damage as a Vanguard. Like, that is typically Groot is like your top damage like Vanguard if you're like playing a long game of it. Potentially sometimes, I mean, you might see like Magnetos or Strange hitting that depending, but like, I mean, Emma Frost does so much damage when you use the crystal generated from the psychic spear. You're using the telepathic, like her primary fire pretty much, where it does more damage the longer you're shooting people. It's disgusting how much damage Emma Frost does, especially when you're in these very tight corridors.
A big shout out to our local Brit Leg Day, who says 2.95 meters. That is equivalent of 2 Danny DeVitos.
Okay, excellent. That's good to know. That's a really good conversion.
That's all you got, Shroud? 2 Danny DeVitos? Bro, we got to step up our game on attack, switch it up. Would like a thing just storming out there and tossing everyone up in the air give me more than 3 meters, ZP? There had to have been a better option.
I mean, I think it just comes down to the part that I don't think they realized they needed to like drastically change up the approach until it was far too late. And also, you don't usually see teams try and spawn hold with this level of aggression. I mean, this is something Envy was practicing for a while. They were hoping it would have worked on domination, but clearly really worked so long as you didn't have a Wolverine in the picture. I do think, though, that something like this only works to this extent once. There will be adaptations both in draft and just general strategy coming in here from Shroud-X. I fully believe that, but this may be one of the quickest one-to-ones we've ever had, where it feels like we've only done one map, even though we've actually done 2.
ZB, can you give Luna a kiss for good luck? Let's make it happen. Let's hopefully never see a full hold that disgusting ever again. iRemix and Kaluge comboing the backboard for the roundhouse. The new character, Emma Frost, having her impact felt. But what does that mean for us? Means we're guaranteed a game 4, which is good for y'all. But up next, we have our first pick coming in from Shroud-X. Avast, where do I want to go? Clearly, I don't want to push a cart.
I mean, I think you were still fine pushing a cart. You probably just want to get rid of a Vanguard. Ideally, Emma Frost, because it really, that composition, triple Vanguard is still strong, but without Emma Frost, you don't get the team ups of Magneto with Psylocke. You don't get all the damage that is being brought out there from Emma Frost for how strong her current kit is. So I do think that's like, you can play, you know, maps that have a cart, like you said. You just ideally should maybe get rid of the Emma Frost.
North America, hear me out. You could hire Fate. He's a strategist over in Europe. He also plays Iron Fist. He could teach you some new heroes. Hastro's got the budget. It's time to spend it, ZP. Envy in the lead right now. Shroud-X, let's see what they can do in this map 3. Are we ready for the bans and protects, or do you think Shroud-X is like, we need a mental break here? Okay, we're going straight into another domination. Is this a good move, Zeep?
I think so. I'm kind of on the idea of get rid of any map with a cart right now, just the full mental refresh. But it will be a change in ban strategy for sure, especially if Envy opens up with the Wolverine ban. If Envy doesn't open up with the Wolverine ban, you know, Shroud-X will probably do the quick protect on the Wolverine, and then they don't have to take out Vanguards. But I think there's no world, like absolutely no world, where Shroud-X doesn't eliminate at least Emma Frost from the equation. I mean, they could get rid of Magneto, but I don't think they'd really want to do that themselves, especially given Dogman's tendency to play the hero. I think you just get rid of one piece of the triple Vanguard comp. And as Vast mentions, right, like Emma's doing a lot of damage and being the one that's really enabling it to be that ridiculous.
I think Remix was the most suffocating Groot that we have seen so far. The pure aggression from that man. I think you got to get rid of Groot, then prioritize Magneto. Emma Frost third. Avast, do you think she needs to be the number 1 to counter? How would you rank those Vanguards?
I would inverse it, because realistically, she's giving so much power to Psylocke and Magneto because of the team up. She does so much damage, like an incredible amount of damage. So I do think you get rid of Emma Frost first.
Okay.
Groot, obviously great to get rid of. Like, you can never go wrong, especially with teams that want to play triple Vanguard, with getting rid of Groot. Like, you can't go wrong with that pick. But the thing about Shroud-X is that they like to play Groot. Groot is a hero that they like to play. It's something they have played a lot of. So I don't think it's something they necessarily want to remove from the wheelhouse. So more so just deny the value of that particular triple Vanguard strategy. Because sure, Envy could still play it. It just won't be nearly as effective.
Shout out to my man Defend the One. Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. No, his name is Avast. We are going into this game number 2, game 3, I should say, with our bans and protects. If you're just joining us in season 3, we have 3 bans, 2 protects per team, which means it's an extra 2 minutes. ZP, we're finally here. Let's review what we've seen so far. Shroud-X does not want to play Invisible Woman or Atom. Why?
Look, I think this comes down to, as we talked about at the beginning of the stream, there's a comfortability, familiarity with the old meta, and right now Shroud-X has been getting rid of things that very well may be new meta, particularly dealing with the Human Torch, who, as you saw from EU, looked absolutely ridiculous in the hands of Virtus.pro. But now you have the other issues that, okay, you're not losing the Human Torch. You're losing to the brand new triple Vanguard powered by an Emma Frost. You now must make adjustments because that level of new led to you not being able to push a payload more than 3 meters. So changes will be made here. And look, I don't think it's like that big of a big brain prediction to say that, Emma is likely to get taken out.
Avast, what do you think our chances are that the teams agree to ban all of the strategists except for Jeff and Mantis?
Low. I'm gonna repeat back. It's gonna be a low chance.
Not the answer I was hoping for, buddy. All right, let's jump into it. Ban away, Shroud-X.
Okay, they're well.
Same.
I mean, still, they got plenty of bans. They got plenty of bans left. That's still make sure to remove some of the value from things like Human Torch, stuff like that. And Envy's already got the Wolverine.
Respecting Doomed. Yep.
This is very crucial, Shroud-X. Very crucial. What are we banning next?
Envy, which Vanguard is locking in?
I mean, do they protect Loki again? Do they not realize that? Okay, I still think for Shroud-X that there's got to be Vanguard bans coming in now. Like this has to be where you get a shift from their strategy before they protect the hell out.
Standard across the board. Standard across.
Do you
the board
ban Torch? I feel like you don't ban Torch, but we'll see.
I mean, you could still ban Torch, but you can also ban Emma. You can do both.
Yeah.
Like you are technically able to do both. They're gonna get rid of Magneto.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean,
this is the move they need.
Yeah.
Get rid of the bubbles. Get rid of the damage dealer.
Rocket Raccoon gone. Okay. Which, I mean, that's another hero that neither one of these teams have really been playing, obviously because of the bans, but also very strong, very new currently. So for Envy, it's a question of, with Magneto banned, okay, Human Torch protected, Invisible Woman's gone, though you could still play Human Torch. This might be an instance where Envy pulls out the Human Torch.
You get the same protect coming out here from Shroud-X, their final protect, or is this also something that gets shifted a little bit based on expected things? I don't know if they actually shift this final protect, but also, is Envy going to ban Groot when they really liked playing Groot? Well, it doesn't matter. They're protecting Groot anyways.
All right, so Shroud-X with the final ban. We'll see you later, Emma Frost.
Surely.
Or
I mean, Magneto being gone does take out a large pillar of the composition because you don't have the bulwarks. You do lose one hero that gets part of the team up value from Emma Frost, so you don't necessarily absolutely have to. I would just like to. Okay, so Emma Frost is definitely in. Emma Frost is staying for sure.
Okay, so no Loki ultimate, no Invisible Woman ultimate. Sorry, no Loki Lanterns, I should say. Invisible Woman ultimate or Luna Snow ultimate. So they're trying to finish these fights, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, when you get rid of that, you've now like greatly reduced the effectiveness of Loki clone opportunities, right? Given how effective Luna ult is, where it's no surprise when Luna isn't banned and you got Loki's on the field, you got double dancing all day long, which, by the way, if you're running a tank-heavy setup, you do like those situations because even when you're close to dying, the strategist ult basically works as a full reset. So, look, I mean, Shroud-X has made some good adjustments here, and we'll see if just getting rid of the Magneto will be enough.
Game on. Burning Djalia. Game number 3. Who will take the lead? It is our NA challengers on the mic tonight. We have Avast_O and Tempo ZP.
So point out the _O is just because internet security companies took some of the other handles. Just to point that one out, the _O technically is not really, it's not part of it. I also say something to note too when we talked about that Luna Snowband ZP. Something really interesting too is that this is actually the Human Torch protect is actually even more big brain now when you look at Envy, because the Luna Snowband also means when you have a flyer, you typically want to have Luna Snow to give that idle aura, give that snowflake, right? So you're able to just keep heals on the that flyer that's out of your line of sight. So by protecting Human Torch, it forced Shroud-X to be like, okay, do we get rid of Emma Frost or do we try to get rid of Luna Snow to make sure there's less value here for a Human Torch play?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting the level of chess you get from the ban protect phase, but let's see, Envy comes out on here, remix on the Groot Kaluge over on the Emma Frost, and it will be a difference of play here. Yeah.
Look at that, Cloak and Dagger for Fidel there. So for Shroud-X, I mean, they're playing pretty interesting composition here with the Cloak and Dagger. Loki, I mean, this is some old strategist backline comparatively. And Envy, I mean, still playing a pretty similar composition.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar, but it's still going to be very different given it's double duelist. Kaluj, though, immediately getting on the impunity. And Kaluj is, I mean, feel like he's picked up Emma Frost quite quick.
Yeah, which I think it makes sense because I talked about how he is a very mechanics-driven player, right? He's always been someone that's like very mechanically oriented. You saw it in a Strange play. You saw it even in Overwatch when he was playing there. And Emma Frost is right up his alley. It's just someone that can get in the action, can commit an incredible amount of damage, can also, through the usage of their utility, deny value consistently from other players. So it definitely fits his playstyle here. Is Envy getting the first cap, looking strong.
Of course, interesting thing here too, when you look at the comps that both teams are running, Shroud-X not running the Psywalk of their own, instead deciding we're going to run Winter Soldier, NK able to take advantage of the recent Psywalk buffs a little bit more. I do wonder, you know, that's going to be a key difference between both sides here. Not exactly a mirror match. Looking at NK right now. Perhaps thinking about heading to the back line. Doesn't want to go through door number 1 on the left. Not the Hella, just sitting there watching every move. Remix though, real close to getting Prison up. The Prisons were super effective back on Midtown. Now good to go once more. Remix doesn't know the meaning of chill out, immediately drops it. Was the fall through going to be there? Not quite. Shroud-X able to drop on and God of Mischief of their own. Doom to counter in. Kraken Impact gets Remix out of the fight. One pick off here so far for Shroud-X. And now might be all they need to take control of the tempo.
Ults traded here again. Fidel popping a little bit later. There's going to be that. There it is. The Seduction. Psionic Seduction coming on out. No one going down just yet, but you see everyone just running on towards Kaluj, but no one goes down yet. Maybe trading here. Dongmin, though, holding on to an ult. They could pop it. They know there's no strategist ult here for Envy.
Yeah, and they're going to do it right now. Psionic Seduction in here from Dongmin.
But it's on the Vanguards. It's on the Vanguards. Gets almost no value.
Yeah, I mean, and really doesn't really do much in the end. Envy able to shrug it on off. Cal still has Goddess of Death at the rate. NK though, big pick on the impunity. The front line for Shroud-X, a little bit damaged, but so is Kaluj. Down in turn his Vision takes out his counterpart off the side. Hella finally coming alive. And we'll see if this is enough for Shroud-X to get control. Where, by the way, Envy's had control this entire time in this fight that just hasn't ended.
Yeah, we're about to be, I mean, it's close. Even if it's not a 99-0, 95-0, so it might as well be 99-0. And definitely Shroud-X, I mean, you see them here on the Emma Frost where it looks good. Like, they look better on that comp. They got the flip, but especially with just denying the Magneto, the triple Vanguard from Envy, but not looking as comfortable as Envy on this composition currently. So a lot of the pressure here is still going to be looking towards Doomed and Vision to make things happen when, especially your Vanguard line, isn't feeling as comfortable in this matchup.
I mean, for Shroud-X, you'd love to be a little bit aggressive here, get a pick off without using ultimate. Envy already using God of Mischief super early into this fight, so if you're Shroud-X, a little bit disengaged could go a long way. Because now, just gonna back out. Shroud-X trying to run down the clock a little bit. Narrow though, coming in, ready to ult, immediately gonna drop it. Shroud-X responding in turn. Vision, taking this guy, Goddess of Death ready to go. Doomed, drops a Kraken Impact, looking for resets. Hasn't gotten here just yet. Doom getting pummeled, but able to get healed right back up by the Cloak ult. Shroud-X still enduring here so far. Close to a Psionic Seduction as Vision gets Remix in the middle of the fight. One pick off here so far, Shroud-X, and slowly gritting it out.
Now, if you looked at Envy, they hold on to Psionic Seduction. They hold on to the God of Mischief. So, still going to have a strategist ult available. They're still going to have a very strong ult here for the engage. And Shroud-X, though, they're going to mirror that. Dogman holds on to one of their own. So the dance here is going to be so important of, can one team get more value? Could they potentially cancel? You know, maybe using that Carbon Crush, using that Diamond form? Maybe there's an opportunity, and already engaging there for Dogman pretty early.
Remix right now. Maybe a little bit of trouble. Wall versus wall right now. Happening in the indoors, but now taking it to the outside. Impunity in on the slam. Dogman. And back a little bit. We have the Seduction out here from Kaluj. It's big. They get Dogman at a minimum. Moving on forward is Envy off that opening. 2 down. And this might be the round in favor of Envy.
I mean, an Emma Frost play here from Kaluj, it's just looking so good. It's looking really good because, I mean, you look at that fight, you see Shroud-X, they have nothing in the bank. They're like, okay, maybe we can wall someone off, get a Psionic Seduction off. They can't. They had the Regeneration Domain. They had the ult available as well. So no one goes down for Envy. And then they just get to walk on in because that strategist ult and just pop a better Psionic Seduction. It's really just a better leapfrog of ults and just feeling way more comfortable, looking a lot more comfortable with this Emma Frost on board here for Envy.
So we have a swap up here. Do you like the swap coming in from Shroud-X where they decide, okay, no more Winter Soldier, we'll mirror, we'll grab a Psywalk of our own?
I mean, I think it's pretty smart. I don't think that's at all a bad idea. because you've had some of those Winter Soldier nerfs comes out to where it's been such a staple of the play, right? Where we've just seen so much Winter Soldier throughout the times, like, oh, it just feels weird to not have them. And even though you do have that threshold change where it's only 15% now to pretty much get for the culling threshold, I should say. So it is a bit of a nerf, but it's still pretty strong. But I do like it. I do like it. It also, you get extra value as well when you have the team up for the Psylocke, because that's what's so important and what's driving a lot of these comps right now, ZP, is the team up from Emma Frost is just giving those extra abilities, giving you so many extra cooldowns.
Yeah, and I mean, Sidewalk has been a huge recipient of that here so far, but Shroud-X on the verge of going down 2 maps.
Wait, what? Oh, no, that wasn't the hook. That was just them throwing it out.
Yeah.
Soldier.
Doomed. Here, utilizing the new color swaps came into the game. A little new look skin-wise. The Doomed. And over to the back. Cal, though, already with a pick off on the knock. You lose a strategist early on. That is tough for Shroud-X. And they are close to some ults to hold things on, but Dongmin can't get away from Remix. And, you know, just like that, I feel like if you're Shroud-X, you let this one go and go for the quick reset.
100%. Get some ults out of there, lose fast, don't feed more ult bank here to Envy. You get to come into the next fight, you know, about to have 4 ults. So this is a very decent recontest position for Shroud-X. They know they're not going to have to deal with Nero's ult. There's not going to be that Eternal Bond. They shouldn't have the God of Mischief or the Sonic Seduction up just yet. So this is their opportunity to just make something happen, force it, use their superior ult advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it could really decide the course of the map, too. They need to do this economically if they can. They don't want to burn everything. Impunity getting pummeled on the opening here so far. Remix looking for an opportunity for a prison of his own. Shroud-X moving on in. Prison out here from Impunity. His fall through going to be there. Now it looks to be relatively well defended by Envy, so the prison not getting high value. NK meanwhile Dance the Butterfly in the back, enough to get vision. Got headshot, but it wasn't enough to finish him off. So clean pick off here from NK. Envy gonna drop the God of Mischief right now. Shroud-X still dropping the same in turn, looking for a way to turn the fight. Doomed. Dance the Butterfly, ready to go on his own. Cloak, ult has been used. Going into the back, Dance, used, Doomed. Looking for anything right now. Opening a little bit cursed. Now it's over. The dance is done. Shroud-X still trying to look for a definitive advantage. Cal, meanwhile, take this guy here for Envy. Same for Vision on the other side. And hitting way more. Vision with 2 effectively, aided by Impunity and Shroud-X. The turn they need, but they're still 75% in the hole.
And shout out to the observers. You guys are amazing. Go Avast.
So true. We do love the observers, but I mean, also expensive. You talked about we need to be economical. It wasn't. It was the exact opposite. That was the ult burning express. I mean, they put the printer on, and you look at this overall bank now for Envy. They get to walk in here with an Eternal Bond. They're going to be getting closer to another God of Mischief. They're 50% to do another Blade Dance or Dance of the Butterfly. So I do think that ideally here for Shroud-X, you're going to drop this Strangling Prison for... Oh, great. You don't even have to drop it for that strategy ult to use, and now you can use it late. This is the best case scenario for Shroud-X.
Yeah, if they can go back... No, it's not no longer the best case scenario. Impunity's been bursted down. Not great at all for Shroud-X. Envy off the Eternal Bond, roll on in. They focus fire Impunity down. They're going to get control. The saving grace here, the upside for Shroud-X is that they do have time to get back on the point. It might require a Strange Portal, though.
I mean, I think they have enough time to touch, especially because they do have the Psylocke, so they'll have someone to be able to just stealth touch if necessary. A lot of contest here happening early. I mean, really just to make sure the contest happens and they don't use Impunity.
Impunity right now is just getting absolutely crunched in the front line. Nuck, though. He's going to use God of Mischief. Impunity dropping Strangling Prison. Did he get anything off of that? Right now, it might have just been Cal. Cal going down to Doomed. But they lose Impunity in the process. Both teams down 1. Kind of like the trade better here for Envy here so far. God of Mischief is going to be used. Vision, though, off on the side. Takes down NK. This is where you'd look for the Hela to be more of a hero in a fight where both teams down players. Fidel with the Eternal Bond. We'll see here for Shroud-X. They got the portal coming on in. They take down Collusion. You know, portal might not have even been necessary here as Nuck cleans it up.
I mean, it looked really, really grim there for Shroud-X. Just for a little bit of time, they had the split. They didn't get a lot of value. They were getting caught in main, but the split ends up working out. And a lot of credit to Fidel, making sure to pop that Eternal Bond in time, throw out some great Terror Capes, pretty much just get the vulnerabilities. And that's exactly what they needed. They stay alive. And their bank here is looking pretty decent, especially because Kaluj dropped that Sonic Seduction, tried to find one and went down during it.
Okay, and Envy open with the portal here. Here we go. Got the Psionic Seduction in early from Shroud-X in response to the portal. They're able to get a pick off from it early. NK nearly goes down, but so far Envy able to sustain with the dagger ult. Meanwhile, Dude off to the side. Dance the Butterfly, good to go, but instead gets caught. Cal gets Doom down. No dancing to be done here today. Envy up 2 here so far. The bolts keep raining on down. Vision gets 1. Vision gets 2. We'll see how long they can survive. Right now it looks to be Envy in firm control though. NK and Cal on the cleanup. Map 2 to Envy.
And they are just looking, just realistically, it's just a comfort thing. They look a lot better on this composition. I mean, they end up winning with the portal. I mean, the portal brings them back, so it's not quite the same composition, but a lot of credit there to the duelist line for Envy, who steps up when sometimes, okay, the Vanguard difference had been equalized a little bit. I also, a lot of credit to Nero there, where you see that there was that late ult from Vision, popping the Gods of Death, just dancing between the regeneration domains, staying alive for as long as possible, and even getting the game MVP here. And I do think that for Envy overall, when you just look at their play here, they look really comfortable playing this Psylocke Emma Frost comps. Just even without the Magneto, they don't need a triple Vanguard. This definitely seems like there's something they're really, really adept at using, and something they've been practicing a lot. While Shroud-X maybe not quite up to that point, maybe more comfortable across other compositions.
Kaluge is still pretty good with Doctor Strange. More importantly, I think it's time to start targeting Remix. 44,000 damage blocked by the Groot for Envy. It has been Vanguards applying the pressure. NK was just sitting in a hallway spamming left click until he had ult. I want to be the Psylocke who is playing with those Vanguards, man. Let's take a look back at some of the big moments, though. The Kraken impact was felt, but then Doomed had to get off of his main, and that's when things got yucky, Avast.
Yeah, they definitely struggled here a bit, and I still think you see the inkling, the echoes of like, okay, Shroud-X, they still look really great on these hella compositions. They still look good across the board, but it's just when it comes to when you look at how the ults are used, when you see how the Psylocke is generating value, that Envy looked a lot better in the composition. And they also felt really comfortable playing some more of these Cloak and Dagger compositions, using the cape, the Terror Cape, to just set up vulnerabilities, find one, make sure the fight gets finished. And Cal obviously still getting tons and tons of value.
Cal, very fun to watch. Vision, always exciting. But I think it's Cal that I want to get more views on going into game number 4. He is in contention for MVP on the night. Chat, who do you think deserves to be MVP for our first Challengers match? We're 2 maps away from closing this one out, because if you guys remember, I said it was going to be Shroud that won, then Envy was going to come back, and now it's Shroud-X's turn. ZP, do we get the game 5? Is the Oracle right once again?
It may be right here, because I think Shroud-X, the one thing that I think solves a lot of their problems, where, yeah, I mean, Remix has had good games on Groot, but I do think the core of it is what we've been seeing here with the Emma Frost pick coming in from Envy. I think you get rid of the Emma Frost, you don't have to worry about necessarily going over the Psylocke. It makes things like even running a Winter Soldier, which is clearly what they wanted to do when you look at their first take here, a little bit more viable. I think you just concede, realize that Kaluge probably had more time on the hero, whatever it may be. Go back to some stuff that works for you if you're Shroud-X, and I think part of that would just be getting Emma out of the game for now. See what happens after.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Rivals Fight Night week number 7. If you're enjoying the broadcast, do us a favor, hit the follow, the subscribe, whatever you see on your screen, because we're going to break when we come back. NA, the battle continues. Look at her jump. She's got moves, but she's got wings. Chase her down, Emma. Slam cam. Welcome one and all. It is week 7 here on Rivals Fight Night. We're in the middle of the North American Challengers match, and I want to give a big shout out to all of the former pros who turned content creators and then became wise enough to realize I don't have to work if others will make the content for me. Then started a watch party and were able to bring in subs, donations, all the energy that they are enjoying today. You too could be a watch party contestant. All you got to do, go on Twitter and spam Tempo ZP. Once again, it's at Tempo ZP. Let them know you would like to watch party the next Rivals Fight Night. Avast, I get to do this watch party every week. It's the best job on the planet. Tonight we have a treat. It's the first look at season 2, and Shroud-X, when they had Doomed on the Wolverine, ferocious. Without, it's been an envy game.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just the Emma Frost show right now, realistically. It's not just only Kaluj being the one-man army here, it's the value given as well to those team-ups coming out for NK, just making sure they're making the space, they're getting the picks that needs so the rest of Envy can walk on forward, enable Cal as well. So I do think the Emma Frost show is definitely the name of the game currently for Envy. Shroud-X showing signs of life, but needing to find an answer.
ZP, you're just nodding happily. What's going through that noggin of yours as you see Hall of Djalia is going to be map 4?
Look, I love what Shroud-X has some big adjustments coming in here. Also, I gotta say, there's some interesting comments in chat talking about the Envy reorg going. It's like, ooh, Space leaves the team, Kaluj comes in, Envy suddenly looks good. What's up with that, Space? I'll say, look, Space left on his own accord. I don't think Space is the problem, and he is one of our valued co-streamers at nearly 1,000 viewers here today. So, hands off Space right now.
Say it with us, chat. Space was not the problem. And shout out to that whole streaming house. It's like Sinatra, Space, all just watching Remix, their other roommate play. I was just monetizing the third roommate. It's a genius business strategy. ZP, one day you and I will share a mansion. In the meantime, big shout out to Clairvoyant before we get to the bans and protects with the best comment in the last 10 minutes. At 8:43, Clairvoyant said, Avast looks like he noticed there's blood leaking out from his closet, and he's got to do some more work hiding the bodies.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. I think overall
he didn't deny it.
I didn't deny. Listen, all I'm gonna say, maybe they can help me come clean the blood out of the closet, Clairvoyant. I might need some help. Like, do you mind? I'm just gonna turn on some Huey Lewis in the news and we can clean it up. Like, you just gotta come on over here and we can take care of that. So be aware. Shout
out to Clairvoyant for making me giggle. If you have something better in the chat, we will read it on air. If you also want to be on stream, all you gotta do, hit that Prime sub button. We are live on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Twitter, now known as Elon Musk's own social media platform. Not Blue Sky yet. ZP can't figure that one out. And we're almost on TikTok, but the tariff bans are a little tough right now. We're getting into this game number 4, apparently, ZP. We're getting there, right? Like,
we're getting
the players are ready to play video games. Like, we're
I think if
at
just
that
ready.
stage where I'm done filling, and we got like games.
It's North American Marvel Rivals, which means that players go take bathroom breaks. Players go AFK between rounds, and wrangling players is a full-time job. Thank you, of course, for our observers pulling double duty on that one. But we are in game.
Yes.
We'll see how this one
it's real.
pans out.
Okay, I bet you they are going to protect the hell
fan.
next for Shroud-X.
One day. I mean, what, guys? What do you think? Do you think they're gonna ban Wolverine? Maybe? Do you think they're gonna ban?
I think Wolverine might go.
Like, perhaps. Oh, look at that! Shocker! We're all surprised. Now, okay, let's see it. Protect the Loki. Here it comes. They're gonna protect the Loki. Let's wait. Come on. It's 15 seconds. Just do it. We don't have to wait in me.
Preemptive protect Emma.
Put the Loki protect in the yeah, there it is. Put the Loki protect in the bag. Okay, now let's see the group protect Shroud-X. Here we go. We're just gonna keep on the script.
Nah,
right? Surely we're just staying on the script here.
This is the hella protect. Come on.
Okay, sure. They swapped it around. Okay, my bad. Now, what are we gonna ban here? Magneto, Human Torch. There it is. Human Torch. Yep. There it is.
Torchy boy gone.
And let's see. Is this gonna be a Rocket Raccoon ban? Let's take a look. Does the script get followed?
I will say it is. North America does not practice Avast. They do not practice. Just use the one comp that you did practice.
Now let's check the protect that one. Perhaps this one will be the group protect, huh? What do you think, Puckett? Could this be the group protect?
Well, no, it's the MV protect, so it'd be the Magneto.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Magneto, that's fine. So that's right. And now let's see the group protect. Let's see it. Let's take a look.
Yep.
I won't be surprised.
Oh,
okay. Adam protect. Okay.
Lord of the Stars.
Ban Emma Frost.
They've done it.
Yes!
They've done it. Okay. Okay, we broke
Thank
the script.
Lord in heaven. They've changed the script.
Broken. Do they ban Star-Lord here, knowing that they're gonna try to play like potentially a triple res comp? Because like, even though Adam's nerfed, there is you can still play it. Oh, it's gonna be Hulk. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't this just gonna be Magneto running around with?
Heroes could make all the difference.
What do you got? Strange thing back in the action for NA? What are we seeing? ZP?
I don't think we're gonna
gone.
I don't think we're seeing Strange here. Although it's hard to say because Emma's been available all night long. If anything, it might be more in the thing. I mean, Magneto thing was played a whole lot back in season 1. I think the problem is that a lot of people do feel like Strange got, hit a little bit hard with the nerf bat. But on the same note, part of the reason why you weren't seeing Strange get played is the fact that Emma was on the field. So we'll see. I mean, yeah. And the fact Groot's available.
I mean, that is like the comp for Hall of Djalia, right? Is we've seen a lot of Mag and Groot has consistently played on this map. So it wouldn't be a surprise by any means. The Adam Warlock, I love the Protect at least on the Adam Warlock because it made Envy have to be slightly worried about some potential other compositions that can be played here. It gives also, because of the huge skyboxes here, that does give the opportunity, because even with the nerf to the Barrage that came out onto Star-Lord, it's still a very playable hero. You can also bring in Mantis, who obviously gives a ton of extra damage as well, a ton of extra utility with the sleeps. So a good play for Shroud-X, I think.
I have a challenge for the chat as we kick this one off. If you have a favorite hero you would like to see on stream, put it in the chat right now. I'll be telling production.
Also, this is just going to be a Strange portal into a swap to Magneto in all likelihood. So portal is up here for Shroud-X, where so much rides on this opening portal on this map in particular as Doom just rolls out, guns blazing, blaster barrage narrow down. The portal timing great. Immediate life right now for Shroud-X as Doom's not stopping Avast.
I mean, right now, Shroud fans, they're looking like the cheering Minions gif currently because they're playing, they've played something different. They're explosive here, using the Soul Bond as well in the live streams from Adam Warlock just to explode out. Do a ton of value here. So now Envy reeling here a little bit. Don't want to lose anyone late though. Don't want to chase too hard. Ooh, Doom. A little careful there.
Yeah.
Gotta be a little careful.
Yeah, I mean, Doom just feeling the energy. Felt all the energy of the crowd heading on in, and okay. Envy gonna get a last contest here. We'll see if they make it worthwhile. However, you got right now. Take a look. In on the top, Doom. Blaster Barrage coming on in. God of Mischief being used here on both ends. Impunity though is able to take down NK. Shroud-X just needs a little bit of cleanup. Strangling Prison though in here from Remix, and the fall through is huge. Kaluge in on top. Another person coming in for Impunity, but the fight was in a way rougher state, and Vision doesn't have Karmic Revival yet.
Now, it looks like they want to stay here in the fight. I mean, Nuck popping that Resurgence, keeping them alive. They're going to use the Galactic Legend as well as Nuck goes down, forcing the fate of both worlds. But, I mean, the ults, they're such better here on the trades, and they have the shield still up. So, Cal blocking a lot of that damage from Doom anyways. And just Nuck didn't have the ult yet, ZP. All they needed was that strategist ult for the Mantis, and they maybe would have survived through that Strangling Prison that comes out, and they just didn't have it up yet.
Yeah, also, Dogman. Still on the Strange. Eye of Agamotto, good to go. It's going to be Strange
Well, the problem is now,
Strange.
look at the ult cycle. Look at the ult cycle, ZP. I mean, it's pretty equal across the board. Their advantage is lost. They got a lot of cap time at least, so they can threaten point. But now they're kind of stuck in a much worse situation.
Well, what a difference from most of the games here today. Strange back on the menu. We'll see how the ults shape the course of this fight. NK on the ground right now. Galactic Legend, good to go. Envy right now just looking to deal with Shroud-X moving on in. Cal dropping the Eye of Agamotto. Shroud-X though losing no one in turn, still have their eye. Also NK trying to take advantage of the confusion, drops the Galactic Legend, gets doomed. Not a bad opening power. They got Karmic Revival. Is Vision gonna drop it here? Vision does. They're right back in it. Dogman dropped his Eye of Agamotto. Shroud-X back to full strength. However, Kaluge, Meteor M ready to go. Is it gonna get anyone? No, it does not. Meanwhile, Kaluge is just getting crunched from the back, doomed, laying in the damage. However, both end up falling. Doom though might have the team up revival. Cocoon could bring him right back into it. As Shroud-X right now trying to move into the point. They get the Soul Resurgence out here. Avast Envy now. God of Mischief in turn.
They need a Strangling Prison. They need a Strangling Prison to come out here. They know there's no Fate of Both Worlds, but there's still going to be a God of Mischief, so they're going to go ahead, pop that there for Fidel. There's the Strangling Prison. Can they burn through it? Looks like they get one, they get two. Oh, that's exactly what they needed.
Shroud-X able to make their way through. Envy's gonna try and delay a little bit longer, but even a Venom, there is a limit. Kaluj walks up. That's gonna be Kaluj immediately getting knocked down. So we got the convoy moving here. Not the quickest attack, but anytime you can walk away from this point with the convoy moving, some part of you still a little bit happy.
Yeah, you breathe a sigh of relief, you wipe the sweat from your brow and be like, oh, thank God that's over. Every time you're just like, oh, thank goodness, like we're done with that. So now we move on here in a second. Doomed holding on to Galactic Legend. No strategy souls up for Envy just yet. I mean, obviously they hold the regeneration domain, which is almost like a mini ult. But I do think there's a lot of in the bank. There's a lot of opportunity, a lot of tools here in the bank for Shroud-X. If they want to go aggressive, just try to pop that Galactic Legend. Right now, just a lot of potent.
Cal right now is trying to go aggressive, looking for the Agamotto. Meanwhile, in the sky is Doomed. Galactic Legend is popped. The Agamotto was used. Shroud-X losing no one in turn. Galactic Legend, though, going to be used by NK in turn. Remix getting down Doomed with the help of the Legend, and NK in over the top continues to lay it in. Nothing really nullifying it. Gets 2 before it's all said and done, plus the 3rd from my Remix. So it's going to be a hold here from Envy.
Definitely a much better. Galactic Legend comes out. Really good regeneration domain for a month there, keeping everyone up. I mean, it's just kind of the problem of dropping a dry Galactic Legend if you don't have anything, like any cooldowns, any positioning force. And especially you're seeing kind of the difference here with Nero being on the Luna Snow. You get that snowflake, you get that idle aura, just keeping a lot more consistent healing. Sure, Nuck is able to pocket Doomed, but it's rather NK be a little bit more aggressive, I think, at times.
You gotta look to Remix here. I think Envy really needs a good Strangling Prison to make this fight work. Shroud-X is coming in loaded for Bear. NK, a little bit of damage, do some ult building here, but really, what is Remix doing? Doomed gets Kaluj down early. Do you still throw extra into this? Dongman, Meteor M, not gonna get killed here. Remix does decide to invest the prison, but you're down 1 here. The fall through might not be all that good. Shroud-X able to use support ult, stay in there. Impunity and Vision on the cleanup. So on the economy side, a really good fight so far for Shroud-X.
Now the fight, I mean, breaking down here, so Shroud-X should just win. Yep, that's exactly what they're gonna do. They have the man advantage. They get to hold on to some ults too, so a really good counter strangling prison there from Impunity. Just keeps everyone up. They split the heals there, split the recontest, and now Envy get to walk back in with a Meteor M. They're close to a Galactic Legend, but you look at Shroud-X, they're gonna have the God of Mischief, so they're gonna have a Strategist ult, they're gonna have the regeneration domains, they're also gonna have the mass res coming out here, that Karmic Revival from Vision. So a lot of things in the bank here, pretty much, to mitigate the Envy ults.
Yeah, I mean, Envy's in a tough spot for sure. Kaluj moving forward, aggressive. Meteor M looking for the opportunity, not going to get anything from that. Instead, Shroud-X in here, Fate out. Doomed sitting here. Has the Galactic Legend good to go. Taking to the sky, going for the long flank, and going to use it. Galactic Legend on both sides. Who's going to be the higher Legend? So far, it's Doomed. Hits 2 here so far. NK, nothing. The flank, devastating from Doomed.
However, I mean, they're still kind of taking a point, but I think, yeah, they do have heals. Should be the cleanup coming up. Cal, I believe, also got interrupted on the Eye of Agamotto. Did not even get that Eye of Agamotto out. Went back to the 50%. So I heard the voice line. Didn't see where the interruption was. I'm going to assume it was probably asleep from Nuck. So that's also pretty big there in that fight. Didn't have to worry about it because the ult leapfrogging there was actually not bad for Envy. I mean, they traded Kaluj's Meteor M to get rid of the God of Mischief from Fidel. So maybe there was a chance, you know, in a more neutral fight, but just unfortunately did not have the ults they needed. It's the card controlling here on the last.
Also Cal onto the Warlock. So triple strategist across the board. Doomed. Moving on in. Blaster Barrage going to be used. For now, just a bit of ult building as Shroud-X tries to keep the momentum. God of Mischief going to be used here by Fidel. Envy, though, trying to seize the opportunity. Use the Fate here in from Narrow. Envy moving forward. Shroud-X, though, not really caring too much. Solar Surge is going to be used. They still got a Karmic Revival in tow. And Doomed looking to set the tone here once more. Galactic Legend in over the top. Is he going to be able to get anything? Right now, it looks like no. Meanwhile, Fidel, God of Mischief going to be used here. Dongman still hanging on to the Meteor M. Shroud-X can push back a little bit. Envy doing some dancing of their own. Kaluj, though, Meteor M going to be dropped, looking for any target available. Drops onto a point and finishes off the Mantis with the aid of Narrow right there. One up right now is Envy. Karmic Revival, though, in from Shroud-X. Gonna even the score as Shroud-X now trying to push with it. Doom should be brought right back up. Same with Dongman. So Karmic Revival getting some value, but Envy holding terrain.
And Cal, with the swap into the Adam Warlock, not only mitigating the value of the Galactic Legend earlier, but also still hold on to a Karmic Revival themselves. See Shroud-X trying to walk forward. They do have the Meteor M. Galactic Legend gonna have to be used. There it is.
Vision able to get down Remix. I don't think Remix is coming back just yet. Shroud-X working with the advantage. No, as I said, that Karmic Revival is going to be used. So, Remix back into the fray. A lot of revives on both sides, and a whole lot of the convoy not moving, but we are in overtime. Shroud-X cannot go back for any reason here. They get some decent poking on the Remix and NK. They have to back up for a moment. Some strategist ults, though, ready to go at a moment's notice here for Envy. Shroud-X gonna use theirs first. Doomed has the Galactic Legend good to go. Will it be another major flank coming on in? We'll have to see. Remix going up, though. Has a Strangling Prison. Instead gets put in jail first. Is the fall through gonna be there? Envy right now. Looking hale and hardy. Nothing bad happening there. Remix, an even bigger Strangling Prison on the other side. But Shroud-X, they're going to use their strategy assaults. They're going to stay alive too. Nuck with the Soul Resurgence. Doomed. Dropping the Galactic Legend into the back line. Just getting more ults out of Envy. And Vast, this is a slog. But NK strikes and so does Kaluge. But Vision.
I mean, but we're doing with Necromancy. I mean, the Necromancy comp here. Nothing goes down. The graveyards, they're returning. However, I think they're just going to get staggered long enough to where, yeah, they can't even touch. So Envy playing that really, really well. I mean, their ult economy for Envy looks really good. It's stabilized a lot past that first map. They're doing a lot better job of leapfrogging those ults. Cal making sure to just show off some of that flexibility. And as we watch these teams play, and especially on this map where we see a lot of Adam Warlock and a lot of Star-Lord getting played, it's just, I mean, it really is. I'm just coining it. It's the Necromancy comp. I mean, because like you're just playing for a very, very long, I know it's technically not.
Isn't that when you do bad things to a dead body?
No, that's not it. That's a different term.
It depends. I mean, if you're a fan of Soul Leveling, the shadows are, they're okay with like coming back. But
I guess it depends how much you respect the soul of the creature. But
look, here's what I think. As you're taking a look at this overall, I'll just say when it comes to Necromancy, thank God that Rocket is involved, because we had some Rocket Warlock comps earlier today, and you truly did lose track of like who was dead and who was alive with that many resing being taken place.
100%. A little bit less confusion, but Envy, like I said, played it really well. They leapfrogged their ults fantastically. I like the swap here. I mean, Shroud-X, this is definitely a comp that it worked for them. They just struggled to get what they needed out of Envy, right? Because you take it, for example, that last fight, right? They pop the ults, they force out the Strangling Prison, but guess who's holding, just waiting to drop a strategist ult the whole time that God of Mischief? It's Nero. Just waiting the entire, or rather month, the whole time, just holding on to that, just holding on to, ready to pop. And I do think that's kind of an issue there. When you look for Shroud-X's, they're struggling to get the ults out of Envy that they need, especially when you're looking at comps like this, where a lot of it's just based off how long can you sustain.
Envy, early Portal, and an even earlier pick, though, from Doom, saying, hello, Portal, also goodbye, and go back to spawn. Shroud-X, early opening pickoff right now. Playing around the Portal from Envy quite well here so far. Dogman picking up Remix, and this is just a disaster for Envy right now. They're completely split, completely staggered, and yeah, they get pick on the Doom, but guess what? He's coming back.
So Necromancy, they've done it again. The dark magic.
Yeah,
so
actually saved it.
Yeah, I mean, so now Envy losing their first contest. It was well played. Good walls, great bubble as well for the aggression for the barrage there is NK. I mean, stuck behind, running around, getting chased. Surely you don't chase this down, because that's, I mean, that's exactly what NK wants. Yep, they're going to back it up now because they know that another contest is coming in very soon. But look at the ults, pretty good build for Shroud-X.
Interesting too, Kaluge is staying on the Doctor Strange even beyond the opening portal. It's something that, arguably may be a mistake right now, depending on your read of the meta. But Envy, they're moving on forward. Right now, both teams trading out poke. Doomed getting real close to a Galactic Legend, gonna be the first one to get it up of the two Star-Lords. Doom, though, getting real low from the Splash Barrage. He'll back up in turn as Impunity lands the prison, and the fall through was there.
Just needed one. I mean, they had the ult advantage. Sure, some frags being traded here just a little bit, but Cal should go down a little bit later. Should be going down. Cal should be going down. There you go. That's a little bit of good stagger there. And I think for Kaluge staying on Strange, there's a couple reasons. I mean, one, like already holding on to the Eye of Agamotto. I think also just waiting for the cooldown, even though it's a really long cooldown. Having portals available for this map, still pretty strong. You do have some options at the first point also to mitigate a lot of damage with the shield. So even with the nerfs that are coming with the Strange, I don't think it's the end of the world here.
If I'm Doomed, I just open with the flank. Straight up, early Galactic Legend. Let it rip. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Doomed. A little bit in the backline. Blaster Barrage waiting for the opportunity. Eye of Agamotto going to be dropped here by Kaluge. Is the fall through going to be there? Doomed right now still waiting out. And once the stance finishes, the Galactic Legend is going to be popped. Doomed waiting his opportunity. NK's taking out one here so far. That takes away a huge source of resurrection. But Doomed waiting. He's been waiting a long time. Galactic Legend, though.
He's still waiting.
Good to go. Look, it's a long dance party, but finally the dancing has stopped. The shooting has begun. Doomed. Can you find the right target? Well, okay, there's still a little bit of dancing going on. Goes into the back line, looking for at least one off this Galactic Legend. Gets pummeled by line of sight, but The rest of the fight still going well for Shroud-X, holding off Envy with only a minute left on the clock.
And we spent a lot of time watching Doom there. And even though Doom did not necessarily do a lot, A, threatened that he would do a lot, was like, hey, I'm going to do so much. And so they were constantly worried about the Galactic Legend. And B, kind of shows that tempo there, right? Of like, okay, we see the ults get traded. We see all that occur. And just a little bit better there for Shroud-X. Just keeping those strategy ults on board a little bit longer. And they didn't have to use the Karmic Revival either. Here it comes. And this is part of the reason why Kaluj wants to stay on the Strange, right? Is that you get another portal.
All right, so Kaluj onto the Strange. The portal is done. Only 40 seconds left for Envy, or Puckett is the prophet. And we go to a map 5. Is Puckett right, or does Envy find a way through here and now? Working on the outskirts off the portal. Shroud-X, though, still hanging on to the Karmic Revival, even if things go rough. Could be a lot of reses in this fight here, Vast.
There could, but also not a lot of ult on board here for Shroud-X already. They're going to walk up forward to Remix using that Strangling Prison. Sets up the Eye of Agamotto. Can they find some more from that? They are. They're going to find Fidel, but still Karmic
Vision's
Revival
under attack
available.
too. Vision goes down. Vision can't get the Karmic Revival up. Kaluj off the Eye of Agamotto. Gets the proper picks. Sets the tone for Envy. And this map may not be over yet.
And Kaluj showing the value still of the Strange. You had the portal. You get to walk on in, drop the Eye of Agamotto, post Strangling Prison. A lot of damage on the point, even with those nerfs to the Maelstrom. And the primary fire. So Envy finally capping first. They can now wipe their brow. What's this? Fidel dropping the portal so they can poke. They can do a little bit of poking here. They're going to look at each other. I mean, they're going to commit through there. They're dropping the Phantom Blade Worlds.
All right, we're just going to go in. And, okay, they get the Fate out here from Envy. Remix, though, immediately punishing Dogman. And, you know, the portal here, perhaps a little questionable.
Adventurous.
Yeah, ambitious. Yeah, these are caster words.
They did force a Fate of Both Worlds there from Nero. So they traded ult for ult. Fidel's 80% to an Eye of Agamotto. I mean, now, nope, they're just going to swap. Yeah, when your strategist is 80% to your Eye of Agamotto. Not going to hold on to that. Gonna swap on back, and also got a little time off the bank there. So for Shroud-X, I mean, you're playing for meterage, right? You're playing just to try to get as much economically out of Envy here because you know where the win condition is.
Yeah, I mean, Shroud-X is still playing with an advantage, but that can go away if they lose Doomed immediately. They are starting the stagger, and this is where, remember, Envy's on match point. They keep this momentum up. They will go to the money match against Shikigami later today. NK adding on another 2. Doom gives himself back into the fray, but the momentum of this has been rough. Vision dropping the Karmic Revival. Shroud-X looking for stability. It's Forge, though, sneaky into the back. Eye of Agamotto opens things up, and Shroud-X is on the ropes.
I mean, and just look at his mechanics. I like, even with the Strange nerf, he's doing so much damage here with that combo, using the primary fire, melee, Maelstrom. It's just so much damage. You have the maneuverability as well. And sure, Strange may have been nerfed, but Kaluj has it. I mean, it looks incredibly good across the board there. And just seeing the opportunity there as well, because with the Karmic Revival, with that change too, players are coming back, especially dual strategists, with less total health, because now instead of a set pool, you're coming back with just 30% of your max.
Okay, Shroud-X, tournament life here on the line. Envy looking to threaten. Doom, though, wants to shut it down. Galactic Legend used here on the top. Regen domain going to be forced out in turn. Shroud-X in need a little bit more than that. Doom still punishing over the top. Dongman hitting onto the Meteor M as Kaluj just walks forward here. Oh, it's a semi-flank through the left-hand side. Envy gonna back it up here with the Fate of Both Worlds. However, Dongman's Meteor M was able to get at least one, but it's brought right back up. Warlock not going down that easily. NK, meanwhile, Galactic Legend is going to be used. Shroud-X not really at a point where they can give anything up here. Fate of Both Worlds going to be used here by Nuck. As Shroud-X desperately looking for a pick. Eye of Agamotto dropped here by Kaluj. Is this all Envy needs? They've got one from it here so far. Fidel is down. Shroud-X cannot afford the bleed here. They have very little progress left to give.
They can't lose anyone. They can't lose anyone, but they're losing multiple. They're getting chased down. Kaluj looking for more. Oh, the mist. The mist. The heavy. Wait, they can NK.
This is almost it. If they can't touch it.
Easy Pops Karmic Revival. They might be able to touch. Can anyone? No,
no,
they can't.
Envy knocking out Shroud-X. It was a rough start on map 1, but then they let loose 3 straight, and even making adjustments like getting rid of the Emma. It was not enough to best Envy as Shroud-X falls. Interesting series with a lot of different looks at the meta, Vast.
Yeah, I mean, Envy showing that, okay, they're comfortable in the Emma Frost, but also they love to play If you want to play some triple strategists, they're cool with that too. Cal continuing to show a lot of that flexibility for this team. And overall, I think you look to Envy, you look at some of the retooling that's been done here, dropping a couple players leaving, and they looked pretty good.
Yeah, they looked really, really good, I would say, especially in the fact that they kind of proved like, okay, we're not just an Emma Frost one trick here. And also, look, there's been a lot of Strange hate out recently, just given the change of power as far as Vanguard play goes. But, you know, Kaluj still has it, you know. The player, not the hero, perhaps, depending on the time.
Yeah, Strange still works. Iron Fist was not deployed. We did not see any torches in the air tonight so far from North America. I feel like, Avast, you nailed it. These guys are playing the old meta. Next week, NA, I hope to see some new comps because this was very goaty. Avast, how long does this work? Can you keep this up? Can this be your identity if you're Envy, to be kind of that bully ball, strong Vanguard front, and then just a DPS to help out when needed?
I mean, I don't think they're really shoehorned into a triple Vanguard composition. It's something that clearly works for them, but they showed that they can also play triple strategists. They showed they can play 2-2-2 if they want to play it. So I don't really feel like Envy in their current form is like, oh, that's our like must pick. It's more
Say it louder
so
for the chat.
ideally for them. It's ideal. It's an ideal comp for them. It's not the must pick. They don't have to play triple Vanguard. And that should make you a fan, I think, in general, of Envy's strengths when you're like, okay, this is really good for them, but also it's clear that they can get off of it versus just, oh, this is all we can play.
Yeah, on the other side, we have to say goodbye to Shroud-X. They came out hot, ZP. That game one with the Wolverine, everything was flowing. After Wolf started to get banned out, though, things went downhill. If you want to see this team back on the show, ZP, where do they need to improve?
I think for Shroud-X, when you look at how they open the day in terms of their ban strategy, I just don't think they've had enough time here on Season 2 to be comfortable with stuff. I think when you look at what they were taking away, a lot of it was essentially, ooh, this is new to Season 2. We want to roll back the clock a little bit. And the reality is when you're drafting for power, when you're trying to like put together the most optimal compositions, you got to be comfortable with the current season. This is a really talented team. It is a young team. I have zero doubts that they will bounce back, but as far as right now in Season 2, they need a little bit more time to cook.
Right now, we have Envy moving on to our NA final, and it's not 100 Thieves waiting for him this time. Shikigami dethroned 100 Thieves last week. They are reigning NA champions with a brand new challenger. Let's take a look at your bracket so far before we crown our MVP from this matchup. There's a lot to choose from. We've been crunching the numbers on the back end. Avast, who do you think is going to be most dangerous for Shikigami to handle in the next matchup?
I mean, it's very clear that obviously Kaluj is driving kind of the tempo from this first match, and guess what? He also got the MVP. He looked really, really good across the board, pulling out some familiar heroes with Doctor Strange, but also pulling out brand new ones with Emma Frost. But also, I think that even though Kaluj was the MVP, he's definitely not the solo threat. I mean, you got to see a lot of value still getting from the strategist, from Cal, from NK in particular on the Psylocke. But Kaluj definitely a driving force for this team right now. And for Shikigami, you have to be a little worried because it's not one player you have to be worried about, even one player to be most worried about. It's clear that Envy right now, they look very, very comfortable with multiple threats.
Kaluj's playstyle is in your face. You apply that with a remix, you have a very scary front line. Envy establishing dominance. This is the game I'll remember. Just the full hold and the spawn. I don't think I've seen that yet from pros. Shroud-X got bullied tonight, ZP.
They did, and you know what? If I'm going for solutions against Envy, I think when it comes to hero pools, Kaluj hero pool is like clearly pretty deep and still can make the Strange work. I think you shift gears a little bit. I think you look at Remix, and I think he is a little bit more invested into the Groot than the rest of his hero pool. And
his mag is nasty too, but
it is.
You got to get rid of both, right?
Even if you don't get rid of both, I think if you just get rid of the Groot, I think it still may be a benefit, even if you have your own Groot. I think you nerf Remix disproportionately high if you get rid of the Groot. So something to keep in mind if you're Shikigami going forward. That would be one approach I would take if your initial approach just falls on bad times.
Yo, Tasmo, do me a favor. Message Remix right now. Tell him ZP thinks you can only play Groot. Let's get spicy for the grand finals. Shout out to our man Kaluj, the Vanguard, getting the job done for Envy. A 3-1 over Shroud-X means that we are ready for your North American final. Don't go anywhere. It is week 7 of Rivals Fight Night live on Twitch.tv, YouTube, and everywhere else your mom watches content.
No bird.
Hello one.
No passive. Let's go. We did it.
You know it's a good time when your voice gets that high. They did it, Avast. A 3-1 beating of 100 Thieves gave them the NA crown, and Shikigami the honors of playing tonight.
I mean, you know, you gotta love the moments of genuine hype, where it's like, especially for a lot of these players in Marvel Rivals, where some of them this might be their first time competing professionally. Like, we're used to a lot of previous pros or players that have competed in other titles, and they're kind of the euphoria of winning like an online tournament. They're like, another day in life. While then for people that are just kind of new to the scene, new to competing, it's like their biggest thing ever, you know, especially those who are trying to get, so it's always lovely to see kind of the ends of both that spectrum to a degree and get those hype moments. And definitely a test to the microphone to see how high they can test the peak.
Big shout out to all of our players that have been on the stream. Shikigami has had a number of rosters that we have featured. This most recent one looking extra dangerous. ZP, let's take a look at who was doing work for this crew. Was it just the Vanguards that you had your eyes on, or who had your attention last week?
I mean, look, it was a full team effort, but you can't talk about Shikigami without talking about the Vanguard play. It was really the 1-2 punch. You had Krasmang on the Groot, just being a force of nature. At times, just felt like they were playing another building game with how well they were setting up walls to stay alive. And of course, Scatter Genji on just one of the most devastating Magnetos we have ever seen. And the reality is, though, it has to be a full team effort if you're going to beat a team like 100 Thieves. And look, Shikigami, they surprised a lot of people last week, and we'll see if they can stand up to what some people are calling the Envy Super Team.
Hey, ZP, are we not allowed to say Fortnite or Minecraft?
No, we're totally allowed to say it.
All right, building game. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So that is Shikigami. On the other side of this one, you just saw Envy. It's like a bunch of bulls just running at you. You got Collusion Remix, Frontline, Cal picking you off if you let him get to a Hela. And NK, we saw some fantastic Psylocke. How do you rate his Star-Lord? What do you want to see more of in this fight if Envy is going to get crowned NA Champs of Avast?
I mean, realistically, I don't think you need to see a lot more. Maybe with the Star-Lord, you're maybe potentially trying to win a little bit more of those flank fights, especially if you're having a Luna Snow when other teams might not. But realistically, I think it was a pretty good performance across the board for both those duelists here for Envy. And I think they did their job excellently. Definitely, Cal has been a focus in terms of the duelist line for Envy at times. But NK, especially on the Psylocke, has been showing a lot of star moments.
I see a lot of chatter right now. Everyone's wondering, who else is going to get scooped up by a big brand? Envy investing in these players. On the other side, Shikigami picking up their own squad. We have Sentinels in the mix, 100 Thieves in the mix. There's been rumors of a bunch of other major orgs, T1, that could be entering the Rivals Fight Night universe here shortly. If I'm looking to build a Team ZP while we buy our NA players time to get into a lobby, where do you start? What is the core of any lineup right now in Rivals?
I think when you look at how things are going, I think you need a few things. I think your two Vanguards are immensely important, as we've seen, especially here today. But also, I think you are at a huge disadvantage if you don't have one duelist who can be a major threat on your heroes like Hela that generally seem to dominate games on their own at points, right? Like, I think those are like three parts that you almost have to start out with, because you don't want to be one of those teams where you enter something like a Hela meta and you go, well, we just have to ban Hela every time because we can't compete with that. Like, no. You want to be the team that people have to ban Hela against.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights if we're buying more time, Solomon, because we just had Kaluj walking away with MVP honors, and he did it across multiple different Vanguard heroes. He is going to be going up against Krasmang, though, who is likely to dominate on the Groot if you let it through. How big is, I guess, the comp difference right now, Avast, and how much of it is player difference in the first 2 weeks of Season 2?
It's a little early to tell. Honestly, I'm gonna say, let's do the cop-out answer. It's a little early to tell. Realistically, we're gonna have to see Shikigami get tested more, because I mean, we saw the win obviously and that previous win and that highlight from the previous fight night. But we need to see more from them. We know kind of this Envy, a lot of these Envy players, whether they've been playing on Envy, whether they've been playing on Sentinels for like players like Kaluj, obviously, or they played previously in other games and titles like Nero. So I do think there's kind of a tested element there versus Shikigami, a little bit more of a, okay, do they continue to perform at this top tier 1 level? So right now I'm going to say it's inconclusive. Honestly, it's inconclusive. It's time to fence it. It's time to fence it, Puckett.
6 weeks in, you can see 100 Thieves was in 5 of those finals. Sentinels, the other champion, but that was way back in week 1. Now we are guaranteed to see a new champion. Envy, back for another finals performance. Last time they got 3-0'd by 100 Thieves, but Shikigami's in the throne seat right now. ZP, are our players ready to go? What are they doing?
Well, it's the NA part of the show. So right now, if you were to take a bet and say they were in the bathroom, you would probably be right. We talked about when Dogman was on the show, it's the NA small bladder. You hate to see it, but it is the reality. One thing I'll say is interesting, though, is you're thinking about how this match may go down. If I were game planning for Shikigami, I would wonder, are they the same team without a Groot? The problem is for Envy, they really like playing Groot in terms of what iRemix likes to play. So the idea of going against and like testing Shikigami by banning the Groot outright, I don't think is something that Envy is going to want to do. I think it's going to be nothing but Groot all series long, unless maybe Envy gets down 2 maps in the hole and they go, okay, we must take out Kresmang. But other than that, I think the Forest is going to be thriving this match.
Shout out to chat, already calling out Lawyer 448. Yes, he is the 100 Thieves super fan that currently holds a grudge against Shikigami. Is it strong enough for him to put his channel points on Envy tonight? That is the question I have for our mods. Muse22 says Daze is the player to watch in this showdown. Let's talk a little bit about the other players in the mix here. I tend to focus on like 2 or 3 big names for each team to help the audience kind of track on. Avast, dive deeper. We're going to Krakoa. It's the new map. What else can we expect here for game number 1?
I mean, honestly, I haven't seen Shikigami. So it's going to be a question for Shikigami of, have they been watching Envy play so far today? Are they willing to potentially get rid of the Emma Frost early, or maybe some of the other Vanguards? Maybe, get rid of some of the strategist potential, take them back to a triple strategist, keep them on the 2-2. And will they protect the Wolverine even? Because that's something that clearly Envy struggled with when they're trying to play some triple Vanguards, is do we protect a Wolverine? And already Envy getting rid of a Loki early. Okay, no, we were swapped. That makes, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, that doesn't make sense, but now this makes sense.
That makes a little bit more sense. So yeah, for Shikigami here, it's just a question of, are they adapting to what Envy have been playing throughout the day, or do they already have something preset in mind?
I always wondered, do you want to be Team A or Team B? Do you want to be the first one to ban, or do you want to be the second ban, but also the first protect, ZP?
Again, I think it kind of comes down to team preference. I have literally heard arguments on both sides of the aisle. Obviously, if both teams like banning the same thing, you get an advantage by banning second, but you also kind of show your hand at the same time. Some teams prefer to be more reactive, and it really is a measure of what your team values in the draft. And we've seen it forever, but take a look at this. Envy going to protect on.
You didn't play this at all in the previous match. Now you're protecting it, and Shikigami is going to say Groot is in the game. I wouldn't be surprised if these are flipped one more time.
I mean, maybe. No. I mean, it's possible, but I do think it's interesting that the Human Torch protect after a Luna Snow ban, because that means that typically you'd have Luna with flyers, so it puts a lot of pressure maybe to, if a team likes to play Adam Warlock, because you want to play the Mantis comp to kind of pocket your flyers here a bit. So it's kind of an interesting ploy here for maybe, again, to just protect that Human Torch. Cap! Mr. Captain America ban, which, to be fair, there is a new team up with Winter Soldier. I mean, other than that, I think he kind of received nerfs across the board, but Catflation is always real. So it's possible that maybe there was something playing here. It could just be a throwaway.
Yeah, Cap was banned out in Europe as well. Nobody wants Captain America in the lineup for domination. He just stalls the point way too long. Shikigami's turn to protect after Emma Frost is in for Envy. Kaluj is going to be breaking some backs.
Yeah, also for Shikigami, I think they're going to ban another strategist here in all likelihood. I mean, they're kind of that was the other part of their playbook, right? Okay, they get rid of Adam. Shikigami, when they did well off of the group play from Kresmang, but they also forced unconventional strategist matchups versus 100 Thieves. Like, they were just all out on, we want to get rid of the strategist, and you give them an extra ban, and what do? They ban an extra strategist on top of it. All 3 bans targeted to the sport line.
Great call out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
so
where
we're
they're
going to see 4 strategists. That is the peak on the night, all removed from the lobby. If you're looking for protects, you've got some of the big damage dealers. Groot is in, Psylocke is in with her Dance of the Butterfly for Shikigami. On the other side, will Envy actually bring out a Human Torch? That's what I've been scratching my head about. Is it map specific now that we're going to Krakoa? ZP, Avast, let's get it started.
Honestly, Vast, there's part of me that doesn't even want to talk this part here because I just really enjoy the Krakoa music. It's very vibe setting to me. I don't know if
You know what they
that.
should do at some point? We should put onto this broadcast. We should put Lipos on Steve. Remember that song?
I do not remember that song. You just spoke until I do not remember.
Oh, that's true. We would get copyright struck. If we
That
put
was
the song on.
production in our ear.
Wait, that was
Production
production of the year saying we can't do that. That's actually so messed up though that this world functions like that there are copyrights.
Yeah, it's a rough time, 2025. How dare intellectual property be holding back the true creativity? But we're getting into it. Shikigami heading out of the gate. Kresmang on the Groot. No surprises there, and also no torch of Est.
Yeah, no. Well, there you say that, but Shikigami.
Oh no, there is a torch. I'm blind.
There is a
It's
torch.
okay.
There is in fact a torch. Me
But
when
it's
I'm in
also
Minecraft.
Shikigami. I was looking at Envy. I was expecting Envy to play it, given the protect. They protect torch, but they don't play it.
I mean, the thing is, like, Envy gets to play kind of the comp they want. I mean, they had the Immerfrost protected. They also had the Psylocke protected, so they kind of got everything they wanted out of this for the most part, minus a Loki.
Yeah, I mean, for Envy, they like the triple Vanguard. They'll run with it here again. We'll see if Shikigami's answer will be enough. I mean, certainly, Groot-wise, can't ask for a better Groot than Kresmang, and maybe that will give them the opportunity. But, you know, you gotta look to Madian and see if they're gonna be able to head to the back, get pickoffs on this Hela. It's been a quieter day for Hela's NNA here so far.
See, just a more poke coming through. Very long poke game here for Shikigami, just playing around, just using the Blazing Blast to force some of these walls. And there's the value from Human Torch. Some of those buffs coming through, just that extra damage, that damage over time. They're using the Blazing Blast, keeping everything alive. As now diving on in, finding one. As Melophobia, seeing this value come out from the Human Torch.
Yeah, and right now, Shikigami starting off great here in the first point. Still yet to be capped. Envy trying to stall things out. They dropped the Strangling Prison as remix, but that fight seemed over. That seemed like a waste of the prison, if nothing else. And Shikigami cleaning up, powered by the Human Torch, where, by the way, Envy's protect.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is actually a really good pick, I think, into this triple Vanguard composition because, A, there's not a lot that can already. I mean, Envy just making a swap already with Cal moving back to the Hela. So exactly what you needed because Human Torch does a lot of damage over time from the Blazing Blast. They have the Meteor Impacts where it gives him the bonus health now. He does a lot of burst damage if he hits one of his secondary fires. He does more damage in general with his primary. He has tornadoes to rip through people. Like, it's a very good pick into a triple Vanguard composition is Cal just making a swap into Hela immediately.
See if Cal is able to clip Torch out of the sky. Melophobia right now, raining down fire tornadoes and lighting them up. Easy win here for Shikigami, and I mean, Envy just walked into the blaze and did not walk out.
And I'm loving this Human Torch comp, and maybe Envy perhaps using the Human Torch as more of a bargaining chip to be like, oh, like we're trying to force you off some meta pick. Like maybe they're in a similar situation as Shroud-X where they're like not as comfortable on some of these new meta picks outside of like the Immerfrost. Because right now, Melophobia getting a lot of value of the Human Torch, who's just been creeped in power over and over and over again until eventually with these newest buffs, looks very strong, especially with the team up with Invisible Woman.
You just imagine the devs look there, it's like, well, they'll play him at some point. They can't let it like hold out.
Oh no, Kalush pushed up the map!
Yeah, I was gonna say that was a push. Kalush is gone, and well, that just ruins the entire attempt here by Envy. You just see the quick retreat. Shikigami nearly overchases Madian. Lucky to get away. A little bit of portal tech coming in here from Envy.
All that
but
time
they
in
got
the
one fight left.
Just pushed over like a small fry, you know? Just the meat doesn't help him there. And the portals, like you said, very fun part of Krakoa is there's gonna be just a silent seduction trying to find Melophobia, but he's like, nah, I'm just gonna LOS. Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing.
Yeah, Melophobia's is like, no, like, be gone. Your charms have no effect on me. Just leaves. Immerfrost not used to that level of rejection. Meanwhile, speaking of rejection, Skyrim Genji dropping the Meteor M. Does not connect. Shikigami still control the point. Takes down Remix. And Shikigami up one here so far. Vanguard's doing well. Melophobia to the back. Finds Narrow. The torch continuing to be on fire as Kalush is eventually swarmed onto the point. Shikigami, a flawless first round here on Krakoa.
I mean, this is just like You ever seen the Willem Dafoe picture where he's like looking up into the sky and he's like, oh, like that's essentially what's happening to Envy right now, because you're using this Human Torch to just LOS around this huge skybox to move around, play the pillars, play around the point. You're getting all this constant damage, the constant DOT as well from the Blazing Blast. And it's just Envy didn't have a lot of great answers, especially when you have the Emma Frost. Like, okay, you can contest the point, you can put your shield out to sort of contest some of that LOS, but you can't do anything because Emma Frost has a very low range, not a very high range for engage at all. So you're really reliant on Cal to try to make something happen, which nothing was happening, because it's not like your Psylocke's going to be doing the Human Torch typically, because they're not going to be dumb enough to just play on the ground, especially at the top level.
Well, Envy kind of looks at it and says, flame on. Cal, swapping
Let's
over
go!
to the
2 Human Torches! It's finally time!
Hey, we had a little bit of that earlier.
Yeah,
you
but
go
not
back
today.
to the LG game versus VP. But in NA, you're right. It is the first time to fight fire with fire, which may be the proper response, given what Melphobia was able to do back in round 1. But the change-ups have come in, and by the way, Emma Frost is gone. Kalush, onto the Magneto.
Yeah, they've taken him off. Neither Doctor Strange nor Magneto, though his Magneto has been pretty good as well. And remember, because of that win earlier in the domination, I mean, Shikigami holding on to an ult bank advantage already.
Really like the control from Melphobia here so far. And, okay, Shikigami gonna open up here. You got the cloak ult being used. Envy with the invisible boundary. Remix, though, striking first. Groot versus Groot. Again, Envy up on top, 6 on 5. Melphobia using the Force Armor. Has the Torch ult ready to go. Madian, though, able to get NK early in the fight. An equalizing shot for Shikigami. The dive now in from Melphobia. So well timed. This may be the best Torch play we've seen all day.
And it's so important to watch his right clicks. When his right clicks go out, when he hits the land, it's doing extra bonus damage when he hits those right clicks as well. So it's so important to time those combos, hit them, you get the bonus health too for the Meteor Impact. So now, Shikigami still controlling the point, or rather the Flame of Meteor, not the Meteor Impact, but... And Envy, they need an answer. I mean, they're going to have 5 ults on the board here. Shikigami, not really too rich in the ult department, but they do have the Strategist ult available. They're going to have some opportunity to delay a bit.
Shikigami could lose this fight to pure capitalism. It wouldn't necessarily be the best for Envy to spend everything, but they do need to get control. So we'll see just exactly what gets invested here. Looking at NK first, where you talk about ways of ripping a Human Torch out of the sky. Well, Galactic Legend is in fact one of those ways. But Envy taking it real slow here so far. Cal gonna drop the Torch ult. A little bit of fire here in the back. Meteor M, though, gonna be used in response from Shikigami from down. Finds Month. And just like that, the fight's over.
And Scatter Genji has been a master of hitting the absolute fade away in the corner Meteor M's. I feel for Shikigami from every time we've seen him. And Kluge's gonna get too late, but doesn't really matter because plenty of times for the respawns to come on up. It's Cal swapping to the Doctor Strange for the contest. There are gonna be 3 ults on the board here for Envy. They're gonna have some options, but Shikigami playing the poke with this Human Torch comp so well, playing really split, making sure to keep this Blazing Blast connected on the point to get that damage.
They walked into the fire. We'll see if it works out, but it's enough. They just immediately mug Genji where he stands. You have the ult coming out from Melphobia, but Kalush says goodbye. Meteor M, easy cleanup right after, and the Galactic Legend. Kind of expensive though, Avast.
I mean, it's the golden rules, EP. He who has the gold makes the rules, and in this case, the gold is the ults. And I think Envy, they made the rules like we're gonna cap the point, but in return, it was super expensive. They had to use a lot of the gold to do so. Shikigami about to have 3 ults on board here, and you look to Envy, it's like, okay, we know we're gonna have that invisible boundary. We're gonna have the boundary up. We can mitigate some of the value from this, but we're not gonna be able to mitigate everything. So Krasbang's engage here in terms of how does he set up this very early strangling prison. Also, I mean, the poke from Melphobia putting so much pressure.
It's ridiculous.
A lot of
the
cooldowns.
bars are melting. Krasbang just had the breathe on Nero. Nero was gone. The boundary for Month was a little bit late. Not enough to save Nero. Keep Envy at a full 6. This is an absolute disaster of an opening start here for Envy. And now Shikigami gonna drop the Eternal Bond. Melphobia sends his blood in the water, dives on in with Krasbang. They get down Remix. And this may just be Shikigami's map done really in overwhelming power via the Torch.
I mean, Cal gonna have the Eye of Agamotto. They're close to the Eternal Bond for Nero. Remix swapping to the Venom for the contest. So they're gonna have some options to touch, but they have to walk into the Goddess of Death. They're gonna have to walk into a Meteor Rim with no strategy ults. No strategy ults. And this is a very scary contest here because your backline's gonna be really vulnerable. Sure, Aramix, NK gonna be able to dance around a bit, but I mean, they have to touch them
Oh,
first. I mean,
they have to walk into the blunder here.
They got it. They got the touch.
Shikigami's been ult tracking. They're just gonna let loose here. Cow dropping the Eye of Agamotto onto Dinks, gets one stun. Meanwhile, Madian into the sky, dropping the Hella bolts, looking to the back, forcing Invisible Woman to just run. Still though, Envy not giving up any picks here just yet, despite the double duelist ults in play. Melophobia though, lighting things on fire. You start seeing Remix's health dropping super low. Has to pop the Venom Shield in response. Kaluj though, takes down Genji, and Shikigami kind of fumbles a bit here. Envy able to withstand.
Incredibly good contester for me. I mean, they have the bubble there. Kaluj gets the perfect bubble in the NK to get the touch. Ironmix then comes back in. Everyone stays alive. The Eternal Bond, they just play. They stagger around that because there isn't really quite enough burst damage, especially with the Goddess of Death, who's not going to typically burn through a strategist ult. As now Envy, they're in control. They can drop a Feast of the Abyss here. They can just pressure the backline really aggressively. They do have the Galactic Legend as well. And a lot of the pressure here on Riki to make sure this boundary's good, to make sure those Guardian Shields and the Force Physics don't immediately lose someone.
That was one thing Riki really had in their corner in the last week, was that Riki really pushed the limits on how late to get boundary and still get really good value. But Remix dives on in, goes for the feast, gets pushed in the middle of it. Envy though, Remix needs to get out, nearly gets bursted down. The boundary though is used here by Shikigami, used in turn by Envy. Both teams invisible. The Melophobia hunts down Remix. Remix actually wasn't able to get away. Shikigami now working on the 65. Krasmeng dropping the prison. Is the fall through going to be there? What's Melo looking at right now? Right now, just waiting for the Magneto Meteor M to go. Shikigami though still in a good spot, dropping the Eternal Bond. Torch up in the sky, looking for who to burn. A Madian gang NK. And it's Shikigami now, a little bit more needed. We are in overtime, 99-99, but all the eliminations going their way. Just need a little bit more. Remix back in the fight, Remix out of the fight, and that could be it.
I mean, look at the man advantage. They're about to have another Supernova. They're about to have a Meteor M. Sure, I have Agamotto invested, but I think this is going to be a slow loss for Envy, barring a miracle, like an absolute miracle.
Shikigami proving, by the way, that them being good, not a fluke. A lot of people did wonder if this team was a little bit too one-dimensional, wondering, whether or not it was just 100 Thieves having a bad week. Well, this is the Envy Super Team, as it's been called, and Shikigami still comes out strong here on Krakoa.
The Shika Army. Gotta be feeling good. I mean, and Melophobia getting the in-game MVP, which definitely deserved in this case. The amount of value from that Human Torch play was really, really good. And I think for Shikigami, what I'm impressed by is that when their first debut, when they won Rivals Fight Night, when they first showed up, they were playing some unconventional compositions, right? Especially on the strategist side. Now, I wouldn't necessarily say this comp is unconventional, but some of the other NA teams just haven't feeling comfortable, so they've clearly adapted pretty quickly to this new meta. So you're seeing, if you're someone that believes in this team, you're seeing a lot of great trajectory in terms of the long term, because they're clearly very flexible and very adaptable and willing to try a lot of new things.
19,000 damage from your Human Torch. Next highest in the lobby is around 12k. Ridiculous performance from Melophobia to open things up. Shikigami in the driver's seat after a 2-0 Krakoa. We're going to MV's pick here. You just got beaten Domination. ZP, you're going to load up Midtown and full hold them, right?
I think they would try and go to Midtown, especially if they could do triple Vanguard. They don't have to worry about a Wolverine. However, I'm just going to bring a quick flashback to map 1. Envy was the ones who protected Human Torch. Surely that doesn't happen again, given what Melophobia just did. There will be a shift in draft strategy for Envy, or, look, I'm not going to be able to explain it. It would make no sense.
Yeah, as Marley says in the chat, at least they banned Captain America. That's the first
So
of the
true.
day. Let's get another one. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from game number 1. Awesome stuff on both sides of the ball. Melophobia, my player to watch, but Amadian was the one who graced our screen on the Hella most of last broadcast. ZP, is it a duelist fight between these two teams? Because we saw the triple Vanguard with Kaluj eventually having to pull out a Punisher at the end.
Look, I think it's an everything fight from what we've been seeing. I think Riki has some of the best self-control in terms of ult economy you will see out of a strategist. Just waiting to the last second to drop invisible boundaries where other people would drop it a little bit earlier. Those seconds do matter. Krasmeng, still a force on the Groot. Took it to Remix and then some. Scatter Genji as a Vanguard, also huge. But yes, as you open the question up, Amadian and Melophobia both looked amazing. I don't think there's a part of Shikigami that looked bad.
On the other side, they tried to run this Psylocke. Will that work for Envy moving forward, Avast?
Not if they're going to keep playing Human Torch. If they're playing Human Torch, it's unfortunately, you don't have a lot of great options. The only way it works is if you're burning the rest of the team for Shikigami before Melophobia is getting a ton of value. Because sure, you can contest a Madian, especially with the changes to Astral Flock, some of those nerfs. But realistically, if you're going to play it, you need to get more value earlier, or Melophobia is just going to do too much damage.
Very nice dunk by Kaluj gave Envy their first point control, but in overtime, well, we're getting used to this one. Shikigami taking over the Hela right next to the Vanguards, running side by side as she hits headshots. Look at the invisibility to keep her up.
Really zoomed in on Cal dropping the one man.
Yeah, you look at that, and by the way, for those at home wondering, like, Strange does an ultimate. How effective was it really? You just look at the UI. You can tell instantly how many were stunned. It is your own personal cheat sheet.
You're telling me as a fan, I can look in the top left and follow what's happening?
That's right. You got
all the
power. And the top right. That's right.
And see what heroes they banned previously, because we have the best production in Rivals?
Also that too.
It's all happening, Avast. It is Shikigami. It is Envy. It is game number 2. Tasmo's boys have decided to square up on Midtown. And if you're just joining us, this was the most impressive single game victory I have witnessed. It is Envy in the opening round. Midtown was their map pick, and they didn't let their opponents out of the base. After losing map 1, they totally shut down Shroud-X. Avast, does it work on Shikigami, though?
If Shikigami watched the match before, which... please for our viewer numbers. I hope they were. I hope they were. But either way, I do think that if they watched, it won't work. Because you should be able to, even with the protects for Envy, right? Where, okay, maybe they protect Emma Frost. Maybe they protect Groot. Okay, you get rid of Magneto. You get rid of Loki. You protect Wolverine. Like, you have a lot of options here to give you alternatives. And also, maybe try exiting from a different spawn door too. But that's still a little bit hard if those comps are still allowed through.
It's going to be fun. I believe it. Tasmo's been cooking up more than just a triple Vanguard performance, but when he does, it looks fierce. Shikigami going to try and break through. But first, bans and protects, and Envy gets the honors. They choose the map. It'll be Shikigami with a second ban, but then also the first protect.
Okay.
And this is actually great.
We learned
that's
our
great.
lesson.
They've learned their lesson, but also that's one less ban that Envy gets because now they're afraid of the Human Torch.
Yes. Also, I love the hilarity where Envy also loses the first map to Shroud-X because they get crunched by Wolverine, and their instant response is like, we are banning Wolverine. So, like, Envy, they show their emotions through their bans, and I love it.
It works, right? Hey, it's pretty clear who caused us problems in the previous game. Let's just do the simple stuff. Make sure that doesn't happen. Shikigami saying, guess what? We got Crazemang. He may be the best tank. He may be the best Groot in North America. Putting his name out there. On the other side, Envy, who's going to square up? Remix again, and they are going to bring out a raccoon. What does this tell you?
I mean, it could be anything still, because realistically with Loki being banned, which is a great ban for Shikigami because you don't have that regeneration domain, you don't have that really fast build for the God of Mischief, you don't really have a lot of, like, sure, unless you want to maybe potentially use, like, Cloak and Dagger, you don't have a huge burst heal outside of Rocket. Rocket is the next, like, burst heal strategist that you have available to you. And Jeff being banned is also interesting, because I wonder, I mean, like, the Human Torch made sense. Shikigami's bans made sense. The Jeff here is like, were they suspecting a potential Jeff DPS play? Or
I think this is just, we don't want to show anything, right?
Yeah,
we're not afraid of what you can bring out. We know what you run. We've watched your VODs. Emma Frost getting protected by Shikigami is good news for Kaluj. You don't have to use it. Now you get Magneto, and you got the comp you wanted, right?
In what world did Shikigami think that Emma Frost was going to get banned by Envy? What is the point of this protect? We literally just saw their Midtown, where their entire Midtown strategy relied on Emma Frost being the heart of it, with Kaluj being front and center. Envy has brought us to Midtown, which is the same way the last series went. They were not going to ban Emma Frost. That is a little ridiculous to me, but hey, you know, Shikigami, maybe they just feel like they really need to be 100 out of 100% sure that they get to play it.
Okay, there's going to be no Hulk. That is going to hopefully minimize the Namor damage if it comes out from Shikigami. And they say no Invisible Woman, no Luna Snow, no Loki. A triple strategist ban from Shikigami. On the other side, they're targeting the Hulk, the Johnny, and the Jeff. I'm so confused.
I mean, across the board, this makes sense, though, for Shikigami in particular, because look how many strategists they removed. There's 3 strategists off the board here, including Loki, most importantly, but also Invisible Woman. So this gives a lot of sustain gone now. They're still going to have Rocket, who's been buffed, but even with this James his ult, he's not like a absolutely insanely good pick here for a triple Vanguard composition, even though it's a lot better. And then you're probably going to have to run like a Cloak and Dagger. So I do think for Shikigami, they've still done a pretty decent job of, okay, we've removed some of those key strategists here for Envy.
I think it's all about the lore. They've heard about Kalush's Jeff. Making sure Shikigami doesn't have one of their own. Here we go, 17 seconds until map number 2 begins. If you are just joining us, do us a favor. Hit that follow button if you're watching on Twitter, Kick, or on YouTube. Hit the sub button. We love you, and we love your casters. It's Avast and ZP.
All right, so this is going to be interesting. We'll see how much homework Shikigami did. It is going to be Envy, though, on the attack first. And they're not actually coming out here with Emma Frost. They're going with more of a balanced approach. In fact, it's Envy on the Wolverine.
I mean, to be fair, this is their offense, right, versus the defense. So typically the defense, we're going to try that triple Vanguard just like break out as, no, I mean, the aggression here with the bubbles, with the bulwarks, just making a lot of presence already for Envy.
Well, Krasmang back up via the BRB. And Madian, though, going on down. Squirrel Girl hasn't had the highest success rate here at Rivals Fight Night. We'll see if this is a change at all as NK getting a little bit pummeled on this Wolverine here so far, but gets a little bit of a grab. Envy just trying to get out of this also very aggressive Shikigami hold.
I mean, Shikigami, with the Emma Frost available, so Wolverine, you can use the Diamond form. You do have some options to mitigate with the Bulwarks here, as well as Armadian. Armadian can swap to Moon Knight, which with the buffs, the bonus health you get is, oh my goodness, Cal gonna get the execute. I think this is a really good comp from Envy to make sure to get the Punisher, to get this flip here, to make sure to just go for the flank, but also for Shikigami to get a decent amount of time off the bank. And the Moon Knight could still generate a ton of value here.
Yeah, Moon Knight, Pluck was wondering, like, where's the Moon Knight? Where's the value? And overall, not something that players have super valued in competitive play in recent times, but we'll see if Shikigami is able to make it work for now. You got this portal here from Scatter Genji. Send things up. Shikigami rolling on in from the backhand side. They nearly pick off Nero immediately. How our remix putting into it, drop Strangling Prison. NK following through right after. And, well, back to spawn.
Very fast fight win, but that's 3 ults. 3 ults off the board there, so Shikigami get to walk back in. They're going to have the Hand of Khonshu if they choose to stay on the Moon Knight. They're going to have their strategist ults. They're going to have a Strangling Prison of their own. I think all of this is still pretty good for Shikigami, the upcoming fight, because really a lot of pressure is going to be on, okay, do we have a strategist ult up to prevent this execution that comes out for Cal?
Oh.
Do we make sure no one goes down to the meteor for Kalush?
Bucket likes naming things. I'll say this here. If this combo works, it's Khonshu's Prison coming right up from Krasmang and Armadian. However, Cal with the final judgment here. Envy trying to open things up. Remix, meanwhile, in the front line. Krasmang hasn't dropped the Prison here just yet. Might die before they get the chance. Instead, gets healed back up. Prison is dropped. But guess what? Khonshu isn't there. Khonshu did not answer the call because Armadian was down. However, the rest of it still works out. On the defense, Shikigami still able to find some picks.
Uh-oh, wait, not a lot of value from the Strangling Prison either, so as the fight breaks down, still the health pretty good. Not gonna hit the meter in, but I still think it's not terrible here for Shikigami. The fight's broken down pretty effectively, and they should be able to hit Kalush. That's exactly what we're gonna do. And despite some unfortunate situations, they hold on to the Hand of Khonshu, and they make sure to get tons and tons of value from that Strangling Prison from Krasmang, who once again just splits the heals off of the walls.
Kind of a huge stagger there at the end too. So the fight didn't quite break down the way we thought based on the ults at the opening, but Shikigami still making it work. Envy now, only a minute left. A lot of times burned off the clock. And this fight, Envy either wins or could get first point held. We'll see how it pans out.
Because now
we have a sub coming in. It's Deep Impact. Back to you.
I didn't know if it had been called. I didn't know if it had been called out yet. I couldn't tell if it was delayed, so I didn't say anything.
We have a person back to spawn. It's NK. Scatter Genji takes down the Wolverine immediately.
Envy, they have to back. They have to back unless they're going to pick right now. They're going to have to back. And the thing is, here's what's so brutal currently is because you just saw right there, Armadian gets pressured by Cal, but because of that bonus health change from Moon Knight, not get found.
Kalush kind of all in on this, and it's all nothing. Doesn't get what he's looking for. Krasmang, though, does get caught by Cal early on. Dance of the Butterfly. Dancing of Doom takes down another. So Cal making things happen here in the backline. Envy with the advantage. Madian down, and that will be first going the way of Envy.
I mean, a good cap here, but definitely a lot of time. It took a lot of time for both, I mean, in particular this point. So Shikigami doing a good job. They still haven't even used the hand of Khonshu. They're still, that ult has not been popped yet.
Khonshu doesn't have hands, is what we found out here.
But the thing is, he has more hands than ever before with the buff. So he has even an incredible amount of hands. In fact, they just haven't.
But he doesn't want to throw them. They have not been thrown this entire time.
The hands have not been thrown.
I think they have been looking for, again, we're going to call it the Khonshu prison coming up here. Krasmang.
It will burn through just every strategist ult. So if they do drop that prison with the hand of Khonshu, you're definitely right. That combo will burn through pretty much every strategist ult. So.
Yeah, I mean, okay, prison is out. Is Khonshu going to answer the call? Oh yeah, the portal's going to get opened up, but the rocket CYA comes in, and Envy, everyone escapes jail time. Kaluj goes in, takes down Meliphobia. The jailbreak in progress. Envy not phased at all by that ult combo. Shikigami trying to hang on here with the Eternal Bond, but NK moving on in. Good the cleave, but Krasmang and Dink still get two. Shikigami, are they somehow going to hold on here, even with the combo failure? Might be the case.
I mean, I love what the backline are doing for Shikigami here. They make sure to just immediately move to the back, the Eternal Bond, cutting that pressure. They're using this Cape of Terror to put vulnerabilities the entire time. And they just scatter Genji, who has done so well in Magneto in the past, continuing to save bubbles. Just keeping the bulwarks up, alive, mitigating the value for NK. So despite the failure of that combo, they just still have so much damage and they have so much pressure into the backline still after the ults get used that Envy are struggling here. Because with the Wolverine, sure, you're great at shredding tanks and the Vanguards, but you're not really that good at dealing with just how effective, how mobile Shikigami are playing.
Meliphobia again caught there. Can't go for the abduct instead. Still under pressure, still getting thrown back. Kaluj has had enough. Drops Meteor M and no, does not connect. Now, back on the other side, NK looking for a little bit of tank damage right now. Chops that tree right down. The aid of Rocket, but here comes Khonshu. Amadian dropping the hand of Khonshu, picks up two. Cal, though, back the other way. Takes down one of his own, the BRB, bringing Envy right back in the fight. Battle of power here. Much more in Envy's favor here so far. And the balance continuing to tip over in the Envy camp as they just have a little bit to go to the end of point 2.
Goodbye, Wolverine. Enjoy your permaban.
I mean, however, for Shikigami, they're going to have another contest. They're going to have the last stand, their other final stand. They're also going to have a rocket ult, and they have a Meteor Rim to potentially burn through the strategy ult as the portal used for Amadian just for them to touch.
Oh, they're back on in. Shikigami draining the bank. Meteor MN from Scatter Genji. Can he do it one more time? Looking for it? No, not going to find it here just yet. Cal, meanwhile, shooting away here. Mostly onto the CYA. Finally breaks it on down. Both teams still at a full 6-on-6. However, Shikigami, again, crunched. NK with the stand. Ends up picking up 3. Crushes Genji there on the other side. Still looking for a little bit more slicing and dicing. Is Envy via the power of this Wolverine. And now, point 2 should be theirs.
I mean, the value NK is getting from the Wolverine. Maybe Puckett is right. I was about to say, like, well, seems to be a good fight. But nope. NK using the last stand to get everyone out of the aura from the Eternal Bond. Finding 2. Just denying the value there for Shikigami. And still, it's not been fast caps here, right? But Midtown, typically not a map that's very easy to cap across the board. So it's pretty hard for the courses. Envy holding on to more ults, about to have the combo themselves. They're about to have a Strangely Prison, a Meteor M. Shikigami, they need to find an answer.
I think part of the answer here, you want an economical fight. Krasmang, historically last week and in parts of today, been really good at landing early prisons to get things set up. At this point, Amadian swapping off, not going to be held hostage by waiting for Khonshu. See if Krasmang can find the opportunity. Right now, though, Envy moving on forward in the neutral, finds Ricky early on, just pure cleaving. And of course, the Strangling Prison remix, really the star that made that happen. Nothing so neutral about that.
And yeah, they didn't even commit the Meteor Rim. They just made sure to go forward knowing that there's not a strategist ult up for Shikigami just yet. Now, though, Shikigami getting close on some ults. Envy setting up NK. Gonna be someone to watch here, trying to find the leap, trying to find one. A Strangling Prison committed onto the flank, just one, just getting Cal. Which, I mean, I don't think that's that great a value because they have the BYB, yeah. Or the BRB, I should say.
Meanwhile, Meliphobia, though, the dance kind of big into that. Gets 2 strategists for 1 ult. However, the counterfire in here from Cal, not quite over yet, but Envy is looking awfully weak with the healing just thrown into the dirt. Remix right now. We'll see how long Remix can live, and the answer is not long. Taking on down. And Shikigami here in overtime might be stopping Envy here right before the apex. Overtime ticks down, and the stall, it is over. A hold before 3rd.
And yeah, I think the Strangling Prison, man, while it didn't necessarily get immense value in terms of mitigating ult value, it did remove Cal from the flank. It did burn the BRB before the fight started. And I think when you have a pretty strong ult bank like Shikigami there, that's still a decent amount of value. So Krasmang, I think, potentially seeing like, okay, we want to get a spawn. We want to just deny any potential Cal value there and remove the BRB. I think that's still a pretty good play in hindsight. Looking at some of the stats, I mean, Krasmang still putting out some group performances that be expected. Just a player that is getting tons of value at the walls, blocking damage, do a lot of damage himself. But pretty even across the board.
I still think as I look at this, and even though it is something Envy likes to play, and look, I'm kind of going back to what I said where I thought, okay, maybe you ban the Groot away from Remix. I think Shikigami, I mean, the level of play that Krasmang has on the Groot, should you lose this map, should you go down 2-0 as Envy, just mess around a little bit here. Ban the Groot and see what Shikigami looks like in Grootless gameplay. Because even go back to the match against Under Thieves, so much of it, like the starting course, was Krasmang on the Groot. I just wonder if Shikigami is in the same team if you force him on something different.
With 10 seconds to go, I'd like to remind the chat you could follow the channel and help us reach our follower goal of 7,000 over on twitch.tv/rivalsfightnight. If you're here, you're a dirty lurker. Stay lurking. I don't judge. Just hit the follow button on your way out.
Chat, I gotta tell you, he does judge and he does know. Puckett knows everything.
He's kind of like evil Santa.
Yeah, if you take the risk, it's
They gave me a sword, dude. I can see everything.
He knows. He simply knows. But Shikigami right now already has gotten more progress than Shroud-X got on this map here so far. So, 9 meters, 3 times Shroud-X progress, and way more in terms of the eliminations. 2 going down. Krasmang finding it early. And here though BRB gets Remix back in the fight. Envy firmly on the back foot as they just keep it going.
And I think this is definitely a learning. They learned a bit for what happened in the previous matchup for Shroud-X because, I mean, you have a Wolverine. Great. So triple Vanguard already kind of weak. Additionally, they roll out on the Storm immediately to get value from the aura to get all that extra damage boost, to get the AoE effects as well when you pop in the burst. And then on top of that, they had Emma Frost of their own, like right off the board. So I really like that for everything that Shikigami did just to burst out of spawn. As here comes the contest. Portal in.
They're going on end month though, nearly going right down. The pressure onto the support's just absolutely ridiculous. Melophobia, right place, right time. Definitely can swing the Wolverine. Omega Hurricane coming on in just for egregious cleanup over the top. And that portal's gonna fade away.
Now the question is, does Shikigami continue to play? I mean, they're kind of stuck on the Storm, right? Like the spawn hold is kind of done. However, it still is a triple Vanguard setup for Envy. So maybe you stay with it. You just get that extra damage. You get that extra aura value. Definitely, though, wishing they probably would have had a Magneto potentially for Melophobia. But, well, goodbye,
okay.
Meteor M.
I think Envy was wishing they had a Magneto brought back into the fray. Krasmang, though, still has Strangling Prison, good to go. NK into the back, Dance the Butterfly does cut down Ricky. So, Envy, still winnable here. Ooh, nice shots around the pillar from NK. Keeping Envy's defense alive here, as Shikigami right now just getting a little bit bisected.
And I really like the swap on a Doctor Strange too, because Kaluj does so much damage on this pick, even with the nerfs. The Eye of Agamotto, especially when you're playing like kind of a clumped style, you don't have a Magneto, so you don't have to worry about bulwarks. Just mitigating your Eye of Agamotto value here. You're getting a ton of bursts in these close range streets. You got your shield mitigating a lot of the damage, especially if you're playing to like a Moon Knight or something like that. So I do like the Doctor Strange swap here, again, instead of using the Emma Frost. For Shikigami, the question becomes, okay, can we set up a Strangling Prison? Can we set up the Psionic Seduction here, knowing there's no Strategy Souls just yet?
For the Europeans in the chat, we are at 63, Danny DeVito. Go ahead.
Kalush went into back. He went to back, got one, but the fall through from Shikigami, far more. Khonshu's wrath just being felt across the board. Clearly, in terms of deities, like, I don't know, Khonshu over Agamotto, Vast. That's where I'm ranking it right now.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the religious battle, and that's, sorry, our Puckett advertising bot, or AI, just kind of malfunctioned there a bit. Typically, we have a much better cooldown on the Puckett AI, so we'll work on that one. We're getting the code monkeys working on that. So now, Envy still looking to defend. Shikigami continuing their progress forward. Likely just going to be looking to drop that CYA, just get some of the damage boost, get some of the bonus health here, but Scatter gets you going down.
And get Scatter down early. Remix. I think Remix still may drop the prison here, but okay, Dance the Butterfly into the back. Envy spending some cash here, and it's a little bit early into the point to be doing this, but I think for Envy, you just want to get some sense of tempo back.
And also, this is a really strong choke to hold. So I think it's worth it to commit to fight this choke here, because especially with the group, you just can fight it so effectively playing around these Soul Dash walls. So Shikigami looking for the opening. They still hold on the Psionic Seduction, but the problem here now is that Nero has an ult. I mean, Month has an ult, so they have a lot of different options to potentially mitigate. Especially with Kluge going Magneto, so now they're going to have Bulwarks. They're going to have some of these bubbles.
Here we go. Groot in. Remix for the Strangling Prison and gets immediately denied. Melphobia punishes him for the attempt. Remix might be back in the fight, but the prison is out. And Shikigami looking for the way in. You have the Eternal Bond being used and used on both sides as Shikigami just gets far more from this exchange. Yeah, Cal may be in the sky, but nothing falling as a result. The ult exchange way better for Shikigami here so far.
And I really, really liked how Shikigami played that too, because as soon as they made sure to not just immediately pop the Cloak and Dagger there for Dinks, they pop Ricky's ult, they have that rocket ult go on up the CYA, and they just use that burst, just get to amp the healing there, that little bubble that comes on up for Dinks. So now, Shikigami moving forward. Kluge gonna hold on to the Meteor Im, but the problem here is, like, I don't love a Meteor Im's chances into the Strangling Prison with no Strategist ult. It's not necessarily the greatest trade-off, but it's possible because how close up everything is that maybe they can get a pick.
Krasmang drops the wall. Send the stone here for the prison. His fault they're gonna be there, and it absolutely is. Two immediately following. Krasmang does it again. Great setup, great wall from the fall through. Amadian with a little bit of cleanup right after. And second point, gonna go directly the way of Shikigami.
And that's exactly what you want to see. Strangling Prison, Cape of Terror, get the vulnerability. Shikigami move on forward, and these are pretty fast cap times comparatively to how Envy was moving here on their offense. This is definitely a little bit more of a pace, but still, last point is the final decider, and not necessarily the easiest to cap by any means. Still holding on to the Goddess of Death as Sonic Seduction again for Scatter Genji. For Envy, this is just their time to make something happen. They want to know how to pick, and that's exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, you get that early on. And here's the important part here. You're pushing back Shikigami. You're giving Remix time to set up a really good prison. The Median, though, here on the flank, thinking do a little bit of pest control on the rocket. No, instead going in for Kluge. Meanwhile, Remix under the gun, goes down, doesn't have a chance to drop the prison. Got CC'd and crushed. Median, meanwhile, taking down Cal. Now going up to the outside, using the Goddess of Death. Dropping in the damage from above, and Shikigami invest one fight away from going up 2-0.
They had to invest a couple ults there, but I mean, that's fine. Got something out of Envy. Now if you're Envy, you look at this fight, you're like, okay, we know we didn't remove Strategist ults. The Strangling Prison isn't going to be a guaranteed win unless we can split the heals here. So for Shikigami, ideally, maybe you drop Strangling Prison, force the Invisible Boundary, then use the Last Stand to take them out. It's not going to necessarily be a super easy fight. Envy, they have some tools in the belt here.
Krasmang here, dropping the prison. Prison v prison right now. Who's going to come out on top? Envy dumping the bank. They have to win this fight. Cal, though, ends up falling. Melophobia getting to the back. Both teams down to Hella. Both dead to Wolverine. 5-on-5. NK right now, looking for a little bit more here for Envy. Remix on the ropes, Remix super low, Remix chunked on down, as well as Narrow, and Shikigami, they have broken through the blockade. They're gonna take map 2, one map away from being back-to-back champions here in North America.
And you don't hear me say this very often at all, but what a performance from the Cloak and Dagger player for Shikigami. Dinks, I mean, the value they got consistently post Eternal Bond, setting up vulnerabilities, just doing damage, working as almost a duelist player. Dinks opens up again post the ult trades there in that fight there for the last point for Shikigami. And Ricky and Dinks just looking really consistently strong here as a strategist line.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, if you were doubting Shikigami, if you were thinking last week was a fluke, if you were going, 100 Thieves, what were they doing? This is for real. And again, my only thing as I look at it, when I look at pieces that have been huge, I mean, look, you could sing Melphobia's praises for the versatility from the Torch into the Wolverine, but also Krasmang, just so devastating on the group. The stats don't lie. And I still think here, if you're Envy, it's time to cut down the tree. Remix might have to change, but so will Krasmang.
Yeah, and
Vast, I was just looking at the chat, and they're saying that it is a Groot diff. I look at these numbers, I don't see a difference outside of the final hits. It's clear that both players were using their ultimates. The one thing I was watching was how many times we saw Remix in the top right corner. His little indicator had a spiral over his head, meaning he's stunned. He was getting targeted nonstop throughout this match.
I mean, I think that's definitely part of it, is that there was more pressure on Euromix for sure. I think it's like a multifaceted point here, right? Because Krasming, I think, had better walls on average, but also Shikigami were just putting a lot more pressure consistently into the backline, I think, especially even just dinks taking matters into their own hands sometimes. So I do, and also utilizing some interesting comps just to get out of spawn to break the spawn hold early, like this Storm comp. So yeah, I think Krasming played really, really well and continues to play well on the Groot, and, you know, is outperforming Euromix on that, but also Shikigami are setting up a lot more pressure points to where there's less issues for Krasming to get value.
Shikigami getting value out of every comp they bring to the table so far. Envy still looking for answers. We've talked about a potential group ban moving forward. ZP, is there anything from this comp that you want to see more of from Envy?
You know, I think from Envy, I don't know if like running Strange versus Emma is the play. I feel like, honestly, Envy has been thrown off a bit from what they want. And a lot of it, truth be told, you go back to like other elements in here, it's the fact that Shikigami forces a different strategist game than basically any other team in the game. They go out of their way to ban 3 strategists every single draft. Every single draft, they take down 3 and they get the highest value picks. And it just changes the flow of the game. It changes how sustainable things are. It changes how you have to position, how you have to play. And I do wonder, you know, as well as some players have been playing for Shikigami, how much of this also is the fact that I don't think a lot of teams play against a team like Shikigami that just ferociously hates Luna Snow and Invisible Woman to the degree that Shikigami clearly does.
If you're just joining us, that was Envy's best performance. In fact, one of the most impressive performances we've seen on Rivals Fight Night. Now it's kind of looking like maybe Shroud-X just truly failed. Envy falls to Shikigami on their own map pick, and now it is match point for Shikigami. But Envy's not out of this yet, Avast. You still got 3 bans to work with. You got 2 protects, and again, it's your map choice. Was the domination close enough for you to give any confidence in your team to go to another dom map next?
I don't know. I mean, the first domination on Krakoa might have been just because it's a new map, right? So teams aren't as familiar with it. They're playing that Human Torch strategy, which maybe Envy aren't as comfortable playing against or with. Could be that. Maybe you take it back to domination. Right now, I mean, across the board, I personally felt like the Midtown looked a lot better than the Krakoa. So maybe you continue on like a convoy or a convergence. Definitely on the ropes for Envy currently, because you look at Shikigami and this team just looks explosive. And I think ZP just finished talking about it. There was just so much variety in terms of Shikigami just removing strategists across the board, which a lot of teams don't target strategists nearly as much as Shikigami does in terms of just how do you define the comp you're going to play and how do you just remove the strengths from the comps for the other team.
Zeep, I'm having fun, but I'm kind of worried that the night's about to end right here.
I think it's likely, unless Envy reads through what Shikigami has been telegraphing all night. Who is Shikigami protected with their first protect all night long? That's right, it's Groot. They are literally telling you, we don't want you banning Groot under any circumstances. I think you're a Tasmo. You take iRemix aside, you go, look, you're one of our most valuable players. We know you're good at Groot. It's not about you, buddy. It's about Krasmang. We need to hurt Krasmang, and we have faith you will step up on a different Vanguard. But we're burning down the forest, and we're opening up with a Groot first ban. I think if Envy does that, there's a hope.
What's crazy is I was in Remix's stream for like 4 hours on 3 different occasions. He was playing Loki every single time I went to his stream. Does this guy just do that for ranked Avast, or is this a Vanguard who could flex to a triple healer or a triple strategist comp? What can you do differently from Envy? Because they've shown us they're comfortable with 3 different players on that Vanguard.
I mean, it's possible, but they've already shown, like I said, that like Cal can swap to it. Like, I don't really think it's an issue here of flexibility in terms of who can swap play Vanguard, who can play strategist. It's an issue of just what strategist / Vanguards do you play. I don't think it's like we don't need people to swap.
Jeff. I got nothing.
That's a pretty good. I mean, that's a great list.
It's a good start.
That's a fantastic list. I do think overall, though, that's the issue for Envy here, is that they have players that can be flexible. Great, but they need to be flexible in terms of what do you play in those roles. You need to be getting off maybe the Groot, like he said, like maybe we target brand the Groot, have Remix play something else. Okay, maybe we make sure to deny the Human Torch or even play the Human Torch I think it's once again not an issue of player flexibility in terms of swapping roles. It's more so what heroes do you play.
I want to see no Mag and no Groot this game. Get weird, guys. Let's see the path a different way. For the first time, we will see a Groot ban from Envy, and Avast will go on to watch Envy take this to a game 5.
Game 4. We still got.
No, no, they're gonna win this one. Then they're gonna learn from this, do it again.
Okay.
I mean, I think more importantly, I think we're getting a lot of accusations that we've been paid off. We've been paid off by Envy, apparently.
Hastro has some deep pockets.
He does.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the Bitcoin transfer right away, Hastro, for the glaze that we've given so far.
Shikigami's been listening. Just kidding. They've done this every time, guys.
I mean, it's the same thing, right? Like, remove the Loki, protect the Groot. Like, this is a very strong opening. The Shikigami opener, as they say.
Your strategists are not safe. If you play against Shikigami, they will be banned. Unless you're Envy here and you protect Luna. Do you protect Luna? Do you protect Invisible Woman? No, you protect Star-Lord. And as a result,
actually, you could still... It's kind of interesting, ZP, because if they protected Star-Lord, like you highlighted, maybe they could still protect Luna so they can guarantee the Idolor and the Snowflake on to Star-Lord, which is something they haven't really done before, especially with Hela being banned. So they've removed Abadian, who's, to be fair, Abadian's Hela has been really strong this series. So, I mean, definitely not a bad pick.
So now Abadian goes back to the Torch with no Hela on the map.
Very likely, unless Torch gets banned. We'll see what gets banned out here. But if you're Envy, like, if you don't protect it, Luna is going to be the last ban from Shikigami. Like, if you want to play Luna, this is your opportunity to protect Luna, or she is going bye-bye. The strategist assault from Shikigami will not be ending. And you've protected Luna. Good. You have learned.
You have learned. And so it's different now, because now they can guarantee that at least maybe they have a flyer comp that they want to play, at least with the Luna, even if they don't get the Adam Warlock for the Res team up. They do get that at least, which is something. And they're going to remove the Hulk again, which is, I mean, it kind of makes sense because it denies some of the, you remove the Namor team up, you remove just Hulk in general.
Mag
ban. Was banned.
Okay. I think we're going to see a lot of fun out of Shikigami. I am worried for Envy in this one. Lads, talk me through it, Avast. What are they cooking up over on the blue side? What comp can I bring that takes down the squad that is up 2-0 over me?
I mean, I look at what their protected bans are right now, and like I said, I think it's playing a Luna Snow with some flyers, specifically like a Star-Lord. I think or just a flanker in general, knowing that Hulk's been banned, so you don't get the Namor team up either. It's even with the bug for the squid. So I do feel like that's the most likely option. Also, with Hela being banned on what is a very strong Hela map, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because Cal's Hela has typically been very good, but Abadian's Hela has also been really, really strong this series.
Also, by the way, when you look at the comp here, Torch was not banned, and Invisible Woman is still available. So Shikigami, particularly when they go over to the defense here, guess what? He's back. The new hotness, quite literally. Melophobia, back on the Human Torch. Envy, they don't have to deal with Melophobia's Wolverine anymore, but things are about to get spicy.
I think it's a bit better of a matchup here, though, because you're going to have Nero keeping the pocket onto, well, I was about to say you're going to have, like, the Star-Lord, but Cal's actually just mirroring. They're going to mirror the Human Torch. And I still like this because, I mean, well, to be fair, I guess Dinks is also in Luna Snow, so it's pretty much just an equal Luna Snow pocket and a Human Torch from both sides.
We'll see which Torch is on top, but given what Melophobia was able to do earlier today, you got to be worried for Envy as Kaluge is already getting chunked down. Getting healed back up in turn, but Cal, quick little dive in. Both teams looking for advantage right now in the neutral. Krasmang going on forward, and Cal been pretty aggressive right now, dropping the armor. It's a real durable Human Torch between the Luna and the Invisible Woman, and now looking for Krasmang to get Krasmang down, but they lose Remix in turn. The Force is getting burned to Bast.
Yeah, I mean, it's just setting up these, it's just kind of like an RTS, like it's a tower defense. You're just watching just all the Blazy Blasts go up, forcing, just building the wall of fire slowly. As Melophobia, though, gonna be winning that duel up in the air. And when you watch these duels take place, Melophobia gets another, you need to be also keeping an eye on the Invisible Woman, the Guardian Shields. Like, there was a nerf, so they have a little bit less health than before, but it doesn't really matter if you're just dealing with 1v1 duelist duels. So much of this fight that happens is how can they empower their Human Torch player?
I'm gonna be honest, this has real first hold potential here. I think getting through Torch on this choke is quite literally hell with the amount of fire that's going down here. Calvo gonna be the first to drop the supernova. Get some fire tornadoes into the back. They need something off of this, and so far they're not able to find a Melophobia. Meanwhile, gonna pop tornadoes in turn. Amadian was able to get to the back line, got down the invisible woman, and Envy is just getting crushed in the choke point. Nothing is getting a better. Remix burned to the ground, and Shikigami 2 minutes burned off the clock.
I mean, the ult trade's just better. The ult trade's just better across the board here for Shikigami. They're using this defensive corner so well. So they're going to hold on. Dance of the Butterfly, they're going to hold on to the visible boundary still. No Envy. Get to walk on ward. They have a Strangling Prison.
Oh,
they have a
look at the
Psionic
damage.
Seduction. I mean, the damage is real. I mean, that is insane, actually, to already have 40%. But this is Envy's chance. This is Envy's chance knowing there's only one strategy. They need to go for it. Oh!
All right, Kaluj finding the moment. Gets Scatter Genji out of the fight. Big Vanguard advantage now for Envy. They needed something to go here. They've used the invisible boundary already. NK now working to the backside, waiting for the Shikigami boundary to go down. Ready to do some dancing instead. Gets healed back up on his side. Kaluj moves on in. Psionic Seduction in play. Trying to add on to this early pick. So far, though, Shikigami doing a great job of getting away. Melophobia, there's no way he lives. Melophobia was so low. Drops the Force Armor at the very end. Ricky ends up falling, stays alive, and somehow takes down NK. But Envy finishes him off, keeps it on rolling. Does Shikigami still decide to contest? Scatter Genji says, absolutely. Right back on in. Krasmang setting up here for the Strange Portal. Will it come in time? He's channeling. He's going. The portal is up. The first point not over here just yet. But is Shikigami going to be able to find their footing? Melophobia back over and in. Has the ultimate ready to go. But can they stay on the convoy? That's going to be the question. Krasmang down. Your sacrifice noted. Melophobia still has yet to pull it. And now NK just says, dance the butterfly. Let's make sure it happens. Melophobia, though, over the top. Drop the supernova into the fire shots to the back line, but it's not enough when no one's on the point.
I think the portal is ambitious for sure, especially because what's so good at stopping the contest is as soon as you go with that diamond form, you can just drop the carbon crush, that pretty much that grapple to just find and pluck out the Psylocke that's going for the contest. As look at this, also the damage here for Cal a little early, just getting a lot of DOT. Contesting the Human Torch here as well. Melophobia gonna have to be careful a bit, taking a lot of damage. And Envy finally with some momentum. They have some momentum, they have some options here to maybe potentially set up a supernova.
Ooh. Real close to getting the pick off there, but not close enough. Shikigami, they navigate the fire field. They get on out of Madian, able to punish Cal before he gets away. So, one up now is Shikigami. Looking to reestablish their defense here. Krasmang getting the walls up in place, but Remix dropping the Strangling Prison. No pickoffs, though, as a result. Dinks comes in, Fate of Both Worlds, keeps everyone nice and healthy. Both Lunas ulting here. Shikigami still a slightly better spot. Krasmang, all eyes gotta be on him. The prison, good to go. Drops it into the back line, and it did force out the invisible boundary in turn. Both teams still to full. Krasmang, though, needs to get out. Super low HP, ends up getting walled off. Remix not letting him get away. And Envy earning a one-player advantage, but Amadian to the back line. The dance is massive.
I mean, the Psionic Seduction plus the Dance of the Butterfly. And they invested so much to stay alive. NK, though, still up, but gonna commit, but pretty low HP. Ooh. Can they get one? They get one. They might be able to get two.
Yeah, not quite.
It doesn't matter, though. I mean, it opens up, keeps the fight going. But I think if you're Shikigami in that situation, you're still kind of happy there because you get to walk back in this with a supernova. You can come back with a contest. You know you got some late picks there onto Envy. Krasmang can just anchor because they're not going to be able to just immediately take him out here. Yeah, they definitely won't because Melophobia's there to back him up. So this is fine for Shikigami. Getting a lot of value from that combo between Scatter Genji and Amadian.
Melophobia really spreading out the damage right now, making every shot count. The ultimate, good to go. And now, gonna drop it. Gonna say, Envy, take a step back. Shots here on the collusion. Lose Amadian early, so this is gonna be all Melo here if they get anything done. Torch vs. Torch at the top. Cal may regret that fight. Just gets shotgunned right on down. Now, of course, the ultimate is fading with Shikigami. Able to equalize a little bit here. Respawns are coming back in. Krasmang finding Remix. And with only a minute left, Envy may be running out of steam.
Melophobia having some issues there to get to finish off that final limb, but works out still. The pressure is there, and it's a little bit of an unfair fight when you're supernova because you get those reduced cooldowns. You're firing just non-stop. Shikigami, though, with the Strangling Prison, they're gonna have the boundary, so some pretty good ults across the board here. For Envy, it's a little scary because sure, you get a supernova, but no guarantee you can burn through those strategist ults.
Krasmang dropping the Strangling
Prison, and I guess
it either got blocked, whiffed, or something.
Well, it forced the Fate of Both Worlds though from Nero, so it's still valuable.
That's true. Here we go, Cal. Throwing damage in the backline, forces out Fate of Both Worlds. Meanwhile, Remix dropping the Strangling Prison. It's two ults into Fate, so Really nice ult economy from Shikigami, getting the most out of the Luna ult. Envy kind of thrown 2 into it. Cal, though, working into the backline, can feel the pick, but also feels the pressure at the same time. Has to back out for a moment. Going for Mello. In over the top, has a slight advantage, but Ricky with the save. Invisible boundary. Right place, right time as Dance of the Butterfly comes on in. Shikigami not giving up anyone here just yet. Envy, desperate to get anything going here in overtime. They could get held here and now. The boundary, though, about to fade. For both sides, Melphobia dropping the fire here onto payload. Krasmang, though, down as Shikigami now bleeding a little bit more than Envy here so far. But Canadian able to get the backline, gets on the NK. Melphobia finally going down the cow, and it has turned into a brawl here on the point. Dance of Butterfly, though, in.
Patty cake, they patty caked. Oh, they just patty caked each other. The strategist keeps them alive as Cal continues to get those picks in the backline. And with a strategist line for Envy, that is the patty cake setup.
They're
Envy can test still for Shikigami. They can touch.
Yeah, it's not over yet here at second point. Overtime still in progress. Cal having to deal with his counterpart in the top. Torch versus Torch. The tree in the way. Does not land the impact at the very end. Mellophobia able to get out and away. Cal, though, still in hot pursuit. Both teams looking at now. Fate of both worlds out here once more for Envy. Envy back up to full strength. Cal gonna drop the Inferno right now. Looking for more presence on the point. They've got Scatter Genji down with Remix on the swap to the Strange. Now into the choke point. Luna, though, gonna get Fate of both worlds up, but in Shikigami, only 3 people left remaining as overtime continues here. Surely Envy will be able to clean up and force into 3.
They definitely will. They're not going to commit anymore. It was a slow burn at that point, literally, with the fire tornadoes coming on out as Envy getting some clutch picks and a lot of presence again to Kaluj. I mean, respect to Kaluj and Cal both. Cal getting consistent picks and Kaluj with the diamond form just staying up, staying alive, getting those vanguards off the point. And the strategists keeping themselves up through the Dance of the Butterfly. So every part of Envy working in synergy there. But a lot of time off the board here. I mean, we're looking at what? Maybe 2 fights max? 2 fights max here?
Yeah, 2 fights if they're lucky. Shikigami looking to retool. The invisible boundary good to go. Envy, though, is working with more in their bank here so far. Remix gonna open up here with the Agamotto. It's only on the Dinks. It's a 1-man Eye of Agamotto, and Remix kind of puts himself in a rough position for it. Still forces out the invisible boundary.
What a good
Not a total waste, and Mellophobia able to chase that down. Envy came in with a lot here, Vast, and they're not leaving with much.
No, I mean, they're gonna get the Supernova out for Shikigami as well. Mellophobia gonna be committed. I mean, they don't want to get staggered too much later, though. They definitely do not want to get staggered here on the doors, but the stagger, it's happening all the same. They have fire tornadoes looking like twisters out here. We need Glenn Powell. Glenn Powell, please help us. So now Shikigami, though, holding the choke. Dance of Butterfly, they are gonna have the Strangling Prison, but Envy, a lot of ults in the bank here. They have some options.
Here we go, Envy, last opportunity to finish out this map. Invisible boundary, dropped real early. Dance of the Butterfly in, NK finding Dinks. 3 down for Shikigami, and Envy connects when they need it most.
I mean, I think if you're Shikigami, you're relatively happy with that. Obviously, you want to win the fight, but you get to walk back in here with Psionic Seduction. You're going to mirror that for Kaluj. You have a Dance of the Butterfly close to the Fabled World, so the ult bank, I mean, I guess to be fair, it's relatively equivalent across the board here. For Envy, they can be super aggressive, use this DOT here.
I think you look to Kaluj, and yeah, Kaluj immediately opening up with the Psionic Seduction. And who's the problem? It's Krasmang. Krasmang could not resist the charms of Kaluj. And now you've gotten rid of that huge threat, that huge control. Now you look to the skies. Get rid of the torch threat if you can. It has to be the goal. Instead, they take down Scatter Genji. The front line for Shikigami is decimated. Cal working the back right now. Now to the strategist, finds Ricky before they can get the help. And this is looking surgical right now from Envy Millennium. Most Fate of both worlds now in from Narrow. The Dance of Butterfly from Median, not getting much done. The payload nearly where it needs to be. The convoy so close. Remix able to take down Dinks. And it's Envy adding pickoff after pickoff. They're nearly there.
I mean, even with there's the Psionic Seduction, but it's too late. They have the walls. There's not enough damage on the point. Krasmang tried to do another little cheeky box play there on the group, but it just wasn't going to be enough. And Envy, I mean, also another moment for the Emma Frost just proficiency for Kaluj there, because not only Envy does such a good job of keeping the pressure on the doors holistically, but then they make sure to immediately use the Psionic Seduction from up on the high ground onto Krasmang alone. Just remove the Groot off the field, which is, you know, one of the primary drivers of slowing down the fight and also isolating picks there for Shikigami. So Kaluj just opening the fight there again and just giving the space for the rest of his team. And because the skybox is here a lot lower compared to Krakoa, I also think this NK on the Psylocke is working a lot better.
By the way, can we talk about the duelist balance right now? You got everyone else's damage in the game.
I am looking at Cal's damage. It is. I mean, the Cal damage, and also, I mean, just the limbs in general.
Yeah.
Or sorry, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, look at. I mean, that's insanity. I mean, look at Cal's damage too, though. I mean, Milliphobia's damage is crazy, but look at Cal's just limbs and damage comparatively.
Torch damage is what we're looking at right now.
Torch
and it
damage,
is
yeah.
out of this world.
30 seconds before you attack.
Like in other games, you have the idea of like, oh, that player's playing so well, he's on fire. What if you create a hero that was just on fire the entire time? And that's a new torch.
Dude, look at there's the patty cake. Classic moment there. It's just so, you have to feel so sad because the thing is, it's not hard to counter that Dance of the Butterfly, but it requires your strategist to have the cool, like, clear thinking to be like, okay, quick, turn to me, patty cake, right now.
Is that a real comm? Do you say patty cake? All right.
Some people do, yeah. A lot of people do say patty cake. So it's not. I'm not sure if they're saying that, but they're probably saying care me or help me.
I would have done hot potato, something way more fun. Patty cake's cute though.
All right, you got the Puckett seal of cute.
Hey, that's Jeff. Do you see that? Do you see Jeff?
Yeah, Jeff is real. They say Jeff can't hurt you, but Mello has decided, I'm not a fan of the fire. Bring me the water.
That's a Jeff with a cap, by the way. The capflation there. So they have Crazy Bang on the cap. They're going to a full chaos composition, and the chaos is working.
Amadian finishing off what Jeff starts. The Jeff is real.
I mean, the chaos isn't working, actually. Maybe I spoke too soon, but it is getting picks, which means because of the spawn advantage here, this is still great. Still very solid for Shikigami.
No, I think the Jeff is actually sort of worked out. Oh, okay. This is where Human Torch versus Jeff. Yeah, you know. I mean, Jeff is a squirrely character. Oh, the mid-airs! You literally took him down, and Jeff eats a little bit of fire in turn and decides, all right, gotta back on out for Jeff, a constant distraction. Meanwhile, Cal dropping the fire while worrying about a shark all the while, and also America, the captain of America.
Worrying about sharks and America. Like, that's just some classic threats here on the board.
Sharks in America, that's where we're at right now here at Rivals Fight Night. Nero, though, able to take down Krasbang, defeating Captain America in the back line. Jeff may still be dancing around, but I'm not quite sure Envy cares. About a minute and a half burned off the clock.
I think Shikigami might be getting a little too cute with it. I think they might get a little too, like, the idea maybe could have worked, like, off the rip before, because they weren't expecting the chaos composition, but now they're stuck. They're committing to this Jeff comp and this Captain America comp. So the damage isn't particularly high unless your Jeff is able to land a lot of shots. And Captain America does very little damage.
Hear me out. We've seen this before from OG Esports Week 3. You wait till you get your Jeff ult. You eat the entire team. You spit them off the map. You get checkpoint. You do this on point 1 and point 2. Back to you.
You know, that may be the plan, but also, you're probably not going to get Torch in that Jeff ult. We'll see.
Oh, wait.
Here we go.
Here it comes. He got 3. He got 3.
He's got 3.
He's just got to get out of the ult. He's got to get out of the ult. He's got the bubbles. He has the bubbles. He's got it.
He actually laid a path. What in the world?
Wait, no, it's too. No, they're too far away. They're too far away.
He didn't quite get there, but he actually preset a path to try and get to the end even more. You gotta appreciate the planning, even if it didn't quite work out. Shikigami,
okay, they're getting too cutesy. They're getting too cutesy, ZP. I mean, they're gonna commit the Captain American ult here too, but the problem is, like, it's just taking too long. It's taking too long, though. They have heals, they have strategists, they have the boundary. Like, they need to get a pick right now. This is their chance. Amadian has Dance of the Butterfly, and there's no strategist ult. This is their chance, surely.
Oh, Krasbang going down low. By the way, this is the rare Krasbang down in group. We're seeing a different look. However, Amadian into the back. Dance of the Butterfly gets one. Remix out right after. Shikigami with a little bit of life. Cal trying to shut on down to the back line. Gets rid of the Luna. Looking for a little bit more. The damage from Cal. Unreal. NK following up right after it, but Envy is still wounded. They lost Kaluj. Shikigami, though, I mean...
he's here. Captain America.
That's right.
Fear.
He also puts out fires.
Oh, it's too late on the portal. A little too late. The good news when you lose your strategist, ZP, is that Mellophobia can still heal. That's the great news, is that they can still have a Jeff on the board when they lose their other two strategists.
Okay. Does Jeff persist? I mean, there is a ledge to go here, and maybe Mellophobia is gonna just grease the path again with the Jeff bubbles. We'll see. I mean,
it's so scary when you're on the flank as a duelist in Captain America. He's just running on. He's on your left.
Yeah, I mean, he's continually on your left. Also, sometimes on your right. A little bit of lore breaking. But Envy looking for a way through. NK chunking down Amadian. There is like a lack of control we see here for Shikigami relative to the norm without the group. But here we go. NK. Dance of the Butterfly. cuts down Ricky. Melphobe able to get one in turn, so some trade outs coming. Cal, meanwhile, fire away. Switching his fire back over onto the convoy, dropping it down one after another. And I mean,
Jeff.
yes, that too. He's got ult. That's
However,
the
I mean,
he's got ult.
The fight is definitely over, barring some mad. Wait, what?
Did he
he got. Wait, what's he? Wait, he's gonna get. It's a 2-man. It's a 2. Wait, he got one. He's taking him.
One.
Wait, they're gonna get him. They're getting him. They're getting him. Wait,
him,
they're
boys.
all on. They're all on Kalush. Okay, they got him.
How'd your day go? Got eaten by a shark.
I mean, the thing is, relatively low value because sure they get to walk through choke, but Kalush can just come back to spawn. The spawn, like they can just back up. Like they get space at least, and well, they don't even get. They lose a pick.
Well, they can't get space. He's not on the team anymore. And now that I've gotten that out of the way. I've gotten that out of the way. Well, I'm Adian right now, just walking forward. Dance of the Butterfly, good to go. Shikigami looking out of sorts with this Captain America Jeff comp, but okay, you get NK. There's still hope. Median into the back line. The dance is good to go. Remix frozen and not quite bursted down. The invisible boundary coming just in the nick of time as Kalush walks forward, picks up 2. And that was looking like disaster for Envy, but the timely strategist ult coming in for Month does the work.
I mean, the Shikigami have they've Kompenheimered. I mean, this is actually just, I mean, Cillian Murphy, like, hand to his head, envisioning the destruction of his comp, because, like, this is insanity. They've shoehorned themselves into this. It's all based off, like, a very chaos, like, brawl style, and now they don't have the Fatal with Worlds into the Supernova, so they have to be really careful.
This delay is ridiculous. They're all going through one doorway. But they can't go through it now. You don't, well, aside from Captain America, he doesn't care. Captain America,
I mean, and then Melophobia's gone. He's gone.
Jeff ult.
They do have a Jeff ult. Yes, they do have a Jeff ult. That is true. There's no strategist ult either for the Dance of the Butterfly. But Krasman's going to just go to the back and be like, okay, they can't deal with me. So he's probably going to be their touch component.
Well, meanwhile, Dance of the Butterfly, NK, easy chopping. He's the chef. You put him on the chopping board and sliced and diced away. But as Puckett
I mean, Krasman can touch.
Jeff ult. Can the Jeff ult work? Jeff, over. Just getting hit with fire.
He's got to live. He's got to live. He's got to live. I mean, Krasman doing his best to stay alive, getting the heals. Gonna go down. The Jeff ult on the Sentry. It has to happen now. It has to happen now if there's ever a chance.
How hungry are you?
They don't touch. They don't touch because Dance of the Butterfly is not considered a contest.
Oh. Well, Envy comes back, but I don't know how much I want to praise Envy so much as I want to just look at Shikigami and go, come on. What did we just see in that last fight? The Captain America swap comes on in, and I feel like you've just proven the point that if you get Shikigami off of Groot, they are a different team, even when they take themselves off Groot. That's all I know.
Okay, we were accused earlier of Hastro paying us off. Did Hastro pay off the team manager? Were they slipped? Perhaps some sort of drugs, some sort of
Melophobia at halftime caught a bag of some sort because he had what 31,000 damage, finishes with 36,000, 3 failed ultimates. Melophobia, you will never be Tanuki, son. Go back, study your Jeff gameplay, come back stronger. I appreciate the attempt though.
Well, that's just where it's at right now. So Envy stays alive in the series. They force a map 4. I don't think anyone really predicted the script that we went down here, but something tells me it may be the last we see of Jeff and perhaps Captain America today, because Shikigami, when they're on Groot, they look fantastic. We're on the Captain America Jeff comp. They are highly entertaining, but vastly less effective.
Melophobia is the dirtiest in the air we've seen so far, right? Are we gonna crown him?
I mean,
best
Cal
so far?
looked really good on the Human Torch this map, to be fair. So I think for Melophobia, they look pretty, like they definitely look solid, but Cal looks like they can definitely equal it. I mean, I would rather take the Melophobia Human Torch over the Melophobia Jeff. Definitely.
True. There's a little sample of why.
Yeah,
Bam.
I mean, look, Jeff can work on this map. It has worked in the past. It didn't work here. I also think trying to go for that when the other team is running someone that's almost guaranteed never to be in your Jeff ult in Torch is probably a bad idea, because even if you get the eat, the odds are pretty high you're still gonna like die as Jeff before you get to the edge.
He got so close. The butterfly slowing him down. Ugh.
I'm gonna be honest.
You aimed a little high, buddy. You aimed a little high.
I don't like the Jeff, But realistically, I think the real issue here was that, I mean, you're playing the Captain America 2 to kind of fight the backline at the same time, which means essentially you never had cart presence, right? You never were able to contest the cart unless you were going for like a recontest situation. You weren't keeping like an anchor on cart to force the NV frontline to like look towards it to kind of set up your Jeff to look for eats. Like I mean, like I understand the idea behind the composition, but I feel like you got greedy, biblical level greed. You can have the Jeff and you can have maybe a Groot, but you can't have a Captain America and a Jeff, maybe.
Listen,
I feel like it's a little too greedy.
Shikigami gave the people what we deserved, and that is more of Season 2 Rivals Fight Night. We are going to allow our producer his one bathroom break of the night. When we come back, it's game number 4. NA Finals, $1,000 on the line. Shikigami, you're heroes. But we all win when we play together. It's patty cake time, baby. Round 7 of Rivals Fight Night continues live with big eyes. They're green, not brown. Some headshots. Some bubbles. A lady with a hat. Is it a fedora? Yes, it is. She throws a scream. And then there was nothing happening in that clip. It was just slow-mo garbage. Shout out to everyone who has tuned in. We are now officially 9,856 subs away from the ZP Bikini stream. Avast, I have a feeling we're getting there by episode 20.
I mean, this is what the people have been wanting. I've been hearing the community clamor for this, so it's definitely a big sub goal for ours. So I'm hoping that we reach it soon.
Did we agree, ZP, that we were going with the American flag top, or what are we thinking?
I'm not sure there's any agreement whatsoever, but, sure. That may be as effective to the eyes as Captain America was to Shikigami in the last match, which was not effective at all. So I don't know if we're going to see more Captain America coming on in, but, for Shikigami, I think they should stick to, what's good for him.
I've known you a while, ZP. You look good in stripes. Just saying. Avast, let's talk a little bit about this game that we're playing. It's called Marvel Rivals. We're in season 2. There's a new character, but Emma Frost hasn't been getting a lot of love. We've been talking about the Groots. We've been talking a little bit about Jeffries. But it might get serious. We're going to Symbiotic Surface. Talk me through comps. What do you want to see? And will Envy allow Hulk through for the first time?
I mean, it's possible. Namor has also historically been pretty good on this map. So if you want to try to force that new team up potentially, I mean, this is a situation because of how strong the first choke is, particularly even the second. Really, Emma Frost could still be pretty strong here, as well as good username, 2000. Thank you for the prime. Reaching that out for you, Puckett. I'm taking
9,855 away from the ZP Bikini stream. Thank you very much. Good username.
We're getting
2000.
there. We're getting there slowly but surely. But it is pretty interesting because I do think there's a lot of comps that could work that team's been playing. You could see more Hella. You could see Namor even that hasn't played too much, especially with the the Luna Snow loss of that team up. Could see some Emma Frost. It's kind of up in the air, but as Shikigami once again rolling out, like ZP's pointed out a lot of, we're getting rid of the Loki. We're getting rid of Strategist kind of early.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to change. They've protected Groot every time. They know Groot is where their bread is buttered.
ZP
does not.
Can you read that above me? What's that?
We got a Z Prime. We got a Z Prime.
Sunflower Sen has.
Oh God! Hastro's making it happen. Not yet, ZP. You survived tonight.
You got some time.
You survived tonight.
Yeah.
We need to place the order now. Get it ready.
Okay.
You're medium, right? We'll sort that out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, sure, medium. I just didn't know of all things I would get Stro to bust out the gift subs. That is unreal.
Astro, congrats on winning a map. Do we get 10 gifted per map win in this final?
I don't think we heard anything to the contrary. So yeah, I think 10 gifted per map win from Astro here for Envy, and then an extra 50 if Envy win it all. That seems fair to me.
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 9,844 subs away from the Bikini stream. We are going into the game with the final bans and protects locked in. Avast, take me back on track.
Well, to take away from our rampant corruption here for the Astro subs, I do think that you look at the bans, the protects across the board. First of all, no Hulk. So we're still not getting a Hulk. We're definitely not seeing the Namor team up, at least, with the Hulk. But it kind of makes sense for Shikigami. I mean, Rocket Raccoon gone. They got the Loki gone. They have Invisible Woman gone. So typically just targeting the strategist there for Shikigami. Envy, in return, they've protected the Luna Snow. They protected the Human Torch. So it might be that maybe Envy now wants to play a little bit more Torch moving forward throughout the series after Cal put on a pretty banger performance.
Production, we got to raise that bit minimum. 100 gets Bobinator 077 live in the stream. This is a grand final. There's $1,000 on the line, Bobinator, and you think you can just come in here and interrupt a Vast? We've got Symbiotic Surface. We've got ZP. Is there no more?
Namor may be something we'll see. If you're going to see it, you would be here on Symbiotic Surface. I will say, the back and forth for Envy being we will ban the Torch. We will play the Torch. We will protect the Torch. Going on here is kind of interesting to see. I still think between the two, even though Cal looked good, I still liked Melphobia's performance. It's just Melphobia stopped playing Human Torch in the last map and, went rogue. Went full DPS Jeff, and it didn't quite work. So this may be more by the book. Melphobia back onto the Torch to start things off here for the Shikigami attack on Symbiotic Surface.
Every time you say torch, it's just Minecraft in my head, and then I want to start saying Minecraft movie like Jack Black quotes. So I have to stop myself every time because you see the strategist like they're gonna heal someone, they'll be like, "No, heal and peel," and they start dying.
Everyone has different urges. Just embrace them, Vast.
That's right.
That's a good point. It's a very good point. Is Shikigami going here to fight this flank very aggressively? Pretty common here for the first point of Symbiotic. No one wants to go through that choke as Envy contesting them pretty aggressively.
NK goes on at the blaster barrage. Also immediately heads on out after getting hit with the cloak. But now Envy rotating a little bit back. Shikigami getting positioning in. Krasmang though getting real low. However, he'll back up in the nick of time. Shikigami strategist on top of it. NK going for another dive over and in. Both teams right now feeling each other out. This could be a really quick Galactic Legend build. You take a look at NK right now. 95% nearly there. Shikigami though, Eternal Bond coming on out. Leading the way is her Cloak and Dagger, putting Envy into the corner quite literally and blinding them to boot. The Galactic Legend's good to go, but Cal is down. Scour Genji taking advantage of the dive from the Cloak. Cal may be back into it, but here we go. Galactic Legend, NK, low HP, still looking for picks in turn. Is NK going to be able to find it? I think it's a little bit topped off, but the Galactic Legend, is it going to be enough for Krasmang? No, the Fate of Both Worlds comes on in nick of time from Ricky. And just like that, Shikigami staying in the fight. Meteor M from Kaluj, can it add some stability? The answer is no.
The Hand of Contra though, with the combo, there it is. 3 down off the Strangling Prison. So Shikigami, I mean, off that really early Eternal Bond build there for Dinks, just getting so much space, setting up the vulnerability too. And Shikigami with a very interesting comp too with this, like playing the Moon Knight, playing the Human Torch. So you have some option to contest NK, you have a little bit of long range poke, and you also have this burst damage, especially for the Hand of Khonshu in these very tight corridors. And with the buffs that have come out to Moon Knight, I mean, he's more mobile, he gets bonus health, his ult's better, and his ult is already really good. This is a pretty interesting composition.
I think particularly when you have Groot and you can combo Prison and Khonshu at the same time, I do think a lot of the value just comes from the fact that, okay, you got a Moon Knight and you know you're gonna get Prison, you combo the two together. Also, Remix is getting caught out here and then some. The pressure on the way in. Meteor M for Scour Genji wants to finish the job, but the healing might have come in just in the nick of time. Remixling, no, not quite. The combo with the Torch ult. You see Melophobia come in from the back. They burn down the tree, and now looking for Kalush, forced on back. Target change up here. Scatter Genji on the NK, and Shikigami lead the way.
I mean, Shikigami here just keeping the advantage press. Gonna come on in. There's the Meteor Impact just coming on forward. Melophobia, relatively uncontested right now. No one to shoot at him. So Shikigami keeping the pressure going. They're gonna have another Hand of Khonshu. They're about to have another combo with the Strangling Prison. The Strangling Hand. The Strangling Khonshu.
Yeah, I like Khonshu's prison. Khonshu's Prison.
Khonshu's Prison? Yeah, that sounds better, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he puts you in jail and then also, like, just eliminates you in the same jail. So,
oh my goodness, Cal goes to contest.
Oh boy, Cal just getting caught, and now they can save that combo a little bit longer if they want. Krasmang just walks on forward, walls off Remix, gets the elimination, and they just keep on going forward, Avast.
I mean, it's really just this death ball style composition because you just have so much damage between the DOT damage for Melophobia, between this burst damage here that's coming out from the Moon Knight for Amadian, just farming ults. And Envy are having trouble because you're playing the Star-Lord. Sure, you have really good contests, you have really good flank fighting abilities, but if your team is getting rolled over, the Star-Lord's just kind of watching there, be like, oh, did we just lose? Like every time.
Did we lose? Yeah, the answer may be yes. Also, Galactic Legend, tired of losing. NK, dropping it. Looking for Torch in the other end, at least forces him down to the ground for the healing. The counter dive in from Cal. But NK into the back. Fate of Both Worlds is going to be used here. Shikigami spending a little bit of cash to survive, but it's not going to be enough. The Meteor M from Kaluj ends Ricky and ends the hope of Shikigami keeping this push alive.
Using the Fate of Both Worlds, that damage boost. Get the max value there for the Meteor M for Kaluj. But Shikigami, I mean, little 3 minutes 45 here on the clock. They hold on to several ults, about to have, 5 ults again. So for Envy, you need to make something happen. You need to ideally burn a lot of ults. You need to make sure that Cal potentially gets a ton of value with the Supernova. Maybe set up NK to just get another Galactic Legend. I mean, 60% already to the Galactic Legend for NK here. This is like kind of the best bet is that you just trade ults effectively, set up another Galactic Legend.
Yeah, I got a more likely scenario though. They get sent to jail. I think jail is ready. Khonshu, he's convicted them. Krasmang is the only question where it goes. And, they're going to use the Torch ult here to maybe buy a little bit of time. Scour Genji actually early. Meteor M, as a result of that, looks for it. Nearly gets picked off and does! Month right after, but there's the Prison and Khonshu bringing in some justice right over the top. The combo connects. And Envy thrown back.
the prison is there, and it gets a lot of value. I mean, a lot of early damage too from that meteor rim from Scatter Genji. So now Envy trying to make it back in. They're gonna have the Galactic Legend, but Dinks holds on to the Eternal Bomb. But already, just so much pressure. You're under the spawn with the Supernova. They're just getting picks as they walk out.
Yeah, that's not a spawn door you really want to walk through right now, but
No.
you kind of have to because the convoy is nearly at its apex. So Melophobia buying extra progress with this. Ding still holding on to Eternal Bond. NK down! Pops the Galactic Legend while getting pressured by Madian, and it does not work out. He was super low HP at the pop. Now Envy. Fate of both worlds in. Still down NK. Prison out from Remix. Can they get a single pick? Remix, meanwhile, Ricky, meanwhile, just dancing. Keeping Shikigami nice and healthy. Remix caught down off the prison from Krasmang. And Shikigami continue the push on forward here. Cal gonna try and slow it down with the Supernova, but the damage is just too severe, Avast.
I mean, that's a cap with a little over 2 minutes on the board here. And that's a really fast cap for Symbiotic Surface. I mean, like incredibly fast. So now, Shikigami, I mean, just keeping the pressure on the entire time. He's still never taking their foot off the gas, ever. Keeping the pressure, using those Blazing Blasts to just go to spawn door, fight the choke every single time. And because also, the strategists were constantly psyching their ults. At no point did Envy really ever have the opening. Their best chance there was Kluge maybe getting one with the Meteor M, 1 or 2 through the Fate of Both Worlds for Ricky, but he doesn't find anything. And so now Envy, they're in a very tough spot. It's doable. By no means is it over, but that's a hard offense to follow.
Let me ask you this. You're Envy right now. You're under the gun. You know you're facing elimination, and Shikigami just puts up a decent time on the attack. What, if anything, do you change in your approach right now with your tournament life on the line?
30 seconds before you attack.
I mean, it's a good question. They've looked oftentimes, they've looked at their best when maybe you try to pull out like the Emma Frost again, but the thing is, Emma Frost, it might be pretty good here for first and second, but maybe not that great for third. Like, I think it could be tough. You could potentially do it. I think the Star-Lord in particular, like if you're gonna run it, you need to be just constantly pressuring the flanks a lot more. Like Galactic Legend's great, but you can kind of just heal through it, in particular when you're using some of the cooldowns there for Cloak and Dagger. I mean, Cal, I think when you look at Envy's comp in general, you need more value from your Groot. You need more value from the Duelist, and I think that's the baseline presence here.
Shikigami on the defense. Envy needing to complete the map to stay alive here in Rivals Fight Night North America. $1,000 in the championship on the line. Shikigami looking to be repeat champions once more. We'll see if they can pull it off. Envy right now opening up here. Cal laying down the fire, looking for any opening whatsoever. Envy right now looking pretty resilient. Imagine getting plinked from afar. Same with Dinks, but right now neither team taking anything close to lethal damage. A little bit more of an aggressive dive here though from NK, leading the way in. Sets up Remix for the pick on the Melophobia. But Remix ends up going a little bit far, ends up falling. But you know what? Remix for Krasmang, you'll take that trade any day of the week. And now NK unleashed.
And that's exactly what you needed for Envy. You asked, what do they need to do? Also, really good freeze there. They're going to take down NK. Incredibly good freeze here. I mean, that actually might have given them the opportunity to come back in because they're going to have the Eternal Bond. Now Envy down. A lot of damage here on the field. They do get that strategy ult early. There's a chance here for Envy just to clean up post the Eternal Bond.
Yeah, I mean, Envy drop a bond of their own and use a Supernova. Laying down the fire right now, hoping it works out in their favor. Shikigami trying to dodge flames. Meanwhile, NK back in the fight. Galactic Legend. One more ultimate's being used here than Envy may have liked. Is NK going to find anything right now? Still looking and looking. Meanwhile, Meteor M out here from Scatter Genji. Looks for it and no! Goes down the Cal instead. Cal, meanwhile, on the hunt. Sees the Luna on the other side. For now, looking for the tanks. Ends up falling though. Dinks! Up over the top. A little bit of damage in from the Cloak. As Envy real close here, and they will get the cap.
And now you can finally finish the point, which was, that's what you need to see if you're going to play this Star-Lord composition, is that, okay, Psylocke, you can do a lot of burst damage. You can find picks on the flanks really effectively. You're a pretty similar old situation to the Galactic Legend, though a little bit less lethal, depending on what the situation is. But you have a lot more ability to burst into a fight, to just like run full on onto you, use the bubble, use that bulwark onto the barrage to just try to find someone early. And that's exactly what they did there to open up the fight on the first.
Speaking of open up fights right now, Remix has the prison ready. Remix not afraid to just pop the prison, given the right opportunity. Doesn't matter if anything else is available. Melophobia, meanwhile, Supernova, good to go. Remix is getting burned down. Remix is looking for a prison opportunity instead now. Just in the fire from the sky. Prison, though, still got to come down. And Cal is there in the follow through. Remix finds the right opportunity, and the rest of Envy connects.
I mean, the snowball's good. Snowball's really good here for Envy. They're keeping the pressure on. They're going to have another supernova here for the chokes. They're close to a galactic legend. I mean, this is a very good situation because there's only one strategy. The biggest thing for Envy to worry about here is, okay, Shikigami, they have to know they're not going to have a ton in the bank just yet. They are close to the Strangling Prison. Maybe Crazebang does some Crazebang things.
NK nearly getting bursted on down. Shikigami, though, they have Prison, they have Cloak Ult. They open the Cloak Ult. Crazebang getting to stay alive front, but Amadian still getting caught by NK. Envy up one here so far. Cal laying down the fire even as the Cloak Ult is about to fade. Crazebang, though, can he be the hero once more? The Prison comes on out, but the fall through is not there. Envy able to stay alive via the Luna ult. Remix punishing onto Dinks, and Envy really finding their footing here, Avast.
I mean, just keeping control of the tempo, just fighting the choke so aggressively here. Using the sinew walls to just like block off one side too is always helps because you can focus all your fire. Having a supernova there is fantastic. So Envy matching the blistering pace. They're all being pretty depleted here, but I mean, it's not like Shikigami's looking that great either, but definitely looking a bit stronger here. So Shikigami, they need to stabilize. This is their time to stabilize. This is their time to make something happen.
You know who's anti-stabilization right now? Who has been the hero for Envy in the past and for Sendals in the further past? It's Kalush. Meteor M, good to go. You're feeling it. You got the pick off on that Madian from Narrow. You're going forward. And is it about time to shoot some hoop? You look for the Groot. Crazebang down. Moves on forward is Kalush. Hasn't even needed to throw the Meteor M as Envy keeps the momentum here at Vast. Great economy coming on out.
And they're going to have a ton of ults. I mean, nearly 4 or 5 ults here for Envy already in this fight as Amadians made the swap to Moon Knight here for last, trying to get that burst damage here. Melophobe going to pop it early as Supernova, but just getting dueled by Cal, keeping the pressure on.
Does not connect. Meanwhile, Beta Both Worlds going to be out here from Ricky. Shikigami trying to take the advantage here. Scout Genji, Meteor M is on. Remix though, hanging on to Strangling Prison. The pressure coming on out. Scout Genji again, drop the Meteor M. Remix in on the Prison. The fall through is there. The Prison again, huge. Remix, back-to-back great Prisons followed up by Cal with the Supernova. Envy sets an even faster time. I mean, the series is not over yet.
That's exactly, I mean, they were like, okay, what do we do? Well, we can just set a better time. We can have an even better offense. We can burst everyone through the ults. We can have a perfect use of the Strangling Prison there. Envy are not done. It's not over for them. They looked great. And I mean, there's pressure here too, because you see the damage numbers, you see the elims, and you're like, okay, yeah, Cal is doing so much. And it's true, Cal is doing a lot, but it's also because they're just keeping the pressure so aggressively to where this constant area, this constant damage that comes out from Human Torch in his current state is letting Cal rack up ridiculous numbers.
Also, you know, Remix, kind of controversial at times, you know, when he's had some bad moments, some good moments, but that last stretch can't be anything other than good. 2 back-to-back just back-breaking prisons that kept Envy in it, that set up Cal to pad those damage numbers and go from there. So Remix on the rebound as Envy right now, you know, look to stay alive. And by the way, it would be the Remix reverse sweep if Envy wins this map and wins the next map. We're back.
That's true. That's all, you know, and also if we were like in the DC universe instead of the Marvel, I mean, the back-breaking prison, that's kind of like Batman coded, you know?
Yeah,
that's the Batman coded a little bit. But I do think that Remix has a little bit of the magic that's left over from maybe the Overwatch League days. He's got a bit of magic. He's also been a very solid player across the board in his career, across multiple titles. So Envy making the most of it is Shikigami rolling out in the similar comp again that worked so well in their last offense, keeping the Moon Knight.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the reliability you get here is that you know Crazebang is good for some solid prisons, and Amadian just has to be alive with Conchu ready to go. And that'll be OT hype, effectively, in a lot of cases. So, you know, that's kind of what they're banking on here. Not so much what Moon Knight does in neutral, though. I mean, it's not bad. That's some pretty high value getting just that poke in from Amadian here, though, you know, the real value, just the ultimate that's being built.
Shikigami being really aggressive here, trying to use the Moon Knight damage to just force some space. Envy, though, standing strong currently. No one going down just yet. Maybe looking for the option to recontest for Remix. Oh, taking so much damage, getting caught.
Yeah, and with Remix down, now your ability to control the tide of battle really reduced. You don't have the walls up here. You're going to lose out on the early prison build. Crazebang, though, absolutely getting burned alive right now from Cal. In turn, super low. Down he goes. Can't get away. Amadian able to equalize, though, on the Moon Knight. NK, though, room to work with here. This is where Star-Lord can feast as the fight breaks down a little bit. On the hunt is NK and decides it's time for Galactic Legend. No strategist ults for you. Burns him on down into the back line, and they do use the Cloak Ult, but it's too late. Kind of a misfire by Shikigami.
Yeah, I mean, using the Cloak Ult there, I mean, ideally you just hold it, stay alive. I mean, Dinks is going to stay up. They're not going to get staggered. But if they just force the Galactic Legend, if they just get burned to win the fight and they hold on to those strategies ult, that's still a pretty decent situation to be in. But now it's equalized. Their downtime. They have to come through this choke, deal with the poke from Cal. Not a good situation.
All right, well, it's getting hot in here. Both torch ults going to be used, but you got to favor the defense here in this situation. Envy using it first. Well, they also pop Fate here. And now it's Shikigami coming in at the way later Fate of both worlds. Really nice from Ricky. Good self-control. Shikigami with the opportunity. And now look, the Krasmang. The prison is ready, but Amadian is down. Meteor M strikes. However, they're going to have the prison. They won't have the fall through they had before. Scour Genji, though, says, I'll be the fall through. Krasmang ends up with 2. Post-Meteor M, Shikigami still find a way in.
I mean, even with Amadian going down, the focus fire is so good to deny the hand of Khonshu. They had the Meteor M combo. They have the Strengthening Prison. They hit who they need. And Scatter Genji even hitting a really good bit of splash damage onto Month there. So Shikigami against all odds. Trade the ults really effectively. They hold on to the hand of Khonshu. And this is actually pretty dangerous for Envy, right? Because you look at the Galactic Legend, but Dinks is about to have the Eternal Bond again. And the hand of Khonshu could theoretically just get 1. If they can just find even 1, they get to keep the snowball going into a really strong point for the Human Torch.
We'll see how long this attack can go here for Shikigami. With Envy having 3 minutes, they probably need this and a little bit more.
They need help Amadian. They need help Amadian.
Amadian's down. Amadian just getting assassinated from Cal in over the top. Calmang, or Krasmang, lucky to get away in turn. Galactic Legend gonna be popped here by NK. NK just looking for targets, not really seeing the targets he wanted, and now finds Mello in the back. That's who he wanted the entire time. Gets a pick off away from the Strategist ultimates. Now diving back, a little bit of Blaster Barrage, a little bit of extra build. Envy up 2 right now in this fight. And Shikigami, they gotta stay on the convoy and can't.
What a find from Cal. What a find from Cal there. I mean, Amadian plays the off angle, gets isolated from the blast from that secondary fire there from Cal, and then Cal just dives in with a Meteor Impact. Finds that pick. So important there as Cal continues to be a difference maker for this Envy squad, just getting an incredible amount of value here. Still getting first, getting a bit of cap time. I mean, not bad. This can be a hard first point to cap sometimes. So it's just a question of how good does Shikigami, like, what do they change? Do they change anything here? Do they change up their approach? Do they make sure not to get rushed down this time by the Star-Lord composition?
I mean, I think the thing you could change potentially is that while it has worked to begin with, I think I'm not convinced of running the Moon Knight, because I think in terms of actual impact ultimates, I don't think Galactic Legend is that far behind what you're getting with Hand of Khonshu, but I also think before, in the neutral game, before you consider the ultimates, you're getting way more value out of the Star-Lord. So I think it may be time to put Moon Knight away and focus on the Star-Lord, which, by the way, does look to be the case.
We have confirmation in chat. If Envy wins this map, Hash will drop another 10 gifted towards the ZP Bikini Fund.
Fantastic.
All
news.
right.
Well, Envy, we're really,
good.
we have to be impartial. We can't root for them technically.
The battle starts in
No,
5.
we're not
No, bro, we're all cheering for him. 100%. Let's go, Blue.
Well, you know, funny enough, they are in blue, and Shikigami is in red. Like, both teams are actually in color right now with just how they chose to attack defend. But here we go. Envy on the attack. 3 minutes to go. They don't have to go super far. Shikigami, though, making some changes. Amadian now onto the Star-Lord rather than the Moonlight, or Moon Knight. We'll see what difference that makes here. Things getting set up. Games here in the neutral, looking for pickoffs. Krasmang getting really, really low. Isolated and down. I remix revenge. Hashtag that.
I mean, if everyone lives here for Shikigami, there's a chance they have a good recontest. They can't get staggered. They really can't get staggered here. They managed to make it out. So there's a chance for the recontest now. However, Cal's going to set up a lot of damage here on the entry. And it's just going to be tough in general with the walls for Groot.
Remix is getting low, but was able to get away. Envy, if they get this convoy moving, they do. They got 2.5 minutes as Cal picks up another 2. I got news for you. I remix reverse sweep. It's happened before. It might happen again. Envy, so close to putting us to a map 5 right now as Cal cannot be stopped.
I mean, this is just disasters. Another late stagger there. Shikigami just trying to survive on the edges. They're trying to survive in the harsh environments. They're just doing anything to get away from the damage, but they're gonna have to touch. They need to contest.
And Cal, I mean, he can make this recontest super hard. Now you have to walk through the flames. Okay, you're gonna use a cloak ult, but you have to use a cloak ult super early. Narrow, gonna get the later strategist ult here. Envy, working with every advantage in the world. They still have a cloak ult of their own, ready to go. Krasmang getting close to prison. It's got to be a huge prison to save Shikigami from the situation.
They don't touch! They don't touch!
Oh! Well, Envy forcing the map 5, forcing Hastro to drop more gifted subs here on the Rivals Fight Night channel, and giving everyone watching, all our co-streamers, everyone on every platform, the ultimate in Marvel Rivals action as we go to the ultimate map 5.
No, man, chill. You'll get your cut. Oh, we're live. Hey, everybody. Shikigami, Envy going to a game 5. It's crazy, Avast. No one saw this coming.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely no financial incentives for this to continue for us either. So we can be extremely neutral in our understanding of the match as well. And I mean, honestly, the worst part too for Shikigami is that they get the portal back. They manage to contest. They have some ults available. And you see here, I mean, there's just Krasbang on the high ground and they're backed up a little bit. Oh no, and they don't get the touch.
There's a bit of a stream delay, but I'm sure the Shiki 9s will be coming out.
Yeah.
They have to, you know.
It happens. Sometimes you just forget about that objective you need to touch, or you get excited, you use your ultimate, you just kind of disappear, float in the universe. Avast, we're going to a game 5 though, and what's cool about this is Shikigami gets to choose. So if Envy beats them here, I feel like Envy has truly earned their crown in a ridiculous reverse sweep. But I don't know this remix lore. Can you guys tell me about the reverse sweep of the past?
Mostly,
you want to set it up?
Yeah, I mean, mostly it's just current housemates like Space dropping the hashtag #remix reverse sweep, and also hydration at the same time. Hydration is like both equal parts like hating on remix and supporting remix. But when it looked like the reverse sweep was going to be a thing, you know, the old remix crew, 4 teammates and friends came in. Hashtag remix reverse sweep.
Oh, there it is. As you can see by Puckett's pointing that Hastro did give the 10 subs. So we're getting inching closer.
I don't know if ZP noticed. He was out for a moment. ZP, no, give her a kiss. Give her a kiss. Reset.
Okay, I'll just move it forward.
Let's go back to the games, I'm told. All right, we've got a game 5 loaded up between Shikigami and Envy. Shout out to my man, Mike, much love, aka Hastro in the building, aka one of the OGs of esports. He is invested in his squad. Kaluj coming over from Sentinels after 7-0ing 100 Thieves. He joins up with the boys in blue. It was a little messy, but they got us here. We're going to a game 5.
You know, Vest, as we take a look here, I mean, the highlights, it's super interesting how Envy has adapted over the course of the series. And I do feel like, you know, going back to Puckett wondering who's the better Human Torch. I think beginning of the series, absolutely Melophobia, no question. But Cal, I almost feel like has leveled up over the course of the series because the stuff coming from Cal here on Symbiotic Surface was fantastic. And also, I feel like Remix, who I think was getting out-grooted in the beginning, also really has found his footing as the series has gone on.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to judge Cal early because they weren't even playing it, right? They just didn't play the Human Torch. And since then, they've been playing it a lot. Cal showing their flexibility. I mean, Cal plays. What does Cal not play? Vanguard, Strategist, every duelist that they need to put him on. I mean, it's just definitely a tons and tons of value for them. And for Shikigami, they've been so close. And I think it's kind of this double-edged sword they're working with where they're really willing to be experimental in terms of like, okay, let's remove these strategists. Let's play an interesting comp. Let's try something a little different. And you do see them. You do see it work. You see it work sometimes, and sometimes you don't see it work. And this is a moment where, you know, if a Madian doesn't go down, doesn't get caught, it's disastrous. It's like, okay, if we don't C9 there, maybe something happens. That's not a composition issue, to be fair, but there are these moments here for Shikigami where it's like, oh, they're so close to figuring out, but it's also so cool what they're doing that's a little bit different than some of the other teams.
I'm already cringing just thinking about how many Human Torches are going to be in my lobbies the next week. You are all welcome, by the way. Go ahead and thank Mello. Thank my guy Cal for teaching us how to just abuse the folks on the ground. These torches are too good. ZP, do you ban it going into a game 5?
Do you ban it? I think
feel
even.
Good. It looks like an even match statistically, right?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I don't think you ban the torch. I do think you wonder if you're Shikigami, if you ban the Luna again, where I need to go back, but did they ban Luna in every map aside from the one we just played? They definitely banned Luna earlier, and I just wonder if that...
A lot of the previous series, and I'm pretty sure we saw her at least 2, if not 3 of the previous games.
We have the graphic,
yeah.
so when we
need to look at the graphic and see where it's
we
at.
have the graphic. The graphic will tell us. The graphic knows all.
Okay.
Choose protect.
So they've only banned it. Shikigami's only banned it once. It's really typically been,
Yeah, it's been Envy that was banning it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm just thinking about different factors from the beginning to now where, bans have shifted a little bit. If you're Shikigami, you want to try and bring things all the way back to where, a happy place back in the map 1 era. Where, by the way, map 1 and map 2, which they both won, Luna was banned in both of those games. One time by Envy, time by Shikigami. So it's kind of interesting the impact of some of the strategist ults here where maybe you just prioritize the Luna ban a little bit earlier and, really, it may be the play.
More importantly, we are now 9,834 subs away from the bikini stream from Tempo ZP. Was that a game 4? Do we need to take a break? Can we go straight into it, Solomon?
We're going straight in.
Yes!
We only break
Okay.
after map 3.
Well, good. I didn't want to let the players take a break because they're whining in the Discord. I was like, nah, you guys sit down. You play your games. We have folks who have stayed up very late. They started their watch parties at the beginning of the EU stream. That was so many moons ago, ZP. Nearly 7 of them. We are approaching the midnight hour, and we're going to Hall of Djalia. Let's talk comps have asked, what are we seeing out here? Is Loki going to make it into the map?
Well, that's up to Shikigami, honestly, if they want to ban it or not. Because Envy typically they love running Loki. So do most teams, to be fair. So it's kind of just a question of Shikigami do they allow it through? Otherwise, probably going to see a lot more Groot. Probably going to see more Magneto, maybe even Strange, potentially Emma Frost. But it's kind of just a question of what Shikigami wants to allow through strategist wise, because they've typically been removing the majority of the strategists from the board in the ban protect phase.
I was just looking as well. So the last 2 games, Envy's won, right? So the one thing that's consistent is all 3 bans. They're getting rid of the Wolverine, the Hela, and of course the Hulk, which is going to kind of nullify the Namor. So they're going all DPS bans or duelist bans here, except for that Hulk, which is kind of a throwaway towards the end. I don't know what you're gonna do here if you're Shikigami. Are you shook at this point, ZP? We don't see a whole lot of reverse sweeps in esports. When it happens, it tends to be a mental breakdown.
It's not good. You don't like the impending doom of we nearly had it, especially when you nearly had it on a map where you decide last minute we're gonna run the Jeff Captain America. But I do think it's interesting. We got confirmation, by the way, that it was Envy that protected Luna in maps 3 and 4. So, there is a world here where I do wonder if you shift up the bans a little bit and you risk the Loki coming to play, but in return, you get rid of the Luna at the beginning instead, just because, whether it be the strategist comfort level for Envy or not, they've been winning with Luna, they've been losing when they don't have it. I think if you're Shikigami, you might want to alter the draft strategy just a teensy little bit as we head into our 5th and final map.
That's right, and our players refuse to play until we get 26 more followers on our Twitch channel. That is twitch.tv/rivalsfightnight, as we try to let Hex hit his bonus of 6,800 followers on the channel. Here we go. Let's get serious. Bans and protect should be in. If they're not, ZP, crack the whip. I will go and FaceTime Tasmo personally. I'll take care of the Envy boys. You get on Shikigami.
Works for me. That's fine. Although, I can also handle Tasmo, and I've known Tasmo for a long time. Either way, I think we got covered on the Envy side. But
I think you would win in a one-on-one versus Tasmo. Avast, you agree? Who are you taking?
I mean,
20 on ZP?
He doesn't have the aggression necessary, I think. He's a little too cuddly. He's a little too cuddly, I think.
Little Winnie the Pooh style.
He'd maybe
a little more
wrap him
Tigger in
up. He'd wrap him up because he's tall, and he'd kind of constrict him like a snake. If anything, I could see that going on a bit more than perhaps like pure martial artistry.
So ZP would hug him is the breakdown of the fight.
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean,
Avast.
what? I mean, do you say that to a giant boa constrictor? It's like, oh, it's hugging me. Like, no, it's crushing you. Like, it's two different things. Like, so I think it's 2 very different feelings there.
Yeah, if we get crushed to death by ZP, we got issues, family. All right, ZP is the nicest, gentlest human being. He would never crush you with his hug. Feel free to approach him, touch his hands, touch his face at events. He never gets sick and never
talking like he's like Daenerys, like he's Khaleesi. I don't know why you're talking like, what is this? He's like, they're gonna come up and worship him.
I just feel like I'm gonna get the plague now. Like I have to wear just a full bodysuit to events, courtesy of Chris Puckett. And why? because the players aren't ready yet. Come on,
players
it's map
aren't ready.
5. Let's get this going.
It's Shikigami, to be fair. It's Shikigami. So that's who you can direct your ire to, okay? It's all Shikigami currently. Envy's
How many
ready.
matches did you have to play Shikigami? How many?
Oh, wait.
We only asked of one. 5 maps. Let's get to it.
Also,
This is a whole lot of the same stuff. If you were playing slots, you would be winning.
Yeah,
Loki ban.
Classic Shikigami ban. That's an El Clasico. It's a question
Deuces,
for Envy, which I
Wolverine.
mean, I feel like, yeah, I mean, I think Envy are probably, if anything, Envy feels a lot less pressure
Welcome,
right now with
group.
how the momentum's been than Shikigami.
They protect a
right?
little.
Like, yeah, they're just gonna try to keep it similar. I think it's up to Shikigami to try to make something different happen.
Are you guys ready? Oh, Hella gets locked in. Okay, so that was normally the MV second ban. So Shikigami risking a Groot is kind of the scenario here.
I like
get
the
rid of the
Star-Lord
Star-Lord.
ban. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I think the Star-Lord ban, you stop and think about it, they didn't really want to run the Star-Lord. They would prefer to run the Moon Knight, and it didn't work out well for them. And eventually they bend the knee and go, I guess we'll run the Star-Lord. But now with the Star-Lord ban, they don't have to.
Okay, Envy, your turn. They say we are not going to allow Mello to pummel us anymore, trying to take it to the ground. There was a storm in the mix a little bit earlier in the day. Don't know if we're going to see it in this final domination. Let's get to it. Protect time.
Yeah, I like the, also, because I feel like for a Madian, they've been a pretty high impact player, but definitely some of the flexes for them, like going on to Moon Knight, things like that, haven't been as high impact as maybe they wanted, while Hella for them, especially earlier in the series, was really strong. So this might be a bit better for Shikigami. Magneto protected, which makes a lot of sense here because you can just make sure to keep Mag in the field here, potentially if you ever want to play like a triple Vanguard, and just in general have that on board for Envy.
I would have
Okay,
loved
Groot.
if they... Yeah, if they didn't protect Groot, I would have loved the Groot ban from Envy as a surprise, but... it
Yeah, I
just
don't think
doesn't happen.
Shikigami will ever not protect Groot, right? When you have Krasbing on your team, I just don't think... And this is actually really... I like the Psylocke ban as well, because with Star-Lord and Psylocke ban, that's going to force Envy to be like, okay, like, you probably play a Hela, because you know Cal can play a lot of Hela, maybe even a triple Vanguard, but you don't really get that value from the Emma Frost quite as much as you did if they ever do bring out that triple Vanguard either.
Here we go, fam.
Right here
We're
is to
locked
make
in.
all the difference.
Same stuff. The big difference, you didn't get to ban Hella. Envy gonna have to deal with one of the best in North America. We got ZP, we got Avast, we have a game 5 in North America. No 100 Thieves. They were taken down by Shikigami last week. Envy has powered through Shroud-X. Now can they complete the reverse sweep? Hall of Djalia. This is, of course, Shikigami's pick. Take it away, Z.
Here we are, Vast, the ultimate map here at Rivals Fight Night. It is map 5 in the money match. One team will walk away $1,000 and the defending slot next week. The other team walking away with nothing. And also, should Envy win, the second iRemix reverse sweep on record here in Marvel Rivals.
Shikigami. Now we've been talking about the Envy potential, Envy reverse sweep, but also this is the chance for Shikigami to stop their reverse sweep because
Wait.
You just
they're
don't
doing,
wanna
they're
be-
doing the
what's up?
tech observers. Oh no, I they're gonna do the tech where you just send out the penny bombs at the very beginning and then
No. Because also that only works if you're that works if you're on the defense.
Yeah,
You're typically
sorry,
do it if you're on the
no.
offense.
Yeah, sorry, I
Yeah,
thought they were on
so-
defense. So no,
That would be crazy if there was the penny tech from the offense.
Yeah.
That would be pretty insane to have the mortar strike. But no, I don't think that was going to happen. And look at this. Melophobia actually, they put a Madian onto the Hela and they're putting Melophobia onto the Moon Knight. So Shikigami really experimenting a lot with the Moon Knight with these new buffs that have come through.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wouldn't have expected Melophobia to be on the Moon Knight, but I guess it's they value the Moon Knight heavily, and in this case, you're not going to put Melophobia on the Hela when a Madian is available, so that does check out. Neutral game, though, and this is where you really have to look to the Hela to see if the Hela can make the difference here at the beginning. Kalu's actually getting pummeled, getting thrown back a little bit. Now the pressure onto Nero in turn. Envy having to take a few steps back. iRemix may be caught. iRemix real low right now, but able to stabilize, but it comes at a cost. Month is down as Madian, gets on the Nero at the same time. Surgical from Shikigami.
And this is really the value of that Moon Knight here for Melophobia, because what they really were able to do is keep the pressure on the backline. Typically, the strategists are going to play split, maybe one of the duelists onto the high ground there, and by using the onks continuously, all that damage, especially with the increased projectile speed for Moon Knight, you put a lot of damage onto this backline, who's a little bit squishier, is worried about just getting insta-comboed, especially with some damage from a Madian.
Escorting a magic statue to
Okay, so Shikigami, they get through one of the hardest cap points in the game with ease. And no small part, a Madian Again, good damage here on the Hela. How will Envy respond? And Envy's no slouch on Hela themselves. Now the Cow taking the mantle.
You hear a little bit of poking going through, but Shikigami still holding on to a lot of fight. That crazy thing has to be very careful for Krasbang. He's gonna live.
Prison v prison.
Getting up. Yeah, it's 2 prisons up.
Prison out first from Krasbang, and here comes Khonshu, right on top, right on time. 2 down immediately, and if you're Envy, you might want to let this one go and play for last contest. They should get 1 more before they get to the end of second.
And they are going to have 6 ults for Envy. So there are going to be ults available for Envy to recontest. There was 2 used, the combo used for Shikigami. So the Shikigami, they're going to have to play this really well. Either get a pick in the neutral, ideally bleed a bunch of ults and be able to recontest with yours without losing anyone. A lot of pressure into Shikigami to survive the onslaught.
Here we go. Rocket dropping the CYA. Envy back over to Kaluj.
Ooh, broke the meteor.
Slam dunk. And yeah, the meteor just getting destroyed. However, the same note, Cal able to land the pick off on the Krasbang. However, the BRB brings back the fray. Shikigami still at a full 6. Madian here in the back. Goddess of Death on deck. Envy, though, starting to invest. Invisible Boundary dropped. Krasbang over and in. Remix at the same time was looking for the Strangling Prison. They end up getting Ricky. So Envy getting enough done here. The Khonshu, though, getting dropped here from NK, and it's enough to find Krasbang.
I mean, Ricky has to feel so sad. That was a solo Strangling Prison along with just some onk damage there from NK, just to immediately eliminate Ricky. And Envy with the swap here to the Moon Knight. I mean, it's definitely both teams kind of valuing just this burst damage here. With Moon Knight being so much more mobile, too, you can move around the flanks, and the Hand of Khonshu just so powerful, especially when combined with Strangling Prison. So now Shikigami coming back in, gonna have the Hand of Khonshu, about to have the prison combo. They're about to have, what did you call it again, ZP? I forgot the name of it.
The Khonshu's Prison.
The Khonshu's Prison. The Khonshu's Prison coming on up here. So for Envy, they need to make sure to try to face split, because realistically, you won't survive. Even with strategy ults, you just need to save your bulwarks, you need to save the bubbles, you need to have as much mitigation as possible, and just try to get out.
Oh, Krasbang is telegraphing this so hard right now. You just see Krasbang walking forward. You know what's on his mind. The prison comes on out. And Khonshu dropped right after. Meteor M even thrown into the mix, and they get 2 right away with it. Shikigami, more than enough. Should be .2 heading their way. Maybe Envy is able to portal in time, but I'm not sure there's enough clearance.
And I mean, this is just it's a hard comp matchup because essentially both teams are just consistently playing to hit the combo. Like, everyone's just playing to get a Strangling Prison to drop the Graviton, essentially. To take like, that's all they're looking for here. So now Envy still looking to hold here on second. They're going to have a prison. They're going to have the meteor rims. They have a combo. Not quite with the Hand of Khonshu just yet. Shikigami really just only holding on to the CYA.
Also, I mean, Remix may just let fly if Remix sees the right opportunity. They have a meteor M to go with it. And oh, Cal gets caught. Amadian taking the Hela v Hela. Envy already down 1. Do you invest ults right here and now to solidify? You look here, the Remix looking for the prison opportunity. Kaluj going to be first to strike. Meteor M off here to the left. It's enough. Krasbang goes down. Kaluj finds the way.
That's all they needed. I mean, mitigates the damage there, even with down 1. Got rid of the CYA as well, and that's a pretty good trade. I mean, just using Meteor M, the CYA, that's not a bad trade. Get the hold here on the choke, which is really strong, especially when you hold onto the Groot. You can put up the walls, you're able to get a lot of damage and funnel them to your Iron Lash walls. So Shikigami just looking to, once again, guess what they're waiting for? Both teams here. They're waiting for combos. Let's watch for the combos.
Khonshu has just become the biggest prison warden here in Marvel Rivals. Remix, first one to set things up. Is Remix gonna be able to find it? And in the neutral, Mello just going down, no prison required, but BRB keeps Shikigami in the fight. The combo still on deck right now for Envy. A waiting game right now for both teams, really, as Melphobia nearly up there himself. And Kalu's nearly built another Meteor M of us. This has been ridiculous damage in for Kalu so far. Scar Genji, though, Meteor M of his own, drops it over. Not going to get anything from it here just yet. Invisible Boundary now down from Envy. This might be the time. Here comes the Hand of Khonshu. Here comes the prison. And it's big, way bigger for NK. Into the back, ends up with 2. Still trade outs on both sides. Shikigami, they're still investing.
I mean, Shikigami think they can still win this. I mean, they do have the CYA. They have the extra bonus health. They have the damage. They're going to walk on forward. They're going to chase. So they finally have conquered this choke a bit. They got rid of the combos here, too. They hold on to the Goddess of Death. So now Shikigami, their answer is, okay, we can't lose anyone to the Meteor M. Maybe we set Amadian up in a very aggressive fight. Just remove Cal, set up the Goddess of Death. They have some options to try to just, like, control the flanks here. But they have to be worried about this Meteor M that could burn this Strategist ult.
Cal getting pressured by Madian. It was going back and forth the other way, but Madian able to get some heals, push Cal back. Envy looking to Kaluj. Can Kaluj do it one more time? The Meteor M, good to go. right now. Getting good damage here onto the back, looking for Madian on the other side. Blues right now just, using the terrain to his advantage, getting out of line of sight, but still touching the payload. But here we go. Meteor M sees the time is now. Looking.
Oh, no!
It hits the ceiling! But can they recover? Still gets Melophobia anyways, right after.
And also look at Amadian. There's like, my friends, come back. Everyone come back. Like, no one's here. They're going to commit more. I mean, they're going to commit the combo here as well. So Envy wanting to just continue into this fight. I mean, they're definitely going to clean up here, but that's big ults off the field here. Shikigami going to be holding on to their all critical. The what is it? The prison of Khonshu?
Prison of Khonshu. Khonshu's prison,
Khonshu's prison. Whichever one you may choose, the more formal method. I'm going for the more formal method there for the prison.
Is the prison ordained by Khonshu as Dinks gets dinked by Cal in turn. That's going to delay things. Only a minute left, or actually less than that now, 40 seconds. So really just one more push for Shikigami, but they do have some powerful tools heading on in, and we just got to get the Krasman cam. That's all I want to see right now.
Yeah, I mean, so much pressure here is going to be watching for Krasman just to hit the Strangling Prison to make sure they get the value. Astroflock already used for Cal, so now Cal has to back up. They know he's low too. They can chase them out.
Krasman moving on forward. Cal gonna drop the Goss to death. Meanwhile, Krasman, can you find the way here for Shikigami? The self-CC. Hello. Pillar cam.
Get put into timeout.
Prison was dropped, and they had a Khonshu right after. They only get one. They only get one.
Melophobia too.
Yeah, Kaluj, Meteor M in response. Madian, though, coming alive, finds Cal in turn. Now it's getting scrappy on both sides. Kaluj, super low, gets healed up just in the nick of time as Nero comes on in, dancing to the beach. Scatter Genji, Meteor M, not getting anything. The Luna ult, just in the nick of time here for Nero. Envy, we are in overtime. It's on Shikigami to make something happen. And there's Remix, dropping the prison into the back. The follow through, though, is not there. Ricky dancing his way over here for Shikigami now. Is Shikigami back to full strength? This Melophobia heads up with 2.
Oh, and the portal. Krasman's made it on back 2, and that means everyone's here. They're on the point. They're getting late staggers. No one Vimini up, and they're in the OT spawns here as well with no ult. Maybe NK can get the head of Khonshu, but they're going to have to touch. They need to touch the point.
Can they touch the point is the question, and no, not even Captain America can get there in the nick of time, and if he did, saw Khonshu coming on down. So Shikigami, they burn their entire time bank of Ast, but they do get there in the end.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Sorry, I had to go close my door.
I thought that was, just
getting very loud.
I thought that was a dramatic pause or waiting for Puckett to, interject. But no, you just had to close the door.
Nope, no, not a dramatic pause.
People are probably sleeping in the house. I get it.
Yeah, people, everyone, the problem with both the joy and the sadness of esports is that you're working sometimes some off hours. And I think this is just one of those moments where, we've heard so much about the players too, especially because we have a lot of young players in Marvel Rivals where they're getting mom aggro. Classic mom aggro for a lot of these teenage players where their parents are like, hey, shut up. It's like midnight. We gotta go to work.
Hey, you, shut up. Well, the stage is set. Shikigami, they get to the end, but it takes the entire time bank. Envy, we now get to see their attack as they look to complete the Remix reverse sweep here on Rivals Fight Night for $1,000. First major event here on Season 2. It has been a blast. We're heading to the conclusion, and we'll see just how explosive it is. The doors are opening, Avast. Hey, Kaluj, he's setting up for the portal.
By the way, shout out to Saipe. We have the Virtus.pro champion in the chat, not going to sleep. It is well past midnight on the East Coast soon. Way over that 6 hours, 7 hours where he's at. I give up. Let's go to the portal. It's finally done, Kaluj.
Kaluj, portal is set. A little bit of a different approach here so far. The Hellas could set the tail of the battle here in the neutral, as they often do. Root walls up. Both teams looking for the all-important first pick, as we see Cal right now. Off angle, lands a Soul Drainer, looking for the Hella pick, not quite able to finish it, but does claim the high ground in turn. Can Cal do a little bit more, and we'll get forced back in turn by Madian. The Hellas have each other's number right now. They're calling, and no one's blocking.
I mean, Envy just trying to pressure these flanks right now. Is Shikigami trying to make their way in? Pretty equivalent on the hand of Khonshu's right now. As Kaluj flanking around, trying to find someone with the Maelstrom, and it opens up the space for Madian to go down.
Yeah, Cal ends up getting there from the Hella v Hella Remix. over and in on the Strangling Prison. Gets one pick from it. Envy now up to Khonshu, being dropped here by NK. And Envy getting the picks they need to get this going. However, Ricky's gonna use Fate of Both Worlds. Shikigami, they feel they can delay here, and you know why. Krasbang, close to the Strangling Prison. Melophobia, real close. They got the portal coming out in Shikigami. Round 2 here on the first point. Strangling Prison drops, so is the Khonshu Prison. Or Hand of Khonshu, rather, as Krasbang ends up with 2 right after. The combo succeeds, and Envy's gonna get forced back.
I mean, that's the Khonshu's Prison. To be fair, that is your term, ZP. That is your term. And really, really well played from Ricky. Ricky and Krasbang just staying alive, using the walls at LOS, and dropping that late Fate of Both Worlds, even though they were down several players, knowing they can make it back. They can set up that combo there for Krasbang. And now Envy, they have to recontest here. Sure, they're going to have ults, but it's always terrible to have to recontest into this particular point. We have the Hall of Djalia just... This first point is so tough because of the defender's advantage.
It's not Kalush. He's gotten big Eye of Agamotto's anytime he's been in the situation with Envy or with Sentinels in the past. Kalush, can you do it one more time? Hits 2. Melophobia and Krasbang hit by the Eye of Agamotto. The fall through, though, is not there. Scatter Genji comes on in. Meteor M was looking for a clean pickoff. Doesn't happen. Invisible Boundary out. Cal going to the skies. Goddess of Death ready to go. The Khonshu Prison on deck here for Envy if they need it. And iRemix right now hanging on in. Cal is more than enough to get this convoy moving.
So first point gotten, but I think if you're Shikigami, you're still relatively happy because A, you got more time off the board, which is always great, and B, ults used from Envy. Eye of Agamotto, they use the Invisible Boundary, they use the Goddess of Death. That's 3 ults burned for that. Now they have to worry about the combo here, but for Shikigami, they have some options. They have some options in terms of how they want to set this up. They do have that CYA, so they can try to go aggressively first, maybe try to find one. Now it's just a question of, okay, what are we going to do?
The lull before the storm currently in place. Kaluj in the front line. The real threat, though, iRemix with the Prison. You got to keep your eyes on iRemix during here. Shikigami, though, they want a little bit of breathing room. They drop the CYA immediately here at the Rocket Raccoon. Now, take a look here. NK just waiting for Remix. Meanwhile, Krasbang going to drop the Prison first, and Melophobia bringing the Thunder right on top.
I mean, well played from Shikigami because they stall, they poke, then they're trying to drop the CYA, keep the fight going, and then they're just watching NK the whole time. Now, they did have to commit 3 ults for this fight, right? So this is Envy's chance to open it up. They know they have the ult advantage. Some early poke coming on out. Don't want to lose anyone to the Moon Knight spam. That's always the worst feeling in the world when you're walking out of spawn, is when you lose someone to the Moon Knight spam. And it's just a question for Shikigami now of like, okay, what do you do knowing that you're down to this ult advantage? Do you try to make a play on the flank? Do you just try to eat it?
Oh, that's movement tech, but Cluj getting forward here and then, because now you not only have to worry about Remix, who drops the Strangling Prison. NK falls on top. Hand of Khonshu picks up 2, aided by the Roots. 3 down, and the combo once again makes its mark.
It's a classic. Now, I mean, they got the ults out. They get to walk back into this fight, coming up with 4 ults soon for Shikigami. So this is the real fight, right? It's like, okay, we've traded the combos, classic. Okay, we've used our combo, you used your combo. Now the real fight begins, knowing that the insta-win buttons are down. I mean, it looks like they're not even going to bother to contest, potentially. It looks like they might just hold it. No, they're going to go for it now. Oh, my gosh. 0.18 meters.
All of a sudden, lose some Haitian immediately. Quick pick off here from Envy. Kaluj diving on back. Eye of Agamotto just onto the Moon Knight, but hey, when you got to be sure, gets rid of him. Envy up to Krasbang. Able to get a little bit of bite of the apple. Gets on the count.
What a freeze!
The freeze is a bad scare. Genji now. Meteor M. Can Shikigami save it? Gets Kaluj! Shikigami might have a chance of holding this here. They're powered up here. The CYA keeping them nice and healthy. Amadian dropping the Goddess of Death here. A little bit of cleanup. And Envy now down with only a minute left for second.
Honestly, probably not necessary to use that Goddess of Death. There was just like, what, 1 player alive at that point? Like, so maybe a little bit of a crack pop there, but great for Shikigami to hold, to just last second contest. An incredibly good freeze from Ricky too. Deny the value from Collusion in the backline. Just make sure they can just sustain here on the point. And Scatter Genji, who's just continued to be a pillar for Shikigami, just getting that pick, getting the good bulwarks. And they have their combo, ZP, so they have the insta-win button if they want.
Shikigami holding all the cards. Only 1 minute left in the match here for Envy to keep this thing going, to dethrone the champions for Shikigami. $1,000 on the line as Hellas playing footsie with each other on the side. Cal dropping a long-range Goddess of Death. NK, though, connecting here with the Hand of Khonshu, picks up 2. However, Shikigami ends up with 1 of their own. The BRB bringing 1 back, but Envy, this might be enough here for the second point. All momentum in their favor.
And Cal just up on this high ground too. The Goddess of Death putting so much pressure on them from the back line. They thought they had it before the Goddess of Death, but it was a better aggression from Envy. They walk on forward off of Cal just pressuring, and they keep their hopes alive here. Further reverse sweep, the hashtag iRemix reverse sweep here. Not much on the board for either team, and Ricky down.
Yeah, Ricky getting caught. Envy now getting some really beneficial staggers, a minute 30 left, but you gotta like how they've entered into point 3. Nero has the Luna ult ready to go. In a moment's notice, strategist ult situation pretty good here for Envy. Can they keep it ongoing? Scout Genji, though, would love to shut down with the Meteor nearly on. Kaluj, though, gets a pick on the Mellow. The neutral game for Envy when they need it most has been phenomenal. Scout Genji ends up going down. And off the CYA, Envy picking up pick after pick. This is ridiculous, Avast.
Uh-oh, Dinks has to make sure not to get caught late. Dinks has to survive. You really don't want to get staggered late here. Okay, good news. No one's going down just late unless they're going to spam. No, they're not. Okay, great. So they got the CYA out. Shikigami, I think, can be relatively happy with that trade. The biggest issue here, again, is you don't want to get caught in the cycle here where you're just getting comboed.
Well, guess what? They may be getting comboed. NK has the hand of Conchu, good to go. Remix, 9% away. If the combo lands successfully, Envy will be extending this to extra rounds. And Envy, they have a really good disengage from the CYA. This is fine. 30 seconds left to go. Could be the final fight here in Rivals Fight Night, number 7. Here we go.
Now watch the split here. Look at the split here, ZP. Shikigami, the split here is so important for both these teams to try to not get caught by the combos. Cal trying to force the flank. So much pressure on Cal.
Cal goes down. Envy, do you have any other response here in turn? Kaluj, can you be the hero once more? With the Meteor M. Drops on the payload. Doesn't get what he's looking for. Scour Genji. Bigger Meteor M, perhaps. No. Remix, though, goes down. The combo isn't going to come into play here. Envy having to drop Fate of both worlds. Everything. NK just has to go for the rock Khonshu here. What's it going to do? Drops here near the payload. Ends up with 1, but it may not be enough. Shikigami has nearly held off Envy. They will be your champions once more. Holding everything back. Envy coming close, but it's no iRemix reverse sweep this time as Shikigami, you're back-to-back champions.
Did we just choke an iRemix reverse sweep?
We did.
It was close.
Well, not so much we, but I will say I mean, we were just here along for the ride. In that regard, is Shikigami looking great. I mean, this team continues to impress. The split was really good. The pressure on the flank so important to deny the flank from Cal. Sure, the BRB's up, but that means you don't have a BRB later in the fight. That means you don't have that pressure from Cal earlier in that fight. And Shikigami continuing to look extremely versatile.
Back-to-back champions, the 2-time NA champs, Daze, Amadian, Crazemang, Scatter, Genji, Dinks, and Ricky getting it done. And they do it with all kinds of different comps. This has been fun to watch these guys. I did not think this series was going to go as long as it did. Props to Envy for sticking in it. You nearly completed that final point. We almost went into OT, but I'm honestly glad we did it. Shikigami wearing the crown right now, and we get to see who comes up to challenge him. 100 Thieves next, Avast? Sentinels, what do they got up their sleeves? We got a lot of questions.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential contenders on the board, especially with, what Sentinel's going to look like when they're looking through replacement. 100 Thieves obviously been pretty consistent. So Shikigami, I mean, they just haven't had their chance, I feel, to be like on the big stage outside of here for Rivals Fight Night. So I do think this is like kind of their proving ground of like, oh, we should be looking out for them as you also look at the MRI and the MRC in the future.
Big shout out to everyone from Europe who is tuning in to see how we play in NA. Saipe saying Groot and Moon Knight, very NA of them. ZP, I'm expecting our meta to evolve hopefully by the time we get back here next Thursday. For now, though, let's say goodbye to maybe the old meta. Crazemang dropping a ridiculous 29,000 once again, leads the lobby. On the other side, I should say, Kaluj Remix, and then NK leads the lobby with 35K on that Moon Knight.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was about as close as it gets for a final map, and the stats absolutely reflecting that. I mean, both teams were throwing haymakers left and right. I mean, it was Groot combos also with Moon Knight for a lot of it. But you think about the neutral and how things were going there too. You can't say enough about things that Amadian was able to do for Shikigami, or Melophobia, especially earlier in the series on Human Torch, where Envy got a rude awakening all the way back on map 1, right? So just a lot of cool storylines here across both teams, but in the end, there's only one winner, and today, it was Shikigami.
Avast, NA fraud region? Is that fair? Is that a real comment?
I think the thing right now is that we're just seeing this split in metas early, which happens when we have all these regional plays taking place. A patch just dropped. We're going to see what the one true meta may be, because sometimes we do all go towards one, which is sort of what happened as we got further on to season 1. Even though EU still loved to just use the Venom a little more, it was still pretty consistently the same meta across the board. It's just kind of a question of where the meta supremacy is going to end up. You know, is it going to be in Rome? Is it going to be in Constantinople? Like, you know, where's the split? Where's the divide going to happen? It just depends.
I do got to say, it's pretty cool that our 2 champs were returning champs and they defend the belt. ZP, Virtus.pro, and Shikigami closing out season 1 as the champions. They start season 2 as the champions. As we reflect on this matchup, though, you got to have an MVP picked out by now, right, ZP? Who'd you put it down as?
You know what? It's a hard choice given the impact of Krasmang, but for me, it had to be Melophobia, where you think about how this series started out. It was Torch just absolutely crushing Envy, and they had to play from catch-up ever since. And look, there were points, especially back in the first map, where Melophobia looked like the cleanest Human Torch we have seen so far, really letting people know the true power of this hero in the new meta.
I think when you look at Melophobia, too, it's not just that they looked really good on the Torch. They showed a lot of flexibility here. I mean, the Moon Knight was pretty crucial to their win for this final map for Hall of Djalia, on top of just their Torch play. And, you know, they also did some Jeff gameplay. They did a little bit of Jeff gameplay. I don't know if that's necessarily the highlight for them, even though teams were saying, like, oh, the cap Jeff, like, it's low-key, it's fire, like, you don't get it. But, and it's possible. I mean, like, we've heard a lot of rumors about it, but I do think overall the Torch gameplay, the Moon Knight, Melophobia looked really good across the roles that required him to be on.
Yeah, stay off of Jet until you work on your ultimates, buddy. To be fair, it's kind of hard to train without just spamming a lot of Jeff games. Speaking of spamming, the Moon Knight, a highlight for me. But the most important thing is Melophobia means fear of music. Thank you, Hexagrams, our producer, who went onto Google, typed that one in, and let us all know. Every day we learn. We get smarter here on Rivals Fight Night. Shout out to Melophobia, tonight's MVP. What does he get for earning MVP? Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
No, the team gets $1,000, and that is all. Shout out to everyone for playing. Shout out to everyone for tuning in. And reminder, if you have missed any of the action, we are everywhere. We have taken over the TikToks. We're on the YouTubes. We're here on Twitch, Kick, wherever you want to find our content. You can find it live on Thursdays. We get started at 4 p.m. Eastern. As you saw, the EU Challengers match was a 5-game series. If you missed it, go to our YouTube channel, Rivals Fight Night. We'll have that clip for you there. Virtus.pro, though, the best team in the game, if you ask me, from our first impression from Season 2. Without a doubt, the champs. Avast, ZP, final thoughts.
You know,
I'm just looking forward to the Z-Kini. The Z-Bikini, the Z2 piece.
The Z-Kini, we're on a
you know what? We'll see if chat can make it happen. A lot of subs to go for that illustrious goal. But for me, I was just excited to see the first look at things here in Season 2. I think things are going to evolve a whole lot. And look, you want to see more of this action? Guess what? Mark your calendar. Every Thursday, we're here, Rivals Fight Night, same time, new teams. And let me tell you, I think next week is going to be ridiculous with some of the teams that are on deck. You won't want to miss it.
He makes the matches, so he's got insider knowledge. By the way, we are only 934 subs away from the Z-Kini. We will see you all soon. Thanks for tuning in to Rivals Fight Night. Yes, just 934 more. That's all we need. We'll see you next week.